The real daughter was lost in the countryside and wasn't found until years later. However, she discovered that the family already had a more graceful, lively, and innocent young girl who had completely replaced her in every way over these 15 years. Out of jealousy for the female lead, she began scheming to steal her family members. He died at age 23 from late-stage brain cancer. After death, Mingxi realized she was actually a tragic character, just a supporting role in a book. Whether it was due to the wrong dying posture or something else, after ending his brief 23-year life as a plot device, Mingxi somehow returned to age 17. This time, he had a female supporting character assistance system. Looking in the mirror, the burn on his face was from sophomore year. The system appeared. Although you've been reborn, your fortune is still negative. Cancer or a car accident is still inevitable in the end. He asked in confusion, then how can I change my fortune? Just get close to people with high fortune values, and you can absorb their luck. This is the fortune plant. The more luck you absorb, the more grass grows inside. He opened his mouth. How many do I need to collect to change my fate of death? About 500 should do it. He panicked at needing so many. Don't panic. I have a list here you can try. Mingxi took a quick look. The list had many names, but only the top few had high returns. Fu Yangxi, the eldest grandson of the century-old Fu family conglomerate, second grandson Fu Ziyi, and the renowned Jiang Xiuqiu from the famous Jiang family. He had heard of these 3 stars, all popular figures at school. Mingxi felt discouraged. They were all in the international class. Then he remembered, last week his test score was 3rd in the grade. According to school rules, he could transfer classes freely. He immediately filled out the transfer application. He could report to the international class tomorrow. After finishing this, he opened his suitcase, laid it on the ground, and started packing his clothes one by one. There were several urgent knocks on the door. It was Zhao Yuning's lowered voice. Sister Mingxi, Sister Yuan is discharged today. What are you doing hiding in your room? While everyone's downstairs, properly apologize to Sister Yuan. Let's put this allergy incident behind us. The family had a big fight a few days ago when Zhao Yuan had an allergic reaction to peanut butter at He Yang's chain store. He Yang was Mingxi's friend, and the family thought Mingxi was involved. Mingxi zipped up his suitcase, opening the door with an icy expression. Why should I apologize for something I didn't do? Zhao Yu was confused seeing Mingxi's suitcase. His face immediately soured. Zhao Mingxi, you're pulling this stunt again? Just for this small matter? Is this a small matter? He replied coldly. Get out of the way. Zhao Yuning quickly stepped back, staring at Mingxi's expression in surprise. Strange. Usually in these situations he would cry and make a scene. What's different today? Mingxi dragged his luggage downstairs. The family who had picked up Zhao Yuan saw this scene with difficult expressions. Zhao Yuan had a pitiful look. Mingxi, are you running away from home again? She stepped forward and grabbed his hand. I don't blame you for this incident. We can still be like before. Mingxi shook off her hand. His tone was harsh. Please move. You're in the way. After speaking, he walked past them. Zhao Zhanwei felt a headache. Let him go. Every day making the house chaotic. If he wants to live at school, let him. Don't stop him. Dragging his luggage, he turned and walked out of the Zhao family's front door. Lin Shi took a gentle breath and put on his mask. This time he still had time. He could still change his fate. In this life, he would no longer waste time trying to please this family. There was still time for everything. The next day, he walked through the back door of the international class carrying his books. The system's voice sounded. I've already marked out the people with high fortune values for you. The higher the fortune, the brighter the glow. The rest is up to you. Holding his books unsteadily, he saw pale green light orbs appear before his eyes. As expected of the international class, their fortune was good. Gao Mingxi, like a fish about to drown, rushed towards the brightest position without thinking. He put his books on the desk, pulled out the chair and sat down, not caring about anything else. He took a deep breath towards the brightest light on the left. A faint pine fragrance with hints of Chinese medicine unexpectedly filled his nostrils. Like clean, fresh oxygen entering his brain, it instantly relieved Mingxi's discomfort. The entire international class was dead silent. All eyes were fixed on him. Someone whispered in a low voice, "That's Brother Shi next to you. You're even sniffing him. You're done for when he wakes up." Mingxi immediately looked to his left. This was Fu Yangxi. He had been woken up now. He took off his earphones and lazily rubbed his hair. His movements were soft and languid, naturally furrowing his brows. So noisy. He only wanted to absorb fortune, but made him misunderstand that he liked him. Several people leaning by the window suddenly spoke up. isn't that Zhao Mingxi? Damn, he really made it into the top 5. He's determined to transfer to the gold medal class. The gold medal class was next to the international class, two completely different classes. Gold medal class students had excellent grades and often participated in various competitions. The international class was mainly filled with heirs of prestigious families, a place for the unscholarly. In his previous life, his intention to transfer to the gold medal class to pursue Shen Liyao was indeed well known. Yibo turned from the window and smirked. Zhao Mingxi studies day and night just to come to gold medal class to pursue you. Now that you'll be classmates, how do you feel? Shen Liyao showed no reaction as he connected the circuit board of a small robot. Boring. Regular class top 5 students can transfer freely. It's school policy. It's his right. It has nothing to do with me. Zhao Mingxi's figure appeared in the corridor outside. Someone laughed. Here he comes. Yao God, your days are about to get more colorful. The system spoke up. In your previous life at this time, you were still crazy about pursuing Shen Liyao. This life you won't. He replied, don't worry. Nothing is more important than my life now. By the way, will the people whose fortune I absorb be affected? You know Wi-Fi hotspots, right? Same principle. When you absorb their own fortune won't decrease. However, they saw Zhao Ming. She just walked past in the corridor. The air in the gold medal class froze for 5 seconds. Yibai looked bewildered. The international class is ahead. Did he go the wrong way? As he walked through the back door of the international class carrying his books, his vision suddenly started to darken without warning. It felt like walking on cotton. This happened sometimes in his previous life too. He thought it was low blood sugar. Mingxi suddenly realized, could this be a sign of my terminal illness? Yes. What did you think? All settings need foreshadowing, okay? Holding his books, he saw pale green light orbs appear. The system said, that's fortune. The brighter the glow, the higher the fortune ranking. Changing fate depends on them. He saw the brightest glow coming from someone lying on a desk with no one beside them. He hurriedly ran over. After collapsing into the seat, he took a deep breath towards the brightest light on the left. A faint pine fragrance with hints of Chinese medicine unexpectedly filled his nostrils. Like clean, fresh oxygen entering his brain, it instantly relieved Mingxi's discomfort. The potted plant before his eyes suddenly trembled. At its edge, an extremely tiny and weak sprout emerged, less than a millimeter. It appeared to be only about 1/10 of a complete bud, but it made Mingxi's eyes widen. He almost cried with joy. He excitedly asked the system, what is this? Why did it suddenly appear? First, do you know whose fortune you just absorbed? Mingxi looked up. The entire international class was dead silent. All eyes were fixed on him. In the midst of shock, someone said, holy shit, am I seeing things right? He sniffed Brother Shi. Mingxi immediately looked to his left. A young man was lying on the desk, with red short hair, wearing white noise-canceling headphones. He was lazily sleeping. This was Fuyang Shi, #1 on the return rate list. Someone asked, who are you? No one has ever sat in that seat. Mingxi turned to look at that person and replied, I'm Zhao Mingxi, transferred from ordinary class 6. Why can't I sit here? That person was shocked. Are you seeking death? Haven't you heard of the Fu family's young master? The school tyrant. No one dares to sit next to him. You'll definitely get threatened and end up becoming his errand boy. However, Mingxi actually hoped to run errands for Fuyang Shi. The more errands he ran, the more fortune value he could get. He took out a water bottle and said, I understand, but there's nowhere else to sit. I'll just sit here for now. The international class students were dumbfounded. He even sniffed him like sniffing a cat. It's so noisy next to him. Fuyang Shi woke up. Once Fuyang Shi was awake, no one dared to make a sound. They all quietly waited for Fuyang Shi to get angry. Fuyang Shi took off his noise-canceling headphones. He lazily rubbed his hair, his movements soft and languid, and said with cold eyes, so noisy. Then he rummaged through his desk drawer and took out several white bottles containing what might have been vitamins or something else. He poured a bunch into his hand. Mingxi watched him with sparkling eyes. Fuyang Shi, my great leg to hold on to. Now's the time to show my worth. He picked up the water bottle from his desk and handed it over. Fuyang Shi, just woken up, spoke in a hoarse voice. Thanks. He took a sip of water, closing his eyes as he was about to swallow. Only after swallowing did he suddenly become aware of Mingxi's presence. Fuyang Shi stood up with a big reaction, looking down at Mingxi. His expression immediately darkened, his whole body radiating keep away. Who's this girl? Why are you sitting next to me? Ming-Shi patiently explained to his future best Wi-Fi hotspot. I'm Zhao Ming-Shi, just transferred from ordinary class 6. Everyone thought to themselves, obviously she's trying to get close to you. Incredible, she must really like you. Making me move is like taking my life. Fu Yangshi clearly thought of this too. Slightly uncomfortable, he swallowed the curse words that had reached his lips, but his face remained irritated. Change seats immediately. Young master never has anyone sitting next to him. Ming-Shi knew it wouldn't be this easy. He shifted in his chair, unwilling to move. If he had wanted to leave, he would have done so earlier. Making me move is like taking my life. Ming-Shi was internally monologuing when suddenly the whole classroom fell silent. Damn, he realized he had accidentally said his inner thoughts out loud. Fu Yangshi's ears turned red with anger, furious. What nonsense are you saying? He started gathering his textbooks to move him away. Just as Fu Yangshi finished speaking harshly, the international class's homeroom teacher stormed in through the classroom door carrying a stack of books. As soon as he entered, his eyes searched the classroom. Then his gaze landed directly on Fu Yangshi. The homeroom teacher walked over with a livid face. He slammed down a stack of newspapers. Fu Yangshi, look at what you've done leading others astray. The school strictly forbids students from riding motorcycles. It's bad enough that you ride one yourself, but you even brought a whole group along. Fu Yangshi laughed. Teacher Zhang, what era are you living in? You still read newspapers? The homeroom teacher was furious, his face turning purple. You think no one can control you? Go run 30 laps right now. If you don't finish them today, I'll do nothing but wait in the office for your parents to come. The smile on Fu Yangshi's lips instantly faded. He was about to say something while staring at the teacher. Suddenly, Ming-Shi beside him stood up. Can I run in his place? The international class, already silent, was even more shocked, their jaws dropping. Fu Yangshi finally turned his head to look at Ming-Shi properly. Slender figure, pale jade-like skin, small, delicate raised hand that was slightly trembling. Though clearly terrified of running 30 laps, with even shaking hands, they still stepped forward. The homeroom teacher was nearly furious to death. His anger suddenly shifted to Ming-Shi. Fine, you go run. Don't come back to class until you finish. Yes. Ming-Shi rushed out immediately, afraid the teacher might add more punishment, afraid the teacher might change his mind. They actually started running without hesitation. The labor value exchange gives the highest fortune return rate. If I haven't calculated wrong, you'll get at least 3 buds after finishing the run. Ku Chungwon in the last row picked up his dropped jaw, putting it back in place, and patted Fu Yangshi's back in astonishment. Brother Shi, my goodness, where did you find such a girl? 30 laps, wow. They just took the punishment for you like that. He lowered his eyes, suppressing his pride and happiness, appearing very troubled. Well, personal charm, can't help it. Can't let them actually run 30 laps though, or young master will lose face. He said lazily. Send someone to the gym to replace them. The system praised. Well done. Labor value exchange gives the highest fortune return rate. If I haven't calculated wrong, you'll get at least 3 buds after finishing the run. A male classmate caught up with them. Brother, she says you shouldn't actually run 30 laps. Let me run the rest for you. Ming-Shi refused. No need, I can finish it. Thinking about 30 laps being 12 kilometers and 3 buds in return, their heart felt sweetly happy. The male classmate saw their smile and froze in place. Is love really this great? As soon as class ended, the whole international class was teasing. He came to Fu Yangshi's side. Brother Shi, they won't let me run for them. And they seem to be really enjoying it, running and smiling like they're really happy. Fu Yangshi imagined them running and smiling. Could someone be that happy? Does they really like me that much? Looks like my charm is irresistible. Fu Yangshi smiled contentedly. Zhang Qiuqiu, who had been absent from school due to a cold, was informed of this matter by a gossip-loving junior. Laughing until coughing nonstop, they couldn't help but call Fu Yangshi. That's impossible, right? You must have gotten it wrong. The transfer student probably just needs something from you. You say they like you? Haha, what could they possibly like about you? Your hot temper? Your sour face? Or maybe your scene kid hairstyle? Your dog-like personality? Besides, apart from your family's money, if you can't speak properly, just keep your mouth shut. Fu Yangshi's face indeed turned sour. After hanging up, he angrily threw his phone into the desk drawer. But Fu Yongxi naturally didn't really believe the transfer student came for him. They must be after the money. Fu Yongxi kicked the chair beside him in frustration, planning to pay off the transfer student when they returned. Meanwhile, Mingxi finished the 30 laps, nearly collapsing, and didn't return to the classroom. They went straight back to the dormitory. When they opened their eyes, they saw their potted plant. Sure enough, 3 complete small buds had grown. Mingxi was thrilled and quickly rushed to the bathroom to look in the mirror. On his fair right cheek, the slightly darker patch was visibly fading. Unless looking closely in the mirror, it was almost unnoticeable. At this rate, he could soon remove his mask. In other words, as long as he stayed close to Fu Yongxi and kept trying to gain his favor, he could soon escape the fate of being the evil supporting character. Next, he needed to think about how to continue pleasing Fu Yongxi. He laughed out loud at this point. Using this trick would definitely help him gain lots of fortune. This Fu family young master truly had a fierce temperament. If it weren't for the running incident interrupting, he hadn't even had time to have someone move his books. Mingxi wasn't angry though. After all, he was the one asking for favors. He just found it troublesome, wondering what he could do to get closer to him. Mingxi quickly thought of one of his best skills, cooking. Before being found by the Zhao family 15 years ago, he had always cooked for himself and taken care of the grandmother who raised him. And in these 2 years since coming to the Zhao family, to integrate faster, he often prepared his specialty dishes for the dining table. Though Mrs. Zhao was picky, she had nothing to criticize about his cooking. But now he just wanted to live for himself. System, if I cook for Fu Yongxi, will it increase my fortune? Of course, any interaction with important characters will help you gain fortune. Mingxi had made up his mind, his steps becoming lighter. Fu Yongxi, I don't believe you can resist my cooking. First fill your stomach. Looks like after school today, I'll need to visit He Yang's shop for ingredients. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, the morning's events from the international class had reached the ears of Zhao Yun and his friend Yi Xiaoxia. Zhao Yuning came from the first-year area to eat with Zhao Yuan, sitting next to them. The siblings heard Chang Qingban's Yi Xiaoxia talking about it. Though surprised, they didn't believe Zhao Mingxi had really become a different person. What a joke. Everyone knows he likes Shunli Yao. Isn't he just trying to make brotherly Yao jealous? Zhao Yuning picked at the food on his plate, unable to eat. The cafeteria food tastes like shit. Zhao Yuan picked out the meat from her plate and gave it to him. While eating slowly, she sighed. Mingxi sometimes acts like a child, getting angry at brotherly Yao, suddenly moving to the dorm. Yuning, did he tell you when he's coming back home? Zhao Yuning said angrily. Who cares if he comes back or not? He's done this so many times. Every time he ends up coming back on his own. Zhao Yuan advised, don't be angry. You're closest to him. Maybe you should try to persuade him. If not, we'll just wait until he returns and I'll acknowledge that. My allergy has nothing to do with him, Zhao Yuning said irritably. I'm not going this time. Sister, don't worry about it. I want to see him last night. His clothes are still in the closet. He barely took any of the clothes Mom bought him. This shows he's not planning to stay at school for long. I bet he'll come crawling back in a few days. Despite saying this, Zhao Yuning looked at the colorless cafeteria food on his plate, feeling terrible. Before, they always ate the lunchboxes Zhao Mingxi brought from home. Even during their worst fights, he never forgot to bring lunchboxes. But today, Zhao Mingxi unusually didn't appear. Zhao Yuning wondered where he went. Yi Xiaoxia was still laughing beside them. The running story has spread even to our Chongqing class. It must be to make Shunli Yao jealous. But people trying to pursue Shunli Yao are lined up to the next school. He definitely won't be interested. If he wants to pursue Yao God, he should at least look like Kong Jiazi from the next school, if not like Yuan Yuan. Zhao Yuning couldn't contain his anger anymore. He suddenly stood up and pointed at him, yelling, "What nonsense are you talking about? Look at yourself in the mirror first." Yi Xiaoxia was startled for a moment, finally realizing he had spoken thoughtlessly. Although Zhao Yuning and Zhao Mingxi's relationship was ordinary, he was still Zhao Mingxi's brother. Sorry, Yi Xiaoxia apologized quickly. Zhao Yu also said, don't talk about Mingxi like that next time. Let's eat. But Zhao Yuan couldn't help thinking about Zhao Mingxi's face. Yi Xiaoxia hadn't seen it. Zhao Mingxi's face when he first came to the Zhao family 2 years ago was far more beautiful than even hers. She had the pure, pitiful beauty of a delicate girl, while Zhao Mingxi had purely striking features and an exquisite, radiant beauty. That day when Zhao Mingxi arrived at the Zhao family, when they first saw him, No one could take their eyes off him. It was at that moment that Zhao Yuan felt a subtle sense of crisis in her heart. Of course, all of this ended with the burn incident a year ago. Beauty was marked with scars, no longer flawless. This made Zhao Yuan feel slightly more balanced. As her thoughts wandered, she suddenly heard Zhao Yuming say, "Zhao Mingxi." Zhao Yuan and Yi Xiao Xia turned around. Mingxi was walking in through the cafeteria's main entrance, still wearing a disposable mask. Zhao Yuning guessed he was delayed because of the running incident. That's why he hadn't come to the cafeteria. His eyes first fell on Zhao Mingxi's hands, which were surprisingly empty. No lunchbox. Zhao Yuning suddenly felt heavy-hearted. This was the first time Sister Ming, she hadn't brought him lunch after their fight. It seemed Mingxi was really angry this time. Zhao Yuning hesitated, wondering if he should apologize first. He had said some harsh things when Zhao Mingxi left home yesterday. While he was hesitating, Mingxi had already walked closer. Zhao Yuning was a boy who found it extremely difficult to swallow his pride, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself. He stood up and called out, "Sister Mingxi." But before he could say anything more, Zhao Mingxi walked past him as if he wasn't there. Zhao Yuning felt like he'd been hit over the head. He was stunned for a moment, unable to react. Did he just ignore me? When the return doesn't match the effort, it's time to cut your losses. He picked up his tray and got his food. When he looked back, he met his bewildered gaze, but he quickly looked away. Walking towards a corner, he sat down alone. Yang quickly got his food and came over too. He brought a dessert and handed it to Mingxi. "You made this at my family shop last weekend. Your skills are amazing. Even my dad said it was delicious. I brought some for you to try today." Mingxi's appetite was aroused, and he was about to open the package. But thinking of something, he put the delicate package away. "I'll eat it back in the classroom." Yang laughed. "Whatever, you poor thing." Mingxi couldn't help thinking if giving the dessert to Fu Yang she would increase his fortune. Yang glanced at Mingxi. "By the way, how's Zhao Yuan's allergy?" He finally came back to his senses. "Don't know. I moved out. I'm living at school now." Yang almost fell over. "What the hell? They kicked you out just because of Zhao Yuan's allergy? Who's the real child here?" Mingxi quickly pulled him down to sit. "Keep your voice down. I wasn't kicked out. I moved out on my own." Yang became even more angry. "This is infuriating. I think this whole thing was staged by that little bitch Zhao Yuan." Mingxi said, "It might have been Yi Xiao Xia." Yang's eyes widened. Yi Xiao Xia was Zhao Yuan's best friend, always protecting her. Wei Mingxi was always on the front lines, but his dislike for Mingxi was largely because he saw Mingxi as a romantic rival. Last Friday, Mingxi saw him giving water to Xinli Yao at the basketball court and realized he also liked Xinli Yao. Mingxi said, "But it's just my guess. The surveillance footage can't be found anymore." Yang got angrier as he listened. "It must be him. He's just jealous that you and Xinli Yao were betrothed. Why don't you explain this to your family?" Mingxi sighed helplessly. "They wouldn't believe me even if I explained. You're my friend. What happened at your family's shop makes it look like I did it on purpose." Yang was so frustrated he couldn't speak. Mingxi was right. Even if they put in great effort to clarify this matter, it would be useless, because Mingxi's very existence was a threat to Zhao Yu. Yang was so upset he couldn't eat, his face falling. "Just wait. I'll definitely find a way to help you clear this up. Whoever's causing trouble behind the scenes, I'll make them pay." Mingxi regretted telling him so much and couldn't help but pinch his cheek. "Leave it alone. I've decided to cut ties with the Zhao family completely anyway. The best way you can help me is to find ways to make money." So, now we can explain why Zhao Mingxi transferred to the international class and declared he would pursue that Fu guy. He must be jealous of you and Yi Xiao Xia. Yang, being well-informed and always on forums, quickly pulled out his phone. "You've asked the right person. I'll send you some links to check during your afternoon break. Homework writing, piano lesson substitutes, exam taking, they have everything." A few days ago, a rich guy posted saying he had a cold and needed someone to take an exam for him. The price was very high. Mingxi was a bit excited about the 8,000 yuan. If he could get this job, it would cover a semester's living expenses. He looked at the poster's ID, Handsome J. It seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. Mingxi was a hard-working person with good grades. Back in his northern town, he'd never ranked second. Though the payment was high, with his current bad luck, getting stomach aches or inexplicably feeling unwell during every exam, he couldn't perform well. He needed to accumulate some good fortune first. Mingxi and Yang finished eating and left. Not far behind them sat the filial team. Mingxi spoke quietly, but Yang was loud, occasionally blurting out key words. The filial team members were smart, and Yibo was no exception. He quickly extracted precise information from the two girls' conversation. It seems something happened at the Zhao house last weekend. Yi Xiaoxia from the regular class caused Zhao Yuan's allergic reaction and blamed it on Zhao Mingxi. The family didn't trust Zhao Mingxi, they argued, and now he's moved out to live at school. Yibo watched Mingxi leave, then turned to look at Shunli Yao with great interest. So now we can explain why Zhao Mingxi transferred to the international class and declared he would pursue that Fu guy. He must be jealous of you and Yi Xiaoxia. Shunli Yao frowned. Who's Yi Xiaoxia? Yibo raised his eyebrows. The girl who handed you a bottle of mineral water after our second basketball game last Friday. Zhao Mingxi was right there at the time. His expression turned cold as he pondered something. After a moment, Shunli Yao said coldly, he shoved the water into my hand and ran off. There was no trash can nearby. I couldn't just litter. He paused, looking at Zhao Mingxi's back, explaining as if to someone, besides, I didn't drink it. I immediately tossed it to you. Yibo analyzed while stroking his chin, concluding definitively, Zhao Mingxi probably didn't see what happened after. Plus, over the weekend, he had a conflict with his rival Yi Xiaoxia. Getting more angry, he deliberately transferred to the international class. That's exactly it, that's right. No one understands girls' hearts better than I do. Shunli Yao fell silent. This interpretation seemed reasonable. Sitting elsewhere, it was impossible to get close to Fu Yongxi's aura. In short, Fu Yongxi was like an ice-cold watermelon on a summer day. Mingxi was walking through the back door of the international class. It was still lunch break. The air conditioning was blowing cool air. No one in the classroom was sleeping. All eyes were fixed on him. With over 40 pairs of eyes on him, Mingxi felt immense pressure. He saw his books still piled on the desk next to Fu Yongxi, not thrown into the gutter. Slightly relieved, he pushed through the pressure and walked over. And Fu Yongxi himself, the school boss, with his sleepy spiky red hair, silver noise-canceling headphones around his neck, and chest chains, looked arrogant and dramatic. His eyes swept over, watching coldly as he approached. As he walked over, Mingxi couldn't help but take a breath. Sorry, the dry, pine-scented aura was too pleasant. He couldn't control himself and took in another breath of the aura. His Feng Qi acupoint instantly cleared. Fu Yongxi's 3 parts arrogant, 3 parts cold, and 4 parts cruel expression almost broke. Before he could regain his cold demeanor, his ears turned red with anger. What the hell do you want? Considering you ran 30 laps for me, I can't overlook you casually sitting next to me this morning, but that doesn't mean I'll tolerate you continuing to sit next to young master me. Mingxi tried to reason politely, but there's nowhere else to sit in the classroom. Fu Yongxi suddenly realized, why should I solve your problem? Not my business. Ku Changwen couldn't help but tease Mingxi, transfer student, you don't have to sit next to our Shiji. Hey, you've already followed him to the same class. There's plenty of time ahead. As he spoke, 2 lackeys came over to move Mingxi's desk away. Sitting elsewhere, it was impossible to get close to Fu Yongxi's aura. Simply put, Fu Yongxi was like an ice-cold watermelon in summer. Mingxi hurriedly pressed one hand on the desk. No, I'm staying right here. Seeing the 2 boys still trying to move it, he simply sprawled half his body over the desk, hugging it. Everyone was dumbfounded by his initiative. Seeing Fu Yongxi still glaring at him, Mingxi quickly straightened up and offered the desserts in his hand. How about this? Let's make a deal. I'll trade these 2 desserts for the right to sit here. Okay, if you want more later, I can make more. You think I'd want anything you made? Fu Yongxi took them disdainfully and glanced at them. But the soft, sweet fragrance of the cake immediately reached his nose. Just the smell told him it would be delicious. And somehow they knew he liked sweets. Really, more thoughtful than any previous suitor who tried to catch his attention. He likes me this much. His happiness was completely unconcealed. I don't think he's after young master's money. Behind Fu Yongxi, his fluffy golden tail wagged proudly. Beside him, Ku Changwen craned his neck and couldn't help but swallow. Fu Yongxi pushed away Ku Changwen's head, held the desserts and lifted his smooth chin, looking down with an arrogant expression that seemed to say, I'm doing you a favor by even looking at you. I'll take these. You can sit next to me for 1 afternoon of classes, but if you're smart, you'll arrange a seat change with the homeroom teacher. I don't want to see you beside me tomorrow. Mingxi immediately said, 2 desserts for 1 afternoon, plus your WeChat contact info. The entire international class gasped. A true warrior. Shiji, in 17 years, had finally met a true warrior. asking for contact information in front of everyone. This girl was too bold. Fu Yongxi almost choked. The redness from his ears spread uncontrollably to his face. Why you? I'm warning you, don't think about harassing me. Ming Shi, already past the point of no return, continued bargaining. Then how about half the WeChat QR code first, and we'll trade something else for the other half later? Still not working. Ming Shi frowned. Then how about 1/4? Come on, you're over 1.80 meters tall. The mighty Fu family young master. How can you haggle like this? Fu Yongxi was somehow drawn into Ming Shi's pace. He let him scan his WeChat. Really a beautiful fool. Ming Shi got the WeChat. Satisfied, Fu Yongxi's expression soured as he pulled out a bank card from his pocket and tossed it in front of Ming Shi. This is payment for your 30 laps. 30 laps were indeed tiring. Since he couldn't get someone to replace him, Fu Yongxi couldn't let him run for nothing. Ming Shi immediately accepted the money without hesitation. It would be foolish not to take it. Accepting this money from Fu Yongxi might bring more good fortune. Though he naturally had no plans to use it, if he did, it would be spent on the person beside him. Fu Yongxi lazily propped his chin with one hand, smugly raising his eyebrows. What could he do? Who told him to have such a good temper, excellent personality, good looks, and money? The phone in his pocket buzzed. Fu Yongxi looked at it. It was a message from Jiang Qiuqiu. You said you'd pay some money to get rid of him? Did you give him the money? Fu Yongxi replied, yes, transferred 100,000 to the card. Fu Yongxi couldn't help but boast, sending another message. He likes me so much, can't even hide his happiness. I don't think he's after young master's money. After typing this line, Fu Yongxi glanced at Ming Shi. Ming Shi had taken off his school uniform jacket. Under his black medium-length hair was a fair and slender swan-like neck. He wore a white t-shirt. Fu Yongxi wasn't actually sure inside, but still continued to show off to his friend. The transfer student dresses simply, definitely not a gold digger. Jiang Qiuqiu's message quickly came back. We'll see about that in autumn. Since childhood, I've never seen anyone pursue you for who you are. Heart pierced by arrows, Fu Yongxi's face immediately darkened. Himph, you're just jealous. Young master's afternoon passed peacefully. Fu Yongxi slept through most of classes, while Ming Shi could boldly absorb his aura. By the time Fu Yongxi woke up with a yawn, school was already over. Fu Yongxi instinctively looked at the seat beside him. Seeing it empty, the transfer student had left without saying goodbye. He frowned. Is this how you pursue someone? Just then, Fu Yongxi's phone suddenly vibrated. He casually looked at it. Your bank card ending in XXXX has just spent 12,000.00. Bank card ending in XXXX has spent 23,000.00. Bank card ending in XXXX has spent 21,000.00. Fu Yongxi's face instantly soured. He felt betrayed, claiming not to be after his money, but this clearly showed otherwise. 56,000 really is a gold digger. It seemed the length and content of messages didn't affect the sprout's growth rate. The only thing that mattered was how many times messages were sent. In that case, he would just send Fu Yongxi 3 messages each day. Fu Yongxi lay on his velvet bed at Fuji Mansion with his wet red hair after showering, coldly staring at his phone screen. It had been exactly 2 hours. He really underestimated the transfer student. 100,000 yuan, and the transfer student spent it all at once. He didn't care about the money, but wasn't the transfer student failing this test too obviously? Fu Yongxi fumed, couldn't help looking at the wall clock, rubbed his dry eyes, then continued staring at his phone. It was already 11:30. What was wrong with the transfer student? Asked for his WeChat, but didn't send any messages. When others spend their sugar daddy's money, they at least say thank you. He got nothing. Even if it was for money, couldn't there be some sincerity in pursuing someone? Suddenly his phone vibrated. A message popped up in the WeChat conversation. Fu Yongxi immediately jumped up, dropping the phone on his face. In another dormitory, Ming Shi leaned against the headboard, thought for a moment, and sent, Young Master Fu, you can just block me. After sending this, there was no reply. Ming Shi hadn't expected one. He quickly looked at the potted plant, and sure enough, the first message had the strongest effect, immediately sprouting half a bud. Ming Shi immediately got excited and sat up straight. There was no movement from the other side, but Ming Shi didn't mind. He sent another message, good night. This time the 5th bud grew by January 4th. This was the law of diminishing returns. Within one day, the effect of the same action gets weaker each time. No wonder absorbing his his aura so many times this afternoon didn't work. Ming-Shi asked the system if message length would have an effect. The system said it didn't know. Try it. So Ming-Shi randomly typed on his phone keyboard, sending, according to actual occurrence card. Dead card can see Cupid's sword. Assad Jing'an to experience Earth. Cupid's arrow. Just open check-in. SD cast. References Sod card. Seeing Cassidon's card. SD Kodak card. SD Cassidon card. Cassidon sees Big C Cassidon. Dual SIM card. Fast card. But seeing that the fifth bud only grew by January 8th this time, the frequency and length of messages, as well as content, couldn't affect the sprout's growth rate. The only thing that could affect it was just how many times the messages were sent, and the content couldn't affect the sprout's growth rate. The only thing that mattered was how many times messages were sent. So it seemed sending Fu Yangshi 3 messages a day would be enough. Having gained another half sprout, Ming-Shi happily went to bed. He wouldn't go home. Why would he go back to repeat the terminal illness from his previous life? Suddenly his phone dinged. He Yang sent a message. Ming-Shi, Shunli Yao went to your house tonight. Ming-Shi was stunned. Like Zhao Yuning thought, Shunli Yao going to the Zhao house voluntarily was like the sun rising from the west. At the Zhao residence, 2 hours ago, Mrs. Zhao frowned and asked their driver, Ming-Shi still isn't planning to come back? The driver shook his head. No. Should I go look for him at school tomorrow? To bring him back? Mrs. Zhao was also somewhat angry. Forget it. It was just a few words of criticism, and he runs away from home. Who spoiled this bad habit of his? Since it was family business, the driver couldn't say anything. Mrs. Zhao ate her mediocre dinner alone, noticing the absence of Ming-Shi's signature sweet and sour ribs. Without Ming-Shi to massage her shoulders, she felt irritated, and the house felt even emptier. Zhao Yuning wouldn't eat and was angry for some reason, going straight to his room to play games after coming home. Mrs. Zhao couldn't help but go upstairs to knock on his door. Did you see your sister at school today? Did you ask when she plans to come home after she's done throwing her tantrum? Remembering being ignored by Ming-Shi at the cafeteria at noon, Zhao Yuning's face was still sour. Didn't see her. I'm in first year. Why would I go to the third year area? Mom, stop asking me. You're the one who scolded her into running away. Mrs. Zhao was stumped and had to leave. After the footsteps outside the door faded, Zhao Yuning turned off his game and opened WeChat. He couldn't understand why Zhao Mingshi was so angry this time. Not only did she stop bringing him lunch, but she also treated him like a stranger at school. What did this mean? Really running away from home, wanting to cut ties completely? And when he was ready to apologize at lunch, she ignored him first. If he sent her a WeChat message now, wouldn't that be losing face? Lowering his head again and again. But what if she never came home? What about future lunches? He frowned, typing and deleting several times before finally closing his eyes and sending a message. Zhao Mingshi, you're cursing me? What did that mean? He suppressed his displeasure at being the first to give in again, waiting to see how Zhao Mingshi would respond. But unexpectedly, he saw a red exclamation mark. You are not their friend yet. Please send a friend verification request. You can chat after they verify. Zhao Yuning was completely stunned. He instinctively called Zhao Mingshi, but quickly heard the recording. The number you dialed cannot be reached. Both WeChat and phone were blocked. Shortly after, there was a knock on the door. Young Master Li Yao is here. Master says he has something to discuss. Madam asks you to come down. Zhao Yuning frowned, having to put aside being blocked by Zhao Mingshi for now. Going downstairs first, Zhao Yuning came immediately. In the living room, he heard Shunli Yao talking to Zhao Wu. Auntie, I came to talk about Zhao Yuan's allergy incident. Zhao Mingshi is innocent. At these words, all three of them were shocked. The Fu family's young master received the transfer student's Morse code. Because he was too slow, he had to search Baidu to know it meant, I love you. I don't need you to respond. While Mingshi was sleeping, a phone call came in. It was his big brother. Zhao Zhanhui reached for the phone and answered. Big brother just found out about Yuan's incident. It seems it was his friend who accidentally caused it. We all wrongly blamed you. Big brother apologizes. However, it's not good that you run away from home whenever you face a little grievance. Look how upset mom is. When are you coming home? Big brother will pick you up. Mingshi hung up without answering, still as biased as ever. Then he received a message from his big brother. Mingshi directly blocked him. His world was finally peaceful. When Zhao Zhanhui hadn't received any call or text back from Mingshi, He reported to Mrs. Zhao, who showed some guilt on her face. It's already past 10 p.m. He might be sleeping. Though Mrs. Zhao looked guilty, she still insisted on being right. Nobody at home blamed him much. We just said a few words. Even if Yuan's allergy wasn't his fault, he shouldn't just be angry with us without caring about Yuan. Looking at Mrs. Zhao's mixed expression of guilt and anger, Zhao Yuning had a thought. Why did the whole family immediately blame Ming-Shi when it wasn't his fault and he couldn't explain himself? And even after Shunli Yao cleared things up, Mrs. Zhao still complained about Ming-Shi being inconsiderate. If such extreme favoritism towards another person happened to him, what could he do? Favoritism. For the first time, 16-year-old Zhao Yuning realized this word. The next day, while washing up, Ming-Shi took out his phone and sent Fu Yongxi a period mark. During breakfast, Ming-Shi checked his phone. After all this time, Fu Yongxi hadn't replied. It seemed he really had blocked himself. The system chimed in, sending him messages one-sidedly. Whether he replies or not will count as interacting with this trendy person, thus allowing you to gain some aura. This was exactly what Ming-Shi wanted. He felt relieved. From now on, it didn't matter what he sent. So Ming-Shi simply sent 2 more period marks. With this, today's 3 WeChat messages were completed. Meanwhile, Fu Yongxi received Ming-Shi's 3 period marks. He had stayed up all night waiting for Ming-Shi's message. Fu Yongxi seriously doubted if he was 0.2 grams of internet savvy. Otherwise, why couldn't he understand what the transfer student was sending? It was like Morse code. He tried his best to ignore it, but he couldn't help opening Baidu to search what 3 period marks meant. Soon he found an answer. In romantic novels, there's a secret. 3 periods mean, I miss you. I love you without needing a response. This is my secret. This is a secret you'll never know. Fu Yongxi doubted if this was what the transfer student meant. Such varied approaches. Facing the difficult young master Fu, he considered whether to sit with Jiang Qiuxiu, who had a 2% return rate. Ming-Shi carried the things he bought yesterday into the international class, only to find his desk, along with the textbooks on it, had all been moved to the last row. Ming-Shi never expected Fu Yongxi to be so petty. He even brought him cake again. Yesterday, he thought Fu Yongxi's talk about sweets for an afternoon was just talk. Surely he wouldn't forcefully drive him away the next day. But unexpectedly, he really was that petty. Ming-Shi stood there stunned, completely taken aback. Ku Chengwen walked over yawning. Shiji is always late and leaves early. He hasn't arrived yet. I guess you won't actively go to the homeroom teacher to change seats today, so we moved your seat first. Also, you're on duty today. Before he could finish, Ku Chengwen saw the same desserts as yesterday in Ming-Shi's hands, and his eyes immediately lit up. Hee, since you can't catch up to Shiji anyway, why don't you give this to me? I'll take over your cleaning duties for a semester. Ming-Shi had already eaten breakfast and had brought this for Fu Yongxi, but now that his seat was practically moved to the trash bin, he suddenly didn't want to give it anymore. Fine, it's yours. The blackboard cleaning is your responsibility now. Ku Chengwen took the desserts with both hands, his impression of Ming-Shi instantly improving. He immediately became friendly. Transfer student, bring me another one tomorrow. I'll give you Shiji's home address. Ming-Shi asked the system if knowing Fu Yongxi's address would help grow sprouts. No, unless you can visit his house. Knowing he couldn't enter the Fu family's door, Ming-Shi didn't bother knowing Fu Yongxi's address. He waved his hand, went to sit in the last row, and said, no need. Ku Chengwen was stunned. What's this? Given up so quickly? Being desk mates with Fu Yongxi did seem to bring many troubles. This punk-style guy had quite an explosive personality. Who knows if he'd find fault with him later. Jiang Xiuqiu, with his 2% return rate, seemed to be absent due to a cold. Maybe trying to become his desk mate would be easier. While Ming-Shi was thinking about these things, Fu Yongxi entered through the back door of the classroom, with his handsome face, headphones around his neck, and hands in his pockets. He hadn't slept well, and looked quite listless. His red short hair, not having been blow-dried, wasn't as spiky as usual but rather neat, highlighting his fair skin and delicate features. Usually, his first action upon entering the classroom was to collapse at his desk and catch up on sleep. But for some reason, today his first action was to unconsciously, casually glance at the corner seat in the last row. This time the transfer student wasn't making noise or causing trouble, just sitting quietly in the last row. He sat there silently, head down, his slim figure in the school uniform, bathed in the morning light. Fu Yongxi rarely paid attention to girls. Previously, boys and girls were all genderless beings in his eyes. This was the first time he noticed that girls' figures were indeed more delicate than boys. Was it because she was too poor? with nothing good to eat? Then perhaps approaching him for money wasn't so unforgivable. Whatever, it wasn't his business. Fu Yongxi withdrew his gaze and returned to his seat with a dark expression. As he walked over, he found Ku Changwen ducking under his desk. "What are you eating?" Fu Yongxi asked. "Haven't finished breakfast." Ku Changwen trembled, his head lowered even more. Fu Yongxi had an inexplicable bad feeling. Then he saw the desserts Ku Changwen was stuffing into his mouth. Fu Yongxi's expression changed instantly. He felt betrayed. Wasn't the gold digger supposed to be pursuing him? Even if she was after money, she shouldn't switch targets midway. How casual. Still sending him those secret messages this morning, yet bringing desserts to others as soon as she got to class. How fickle. Ming Shi's series of actions had successfully moved Fu Yongxi, but he still wanted to gain more connection points. Fu Yongxi grabbed Ku Changwen's clothes. "Did you pay him? What did you talk about?" Ku Changwen answered honestly. "What did you say?" Ku Changwen said, "I asked if he wanted your address. He said no." Fu Yongxi was furious. He felt utterly betrayed. He put on his noise-canceling headphones, turned around, kicked the chair, and sat down heavily, full of unnamed anger with nowhere to vent. Just then, his right foot seemed to kick something. Fu Yongxi looked down irritably. "A box." Fu Yongxi asked Ku Changwen with a dark face. "Is this yours?" Ku Changwen quickly replied, "No. I saw the transfer student carrying it in early this morning." Seeing Fu Yongxi's unpleasant expression, Ku Changwen hurried to make amends, bending over to open the box. "Hee, Shiji, maybe it's a gift for you." "I don't believe it. What could that country bumpkin give? A box of potatoes?" Fu Yongxi said coldly, but his eyes still glanced over. Then he paused. There were many things. A folding ergonomic chair, a Pikachu pillow, some lavender aromatherapy items, and several bottles of eye drops tucked in the corner. No wonder. Just the ergonomic chair alone cost several tens of thousands. He bought all this for him. Fu Yongxi's expression changed from gloomy to bright. He coughed a few times. What girly stuff. Ku Changwen took out the ergonomic chair from the box, replacing Fu Yongxi's previous hard chair. He was about to sit down. "Shiji, let me try it." Fu Yongxi grabbed his collar from behind and threw him away. "Get your butt off it." Fu Yongxi sat down. Although he didn't feel much difference from the hard chair, he figured since the transfer student picked it, it must be good. Actually, no one had ever been so thoughtful to him before. Fu Yongxi had completely forgiven the transfer student's frivolous behavior of giving desserts to Ku Changwen today, and now he felt that having them as his desk mate wouldn't be so bad. Ming Shi happily asked the system how many sprouts this plant could grow. The system replied, 999 sprouts. Seeing Ming Shi's almost collapsing expression, the system quickly added, but basically, once you reach 500, your villain fate will be gone. If you continue beyond that, your luck will even surpass Zhao Yuan Ling Shi. This slightly restored some fighting spirit. He wondered what other ways there were to gain more luck. The Fu family's young master inquired for the first time about this girl's previous friends and hobbies. Fu Yongxi spent the whole class imagining the transfer student coming happily to give him gifts in the morning, only to see that he had moved their desk, chair, and textbooks all to the corner, like having cold water poured over their emotional journey. Thinking this way, Fu Yongxi glanced at Ming Shi. Had he been too harsh? And that day, the international class witnessed in amazement that for the first time in 3 years, the Fu family's young master didn't sleep through the first class, but instead watched a girl for the entire period. A high school's greatest miracle had occurred. He stared at Ming Shi all morning, but didn't see them voluntarily offer to move back. He felt both irritated and somewhat hurt. During lunch break, seeing the corner seat empty, Fu Yongxi removed his headphones, asked where the transfer student was. Ku Changwen said, "Seems they want to find their friend from the regular class." He leaned against the wall with a book, his red hair spiking up again. He lazily asked Ku Changwen, "Do you have any way to find out who the transfer student's friends were before, what they like, basically everything, no matter how small?" Ku Changwen was very shocked. In the 3 whole years he'd known Shiji, this was the first time he'd seen him inquire about anyone, and about a girl no less. Ku Changwen couldn't help but lean in and whisper, "Shiji, you haven't really taken an interest in them, have you?" Fu Yongxi hit him on the head. Extremely disdainful, his eyebrows raised. "Interest my ass. Who knows if they're sent from over there to spy on me, waiting to catch my weakness and divide my assets." Ku Changwen thought about it and felt it made sense. "Then I'll go inquire." After speaking, Ku Changwen secretly glanced at Fu Yongxi, unsure whether to mention something. He couldn't help but remind his brother, "Your book is upside down?" Fu Yangshi was furious and threw the book away, saying, "Get lost." He had finally decisively cut ties with his family, not wanting to repeat the terminal illness fate of his previous life. Mingxi arrived at He Yang's classroom door. In this life, Mingxi didn't want any contact with Xunli Yao, so he didn't want to return the notes himself. He sent a text message to He Yang, asking for help. Then Mingxi wrote a note about the Xiaoxia incident, planning to slip it into the notebook as thanks, but his fingers paused as he thought. It seemed unnecessary. Xunli Yao probably just did it casually, but he was making it too formal. It might make them think he was being clingy again. Thinking this, Mingxi crumpled the note and threw it in the trash. He couldn't be love-brained in this life. After lunch break, Xunli Yao stayed at his seat, eyes cold, continuing to tinker with his circuit board. Yibo called him to eat. Xunli Yao looked up briefly. "You go ahead first." Yibo scratched his head, said, "Oh," and walked towards the classroom door. Just then he saw He Yang coming over with the notebook. He Yang went in and placed the notebook on his desk. He turned to leave immediately. Xunli Yao stopped what he was doing, his expression slightly changing. "Why are you the one delivering it?" He Yang replied without turning back. "Mingxi finished reading your notes and lent them to me. I'm just dropping them off on my way." Xunli Yao's brows suddenly furrowed. In the past, he would never have asked others to deliver it. What happened this time? Yibo stood outside the classroom secretly watching. After He Yang left, he went back in. Yibo couldn't help mentioning what he'd heard. Zhao Mingxi bought so many things for Fu Yangshi in the international class today. He was incredibly attentive. "Yao Shun, is he doing this on purpose? Is he trying to make you take the initiative to find him?" Xunli Yao coldly replied, "Why would I take the initiative to find him? I don't even like him." Yibo said, "Exactly. I've been praying he stops bothering you. Although his desserts and lunch boxes are delicious, he's really affecting your future. I hope he doesn't come around anymore." Maybe it was his imagination, but after he said this, Xunli Yao's face darkened even more. Meanwhile, Fu Yangshi kept wondering where the transfer student had gone and why they hadn't returned. Looking at the time, it was already 12:50. Surely they should be done eating by now. Mingxi went to buy some reference books when he suddenly saw Zhao Yuning with a student from another school who wore earrings and didn't look like a good student. They were arm in arm. The delinquent beside Zhao Yuning frowned and said, "Won't your sister scold you again?" Previously, Zhao Mingxi had caught them skipping class several times. Each time, he would drag Zhao Yuning back to school. The delinquents had almost gotten to know him, but this time, they saw Zhao Mingxi look away and walk straight past. Zhao Yuning stared at Zhao Mingxi's retreating figure, frozen in place, his mind buzzing. He couldn't believe that Zhao Mingxi had seen him with these delinquents and just walked away indifferently. This was even more unbelievable than being blocked. Zhao Yuning hurriedly ran after him. Out of breath from running, he blocked his path. "Sis, when will you stop being angry? We're family. There's no need to give each other the cold shoulder over such a small matter. You're not even talking to me and blocked me. Just now you acted like you didn't even see me." Mingxi stopped walking. He didn't understand what constituted a small matter and what was a big matter. Why did everyone in the Zhao family say the same thing over such a small matter? Mingxi decided to make things clear. He turned around, looking at Zhao Yuning. "I'm not giving you the cold shoulder. I just don't plan to go back ever again." Zhao Yuning was stunned, completely unable to process this. Eyes wide, he asked, "What do you mean? You know that 2 years ago before I came, your family was doing fine. I came and caused a lot of trouble. I want to draw a clear line and return to how things were 2 years ago. Your family has spent some money on me these 2 years. I calculated it, about 130,000. I owe your family 130,000. I'll pay it back gradually. So please go back and tell your family to give me some time. Don't come collecting the debt every day." No matter how hard Zhao Yuning tried, he couldn't understand why Mingxi would think this way. His eyes reddened with anger. "What debt? You're part of our family. We finally found you. No one wants you to repay any debt." Mingxi silently looked at Zhao Yuning. He couldn't explain about his previous life, and he didn't want to argue. "Please just relay my message." The words had been said clearly. Mingxi turned and went upstairs. Zhao Yuning's mind was in chaos. On one hand, he desperately tried to comfort himself that Mingxi was just speaking out of anger. Who cares if he comes back or not? Let him be. Eventually, when he sees that no one cares anymore, he'll definitely come back crying. But on the other hand, looking at Mingxi's cold and distant figure, thinking about how Mingxi no longer cared about what just happened, panic welled up in his heart. What if Mingxi was serious? Zhao Yuning had never really considered that Mingxi might actually leave this family and never return. Breaking news. The Fu family's young master, actually got jealous over a transfer student matter. Earlier, when he was standing with Ming Shi at the teaching building, Zhao Yuan saw them while heading to PE class on the playground. Then she walked over to Zhao Yuning. "What's wrong? Did you go find Ming Shi? What are you talking about?" Zhao Yuning glanced at Zhao Yuan. He started to speak, but stopped halfway. Could he really relay Ming Shi's angry words? If Mom heard about it and got upset, wouldn't it just make the family conflict worse? Besides, maybe Ming Shi would change his mind later. "Never mind, it's nothing," he said and turned to leave. But Zhao Yuan grabbed his arm. Half jokingly, Zhao Yuan said, "What did you talk about? You can't even tell your sister? Now you're keeping secrets from me?" Extremely irritated, Zhao Yuning snapped, "It's nothing. Stop asking. You're so annoying." He was too troubled to answer Zhao Yuan's questions. Zhao Yuan stared at his retreating figure, frozen in disbelief. Zhao Yuning had always been like her shadow since childhood, never disagreeing with anything she said. But now Zhao Yuning actually called her annoying because of Ming Shi. He took his books upstairs, planning to quickly return to class and rest at his desk for a while. But at the corridor entrance, he saw Kong Jiaze and Xinli Yao. Was today his unlucky day? Why did he keep running into people he didn't want to see? Kong Jiaze was the famous school beauty from the neighboring public school, a top student who did ballet and had participated in competitions with Xinli Yao. Rivals in love naturally view each other with hostility. Kong Jiaze noticed her immediately and slightly frowned. Kong Jiaze suddenly stepped closer and smiled, gently touching Xinli Yao's arm. "Yao God, who will your class send to participate this year? Can you give me some hints?" Xinli Yao immediately pushed her away. He quickly stepped back. Then he saw Ming Shi. Ming Shi immediately realized they must be talking about the upcoming 100 school competition. He walked past them without looking back. The competition must be mainly for Xinli Yao's sake. "God, this is so awkward. I'll use the other staircase from now on." Suddenly Xinli Yao called out to Ming Shi. He awkwardly turned back. "You guys continue. I'll go in first." Unexpectedly, Xinli Yao spoke up. "Don't let He Yang deliver notes next time." He answered decisively, "Got it, but I won't need to borrow your notes anymore." Xinli Yao frowned. The international class progresses differently from regular classes. Are you sure you can keep up? His tone remained firm. "I can borrow from friends in the international class. Don't worry, I won't bother you every Tuesday anymore, making others jealous to get attention. What if you can't shake them off?" He sneered. "Friends in the international class? Fu Yangxi?" Ming Shi was stunned for a few seconds. Had he ever taken notes in his 3 years of high school? His grades weren't even good. Then, Xinli Yao handed him the 100 school competition application form. "Fill it out and give it to me on Saturday. I'll submit it together to see if you can be selected to participate." He knew he wouldn't be selected, but still said, "Thank you." Xinli Yao coughed a few times, somewhat shy. This was his first time taking the initiative. "This weekend, I can tutor you on the competition material at the library." Was he on drugs, or was it out of pity? Anyway, it didn't matter. Ming Shi refused. He walked straight into the classroom. Xinli Yao was a bit angry. "Whatever, it's better if you don't come. I'm very busy anyway." In the international class, Fu Yangxi kept staring at Ming Shi and Xinli Yao outside. He felt extremely irritated inside. Ku Chengwen spoke up. "Shi Ji, stop staring. He's coming in." Fu Yangxi put on his noise-canceling headphones. He picked up a Chinese textbook to pretend to read, but continued to stare at him intently. Ming Shi walked straight past without paying any attention to him. Fu Yangxi felt disappointed. He hadn't come to find him all day. Angrily throwing his book down, he asked, "Who was that person talking to the transfer student? An old friend?" Ku Chengwen was shocked. "Friend? More like someone involved in countless dramatic rumors." If he said that Shi Ji was just being used to make someone jealous, would they still need to talk about it? He might bring explosives to school tomorrow. He started racking his brains, thinking how to casually bump into Fu Yangxi's body as if nothing happened. Ku Chengwen nervously suggested, "Shi Ji, why don't you just have someone move his desk back?" Fu Yangxi raised his eyebrow in warning, but Ku Chengwen hadn't sensed the danger yet. "Better than craning your neck to look. You'll get cervical problems." Hearing the last sentence, Fu Yangxi angrily hit his head. "He's the one trying to pursue me, not the other way around. Which eye of yours saw that I wanted him to move back?" Ku Chengwen quickly ducked his head and agreed. Right. Fu Yangxi bristled. "He hasn't called me young master all morning. My sleep has improved." Fu Yangxi snorted arrogantly, listening to Ku Chengwen continue flattering him. "If you ask me, that transfer student doesn't know his place. He even dares to play hard to get with you." The next second, his brows furrowed. "Watch how you talk. I threw his desk away early this morning. It's understandable if he's upset for a while. Don't judge others with a petty mind. Playing hard to get, that sounds awful. Ku Changwen helplessly spread his hands. Fine, it's all my fault. Being a man is hard. Class time arrived. Fu Yang, she couldn't help glancing at him again. How could he still sit there calmly? Humph, young master won't speak first. Ming, she looked at his potted plant that hadn't progressed all day, still stuck at 7 sprouts, feeling somewhat worried. Fu Yang, she really hates me and doesn't want to be my deskmate. Is there any way to increase Qiyun significantly at once? The system asked. When reading novels, what part makes you feel most delighted? Ming, she thought for a moment. Naturally, it's when the main characters have physical contact. The system said, right? What you're doing now is more like being a follower. But what if it's not just that? Ming, she understood immediately. Physical contact with people on the list could increase more Qiyun. Ming, she started thinking hard. So if I hug Fu Yang Shi, kiss Fu Yang Shi, would I get loads of Qiyun? Ming, she slapped his head a few times. What was he thinking? If he really did that, he'd probably end up died at 17 under Fu Yang Shi's fists. The system encouraged. Try touching him and see how many sprouts grow. Just one touch shouldn't get you beaten up. After going in circles, it seemed he still needed to become Fu Yang Shi's deskmate. Perhaps because Ming Shi's desire to survive was too strong. Heaven heard him. The homeroom teacher saw him sitting alone in the last row and called him to the office. Fu Yang, she turned to Ku Changwen. Go see what the teacher wants. Ku Changwen stood up, grumbling reluctantly. If you're so concerned, go yourself. In the office, Ku Changwen poked his head in and heard the teacher asking Ming Shi, you just transferred here? Are you having trouble adjusting? Ming Shi quickly seized the opportunity and shook his head. I'm not adjusting well. It's too far from the blackboard. Ming Shi spoke little, with dark eyes and soft, obedient hair. The homeroom teacher had a good impression of him and asked, where would you like to move? Ming Shi hesitated. It seems only the seat next to Fu Yang Shi is available. Let me sit there. Ku Changwen, who was eavesdropping, was stunned and quickly ran back to the international class. Shiji, the transfer student, just asked the teacher to be your deskmate. He imitated Ming Shi's gentle tone. Let me sit there. Fu Yang Shi isn't bad. Fu Yang Shi was now completely awake. He grabbed a book and threw it at him. Get out. Fu Yang Shi irritably ran his fingers through his hair, trying hard to look annoyed and angry, but his ears were uncontrollably red. What's with this transfer student? Why is he so clingy? Can't even last a day. He didn't make any moves this morning. Thought he'd given up, but in the afternoon he secretly went to the teacher. He's really clingy. Ming Shi returned from the office. The homeroom teacher poked her head out from behind, saying to Fu Yang Shi, have someone help Zhao Ming Shi move his seat back. Don't bully the transfer student. The class followers all looked at Fu Yang Shi. Without his word, they dared not move. Fu Yang Shi crossed his arms, legs propped up, defiantly staring at the teacher with a sour expression. Inside, he was anxious. What's wrong with these people? They weren't even listening to the teacher anymore. The transfer student voluntarily requested to sit beside young Master Fu again. He even passed notes during class. Looking at the happy transfer student, he couldn't help thinking, being so clingy, what will happen in the future? The teacher got a headache and shouted, go move it now. Still, no follower moved. Fu Yang Shi frowned, looking very reluctant, and mumbled, fine, for the teacher's sake. Move it then. 3 followers immediately sprang into action. They went to move the desk, slowly moving it next to Fu Yang Shi. Moments later, Ming Shi sat back in the position beside Fu Yang Shi. He secretly glanced sideways at Fu Yang Shi. Class time began, and the noisy atmosphere had to quiet down. Ming Shi couldn't help but steal another glance at the sleeping Fu Yang Shi. How could he casually make physical contact with Fu Yang Shi? Next class, Ming Shi extended a little finger, wanting to touch his head, but noticed his ears were red. He quickly withdrew his hand. Ming Shi guessed he was angry. Being forced to sit together, he must be furious. He pondered that because of this incident, Fu Yang Shi probably hated him more now. This might affect his future attempts to get close to him. So he wrote a note. Sorry, it was the teacher's arrangement. I didn't know beforehand. Ming Shi used a small trick. The teacher on the podium suddenly sneezed. Ming Shi silently apologized in his heart. Sorry, teacher. Fu Yang Shi lay on his desk, feeling very irritated. Will he talk to me? If I keep sleeping like this, he won't have a chance. Maybe I should sit up. Fu Yang Shi turned his head. He saw that jade-white, slender finger pressing on the note, carefully pushing it over. So impatient, writing notes right after moving here. Young master's charm is indeed invincible. After scanning the note's contents, Fu Yongxi's lips couldn't help but curl up. Humph. Clearly, he actively asked the teacher to change seats. Yet he says this. I understand girls. They're always shy about their crushes. Fu Yongxi coldly snorted, propping his face with his left hand, while quickly scribbling something on the note with his right. Then he crumpled it up and threw it back. Since he wasn't looking, he missed and it landed on the upper right corner of Zhao Mingxi's desk. Bad timing. The teacher almost noticed. It seemed like the teacher was about to come over. Fu Yongxi immediately reached for it. Zhao Mingxi glanced at him, thinking this was a good opportunity. He could pretend to grab the note too, casually letting their fingers touch. Who knows how many sprouts would grow? Such chances were rare. Mingxi immediately reached out too. Sure enough, their fingers touched. Fu Yongxi's fingers were ice cold. He immediately felt the girl's soft fingertips. Warm. He withdrew his hand as if shocked, quietly demanding, "What are you doing?" Mingxi softly apologized, "Sorry." Then Mingxi unfolded the note. Fu Yongxi had only written 2 cold words, "Whatever." Mingxi sighed in relief. Though Fu Yongxi wasn't happy, he seemed too lazy to make a big fuss with the teacher over this small matter. This way, things were finally progressing. He could sit here peacefully now. Mingxi looked up and immediately noticed his potted plant, rapidly sprouting 5 new buds. Adding to the original 7, it suddenly became 12. What was happening? Just one touch of hands could grow so many? Mingxi wished he could touch the hands of everyone at the top of the list. Fu Yongxi continued hiding behind his book, noticing from the corner of his eye Mingxi's undisguised joy. His face reddened, heart pounding. Was it really that big a deal just touching hands? It's not like they were dating. Why was he so happy? Being so clingy, what would happen in the future? He was solely focused on gaining luck. But young Master Fu misunderstood it as affection. These days, Mingxi used homework distribution as an excuse to interact with other classmates. Bit by bit, another sprout grew. During break, he quietly took a small mirror to the corridor corner and removed his mask to look. The marks were indeed almost invisible now. And whether it was his imagination or not, he felt that since he started absorbing luck, his hair had become more lustrous and his skin whiter and smoother. The system proudly said positive luck was like nutrients. You'll only become more beautiful. Mingxi put his mask back on. At this rate, he estimated that once he accumulated 20 sprouts, he could confidently remove his mask and never need to wear it again. When Ku Changwen walked over, he found Fu Yongxi lazily resting his head, staring out the window. Following Fu Yongxi's gaze, he commented, "The transfer student has it rough. Heard he wasn't good looking to begin with, and got facial injuries before transferring here last year. In the recent school beauty contest, his sister Zhao Yu got the most votes. He must feel somewhat inferior." Halfway through speaking, seeing Fu Yongxi's cold expression, Ku Changwen quickly added, "But the transfer student has a great personality. Look, just 2 days in our class, he's already giving us desserts and cookies. Everyone likes him." Our Fu Yongxi successfully found the key point. Recalling the cookies Zhao Mingxi brought him this morning, when asked if he wanted some, he had snorted, "What kind of randomly baked cookies?" But he thought those were Zhao Mingxi's breakfast, and worried there wouldn't be enough if he ate them. Who knew he would share them with the whole class? Fu Yongxi coldly looked at Ku Changwen, visibly unhappy. "Giving us desserts and cookies? Who's us?" Ku Changwen wanted to slap himself for speaking too much. What if we can't eat Zhao Mingxi's desserts anymore? Good heavens, the transfer student just arrived. This helps him integrate faster, right? Fu Yongxi pondered thoughtfully. So the little dessert chef was good at dealing with people? They could complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. No need to worry about social interactions at home in the future. To Ku Changwen's surprise, Fu Yongxi didn't ask further questions, but happily rested his head and continued staring out the window. As Mingxi walked in, he heard several girls discussing the school beauty contest and the inter-school competition. As Linxi passed by a male student, he couldn't help but glance several times. This transfer student is Zhao Yuan's sister? There's no comparison at all. Seeing him sit down to fill out the inter-school competition application form, they asked surprisingly, "You're joining too?" "Wanna try?" That boy thought he was overestimating himself, but didn't say it directly. Instead, he asked, "By the way, what's wrong with your face? Can you take off your mask and show us? Your sister is pretty and has good grades. You shouldn't be too far off, right?" Another girl added, "Yeah, we still don't know what you look like." Linxi saw the boy's ill intentions and didn't want to engage. What could I look like? Just 2 eyes and a mouth like everyone else. Suddenly, a pencil case flew through the air. With a bang, it hit the joking boy's head. Fu Yang, she glared at him coldly, as if saying, "You think I'm dead? How annoying. You're always running your mouth." The boy's face turned pale with fear. He immediately fell silent. He picked up the pencil case to return it. "Sorry." The girl was also startled and quickly left with her head down. Ming-Shi looked at his deskmate in surprise. Seeing Ming-Shi staring at him without speaking, Fu Yang, she became uncomfortable, his face slightly red, mumbling, "Don't get cocky. I wasn't helping you. They were disturbing me." Ming-Shi couldn't help but smile. "Thank you." Fu Yang, she embarrassedly laid down, annoyed. "I said I wasn't helping you." His impression of Fu Yang, she improved a bit. He discovered that although his words were harsh, he wasn't as difficult to get along with as he thought. Fu Yang, she glanced at him from the corner of his eye, seeing him sitting quietly, not knowing what he was thinking. Going to check the mirror in the hallway earlier showed he was still conscious about his face. Hearing those words just now must have hurt him. His impression of Fu Yang, she finally improved a bit. He discovered that although his words were harsh, he wasn't as difficult to get along with as he thought. Fu Yang, she glanced at him from the corner of his eye, seeing him sitting quietly, not knowing what he was thinking. Going to check the mirror in the hallway earlier showed he was still conscious about his face. Hearing those words just now, he must be holding back tears. Fu Yang, she scratched his hair, feeling inexplicably frustrated, but he had never comforted anyone before. After a while, as Ming-Shi was almost done filling out the application form, Fu Yang, she suddenly asked, "Do you think I'm handsome?" This idiot's narcissism was acting up again. But honestly, this young master was indeed flawless. Beautiful eyes, tall stature, and a school tyrant BGM aura. He was so good-looking that anyone would want to look twice. Of course, no one at a school dared to stare at him, because just one extra glance would make him explode. Ming-Shi looked up at him and honestly replied, "Handsome." Fu Yang, she snorted and continued glancing at him. "That's settled then." Fu Yang, she explained, "Because I'm handsome, so I." He suddenly paused and coughed a few times. "When I make friends or accept followers, I don't care about their looks. Anyway, no one can look better than me." Fu Yang, she proudly patted his shoulder, "So you can rest assured, I don't care if you're beautiful or ugly." Ming-Shi was speechless. "Thank you so much. I feel so comforted now." Because the school beauty contest had been discussed all day in class, Ming-Shi casually checked the forum before going to bed. Very unexpectedly, he found that he had also been shortlisted. Of course, currently ranked last, but surprisingly, he had 45 votes. A photo with a mask could actually be nominated. Were the people who submitted it blind or just messing with him? Sure enough, many people on the forum were shockingly asking, "Who is this? How can a photo with a mask be nominated?" Lin-Shi thought it must be Xiao Xia, or someone who dislikes him playing a prank. Having no energy to deal with these matters, he decided to ignore it. Meanwhile, Kuchungwon and his group of followers were staying up with panda eyes, being urged by the impatient Fu Yang to vote faster. Use more accounts to vote. The group complained and cursed this slave driver. They thought having a sister-in-law would be a joyous thing, but they didn't expect it to be so painful. The next day, when Shen Liyao returned to the classroom after playing basketball, he heard people discussing Zhao Mingxi's nomination for the school beauty contest, already at 20th place. He frowned and checked his phone. Indeed, Zhao Mingxi had risen to 20th place. Shen Liyao knew Zhao Mingxi was good-looking. When they first met 2 years ago, she was eye-catching. However, her grades were terrible, and she was thick-skinned. At first, when Shen Liyao saw her entrance scores, he felt talking to her was a waste of time and would avoid her. But these 2 years she worked very, very hard, putting in tremendous effort. She finally managed to climb to the top 5 in the regular class. Actually, she wasn't that bad. When she tried hard, no one could match her. Shen Liyao casually lowered his eyes. He casually voted for the 20th place. Suddenly he heard someone calling his name, sounding like Zhao Mingxi. He stopped in his tracks. He curved his lips slightly. Turning around with a cold expression, he saw it was actually a second-year junior student. The girl hurriedly ran over to give him mineral water. Shen Liyao's expression immediately changed, becoming very irritated. In her previous life, she sincerely cared for her family, but lacking the protagonist's aura, she was accused of scheming to steal affection and suffered neglect and bias. After being reborn, she returned all the misfortune to them. Shen Liyao had just returned from playing basketball when he suddenly heard someone calling his name, sounding like Zhao Mingxi. But when he turned around, it was a second-year junior student. The girl hurriedly ran over to give him mineral water. Shinli Yao's expression immediately changed, becoming very irritated. He ignored it and went upstairs. After not seeing Zhao Mingxi for a week, Shinli Yao finally realized he was deliberately avoiding him. Why? They both saw this scene. Xiao Xia looked at Zhao Yuan. Could it be that brotherly Yao wants to find Zhao Mingxi? At these words, Zhao Yuan's face changed suddenly. Xiao Xia immediately corrected herself. Xiao Xia said she heard he also joined the school beauty contest. Xiao Xia fawned in a low voice. He only has 500 votes, while you have over 3,000. He can't catch up. As she spoke, her phone dinged. She happily showed Zhao Yuan, "Look, Yuning is planning to secretly prepare a gift for you. She told me not to tell you." Zhao Yuan's lips twitched, her expression softening. "I don't really need anything. Let her give whatever." Xiao Xia envied. "If only I had such a brother." Zhao Yuan smiled. Feeling better, she said, "My big brother is coming to pick me up. See you next week." Meanwhile, Mingxi was carrying his backpack preparing to return to the dormitory when he saw Zhao Zhanhuai and Zhao Yuning coming to pick him up. Mingxi asked in an indifferent tone, "Why are you here?" Zhao Zhanhuai walked over, his gaze falling on Mingxi. After not seeing him for so long, it was completely unexpected. His eyes weren't red, he hadn't lost weight, and his hair even looked more lustrous. His eyes were also clearer. He decided not to argue with the child. "Let's talk while we walk. I'll take you for hot pot." Mingxi was very impatient. "That's what Zhao Yuan likes. I don't like hot pot." Zhao Zhanhuai continued trying to please impatiently. "Then let's eat something else. Also, next week is Mom and Yuan's birthday. You'll definitely come home before that, right? Don't be stubborn." Mingxi glanced at Zhao Yuning. "It seems you didn't convey my message." Zhao Zhanhuai also looked at Zhao Yuning beside him. "What message?" Zhao Yuning's face immediately darkened. He thought with Big Brother here, Mingxi's attitude would soften. But why was he still like this? Still so cold towards them? Mingxi suddenly took off his backpack. He pulled out a thin photo and handed it to Zhao Zhanhuai. Zhao Zhanhuai frowned. "Don't take it out. Keep it safe." "Why are you taking it out?" So Mingxi just crumpled it into a ball and threw it into the nearby trash can. When he did this, it was like throwing away garbage. Without even lifting his eyelids, he said seriously, "Except for this photo, I shouldn't have any other things from my birth family left." The backpack and clothes he brought were all from grandmother. Even the gentle Zhao Zhanhuai was getting angry, his voice very low. "You just crumpled up the family photo and threw it in the trash? What are we to you?" Mingxi looked at him with strange eyes. "It's just a copied photo. What's the big deal?" Zhao Zhanhuai suddenly felt these words were familiar. He suddenly remembered when Mingxi first came to the Zhao family, he had several copied photos of his previous hometown and his grandmother. Mingxi only showed them one photo. After they looked at it, it somehow ended up with either Zhao Yuan or Zhao Yuning, and they forgot to return it to Mingxi. It later disappeared. That was the first time Mingxi cried and argued with them. They had said the same thing then. "It's just a copied photo. You have many more? What's the big deal?" Zhao Zhanhuai's face looked terrible. His heart too stung to speak. He looked at Zhao Mingxi, but Mingxi had already turned to go downstairs. Zhao Yuning completely panicked. "Big brother, what should we do?" Zhao Zhanhuai asked. "What did Mingxi ask you to convey?" He became more panicked. "He said he wants to completely cut ties." Zhao Zhanhuai was troubled. He looked at Zhao Yuning. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? You go home first. I'll follow Mingxi and have a good talk." Zhao Yuning was at a loss and could only say okay. The Fu family's young master decided to stand up for Little Mask and get revenge. Fu Yang, she walked out the back door, turned his head, and saw Zhao Mingxi leaving from in front of two men. The atmosphere looked terrible. He instinctively walked over. "Who are those two idiots standing there?" Ku Changwen pulled him back behind the classroom doorframe, whispered, "It's other people's family business." "Shi Ji, why are you getting involved?" Fu Yang, she quickly realized. He didn't know what the situation was with his family. But, thinking of what the person he hit with the pencil case said earlier, he astutely guessed, could Little Mask's family also be showing favoritism? Fu Yangxi's anger rose rapidly. Are his family members all blind? Do they all think that so-called school beauty is better looking than Little Mask, has better grades, so they show favoritism? Fu Yangxi angrily said Little Mask is 100 times better. Ku Changwen agreed, sucking up. I think so too. Fu Yongxi suddenly saw a basketball on the chair. He casually picked it up and walked out of the classroom. He had to get revenge for Little Mask. Coming to the window, he was about to throw the basketball down. Kuchungwen immediately stopped him. He's a transfer student after all. It's not appropriate to hurt his family members. Fu Yongxi muttered, "You're right. It's not appropriate for me to throw it. How would we get along after?" Kuchungwen just breathed a sigh of relief. Then Fu Yongxi pushed the basketball into his arms. "It's more appropriate for you to throw it." Kuchungwen felt somewhat regretful. He was truly suffering in silence. Zhao Yuning was walking downstairs. Suddenly a basketball flew down with great force from above, hitting Zhao Yuning squarely on the head with a bang. Zhao Yuning's head almost flew off. He got a big bump and turned around furiously. "Who?" After a while, Kuchungwen walked out. He swaggered past, deliberately bumping Zhao Yuning's shoulder, and went to pick up the basketball. Zhao Yuning was completely bewildered. He shouted at Kuchungwen, "Don't you seniors have any manners?" Fu Yongxi stood upstairs, very annoyed. "You treat Little Mask so differently, yet you dare talk about manners?" The Fu family's young master was truly love-struck. Seeing the transfer student giving him desserts every day, he decided to give him a mysterious gift. Then he went to the Fu shopping mall. He bought him a lot of clothes for all 4 seasons. Zhao Zhanhui arrived at the dormitory building but was stopped by the duty aunt. Male parents couldn't go up unless the student came down to receive them. Zhao Zhanhui remembered he had been blocked by Zhao Mingxi. He helplessly said, "I'm looking for my little sister, Zhao Mingxi, from the international class of grade 12. He didn't bring his phone. The aunt's eyes became suspicious, but she patiently explained, "When you sent your child to board here, you should have registered and signed, right? Do you remember which page you signed? I can verify and then you can go up." Zhao Zhanhui felt guilty. He had come alone. No one sent her. The aunt's eyes immediately became sharp. "Are you trying to sneak into the girls' dormitory? This is a high-end private school. What family would let their child come alone? Leave quickly." Seeing he wouldn't leave, the aunt even picked up her broom. Zhao Zhanhui felt uncomfortable. So other people's children all had someone to send them. Mingxi's eyes were full of hope and expectation when she first entered their home. But just now in the teaching building, she threw away the photo without any emotion. These two scenes overlapped in his mind, and he suddenly realized how many times these disappointing little things had repeated in these 2 years. Hundreds or thousands of times. To the point that Mingxi, who had happily come to their home 2 years ago, became so disappointed in their whole family. That evening, the 4 members of the Zhao family had dinner together. Only Mingxi was missing. Mrs. Zhao put down her chopsticks with a clang, frowning at Zhao Zhanhui. "Didn't you go to his school today?" Zhao Zhanhui felt a headache coming on. He casually picked up some food. Zhao Yuan then realized that Big Brother hadn't gone to pick him up, but had gone to find Zhao Mingxi instead. Zhao Zhanhui continued, "Mingxi said she needs to prepare for the 100 schools competition and wants to focus on studying, so she'll continue boarding." Mrs. Zhao was somewhat surprised after hearing this. Zhao Yuan was also amazed. She didn't know what was wrong with Zhao Mingxi lately. Not only had she stopped chasing after Xinli Yao, but she also focused on studying. However, she was very confident. With Mingxi's grades, it might be difficult. "Last year I only made it to the finals. Mingxi didn't even qualify. She must be unhappy about it." She looked at her brother. "Right, Yuning?" He impatiently replied, "I don't know." Zhao Yu gritted her teeth in hatred. So she tried to please her mother by adding food to her bowl. "Mom, don't worry, you still have me. How about I give you a back massage after dinner?" Mrs. Zhao casually said, "That won't do. When it comes to massages, Mingxi is the best." Zhao Yu's face stiffened. Mingxi again. She was tired of being ignored like this. Meanwhile, Fu Yongxi took Ku Chungwon to the mall. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, "Don't you think it's strange he's been alternating between 2 sets of uniforms these days? Did he have a falling out with his family and doesn't have any clothes?" Fu Yongxi's thoughts were too jumpy. Ku Chungwon couldn't keep up and was confused. "Who?" Fu Yongxi, looking like someone being pursued reluctantly, had to respond a little. He sighed deeply, raised his eyebrows and pointed to himself. "Who else?" "The Fu Yongxi chasing maniac. He even helped me write my homework this morning." And his eyes were sparkling. Fu Yang, she said proudly. He's been sending homemade desserts for almost 2 weeks straight. If I don't give him something in return, wouldn't that be impolite? Ku Chungwon was speechless. He thought to himself, you've been impolite countless times. Why are you suddenly talking about manners now? Fu Yang, she casually pointed at the clothes. Wrap all these up for me. Ku Chungwon asked, how will you give them to him? You can't do it in front of the whole class. Fu Yang, she said carelessly, he always goes to the library in the evening. I'll go home first, and you help me bring these things to meet at the library. Ku Chungwon immediately refused. No way. Fu Yang, she was very perceptive. Are you hiding something from me? What if there's a dramatic scene when we go to the library? He hadn't figured out how to tell Fu Yang about Zhao Mingxi chasing Shunli Yao for 2 years. Quickly changing the subject, it's nothing. Let's just buy something casual. Fu Yang, she snorted. Of course it's casual. It's not like I'm going to carefully prepare anything for him. Then Ku Chungwon watched as he threw all the girls' autumn and winter clothes into the suitcase. He threw in a lot at once. Wherever he passed was like a locust plague, leaving nothing behind. You call this buying something casual? Next, Fu Yang, she walked to another shelf selling masks, planning to buy some masks for him. A gold-level sales consultant guessed what he wanted to buy and hurriedly came over to ask young Master Fu, do you need this? Fu Yang, she turned his head and saw him holding a women's camisole, unexpectedly catching his eye. His handsome face immediately turned red with rage. What nonsense! Does Xiao Yu look like someone who would buy this kind of thing? What misconception do you have about me? The gold-level consultant immediately apologized. I'm sorry. I'll take it away right away. Then take 2. Fu Yang, she said with a sullen face, not daring to look any longer. Using 2 fingers, he hurriedly picked up several items and threw them into the suitcase. After throwing them in, his face was already red. He also grabbed several packs of masks and stuffed them in his pocket. Then he turned around, pulling the suitcase, and hurriedly ran away with Ku Chungwon. The gold-level consultant smiled. Ah, young master is in love. Ku Chungwon ran to catch up, exasperated. Shiji, he's pursuing you, not you pursuing him. Don't buy so much, okay? Fu Yang, she immediately became displeased. I don't even like him. I said it's just reciprocating. The young master of the Fu family personally went to his family's mall for the transfer student, bought him a whole suitcase of clothes and underwear. After buying everything, his face was red as he hurriedly ran away with his little brother and the suitcase. Ku Chungwon was exasperated. Shiji, he's pursuing you, not you pursuing him. Fu Yang, she turned back displeased. I don't even like him. I said it's just reciprocating. After saying that, he walked back to the mall. Ku Chungwon couldn't help but curse. Look at how cheap you're being. A few minutes later, Fu Yang, she carried out a down comforter. Ku Chungwon's face was complicated. Brother, why don't you just empty out the mall? Fu Yang, she glanced over, his face suddenly turning cold. He put the down comforter on top of the suitcase and pushed it to Ku Chungwon. Meet at the library at 8. Ku Chungwon looked unwilling. How am I supposed to explain all these things? Damn! At this moment, the car had already arrived. Fu Yang, she got in. Just say it's from winning a prize. Then the car drove away. Ku Chungwon stood there questioning life. Who would believe that? Who wins this many women's items as a prize? Meanwhile, at the school library, Mingxi was holding books, studying seriously in the library. The system helped him calculate time. You used 75 minutes on this paper. You're getting faster. This test wasn't difficult. It doesn't reach 80% of the college entrance exam difficulty standard. However, it's indeed much better than when you used to get 10 points. And the gain Shiyun is also counteracting the debuff from your previous life. Mingxi found a forum post and excitedly said, Quick, help me check if this is Teacher Gao's grandson. The companion system replied, Yes, if you can get this job, it could help ease your financial pressure. This anonymous post was rather stiff, with strict requirements, asking for someone to accompany an autistic child. Mingxi decided to give it a try and sent a private message to the poster, expressing his interest in the job. Suddenly, the chair across the long table was pulled out. Mingxi looked up and, as if by coincidence, met Xinli Yao's eyes. Mingxi looked around and didn't see Kong Jiaze from the neighboring school. Why are you here? Xinli Yao coldly sized him up, with anger in his heart, and replied harshly, Why can't I be here? Does your family own the library? What's with this attitude? Mingxi felt puzzled. Why are you being so aggressive? What did I do to you? Xinli Yao's gaze fell on the test paper beside him. On the left side of the paper was Fu Yongxi's name written in flowing script. His temple throbbed. Why are you doing his homework? Because I want to. Mingxi had been helping Fu Yongxi with homework these days. It helped accumulate qiyun on one hand and served as practice on the other. Writing multiple times helped deepen the impression. Xinli Yao's voice grew even deeper. Haven't you had enough? Full of questions about why he had to get involved with Fu Yongxi. Why couldn't that person just stay out of his sight? These words reached his lips, but couldn't be spoken due to youthful pride. Mingxi, usually good-tempered, was now at his limit. Yaoji, we've only known each other for 2 years. You have no position to advise me. He glared at Mingxi through gritted teeth, retorting, just 2 years? Then what about all the like you spoke of during these 2 years? Mingxi stood up. I'm sorry for bothering you before. It won't happen again. After saying this, he turned and left. Xinli Yao was in disbelief, his fists gradually clenching under the table. Ku Chengwan, from outside the window, saw the transfer student and Xinli Yao from the gold medal competition class sitting face to face. Oh my, how should this be handled? Ku Chengwan's heart was pounding when suddenly someone patted his shoulder. Why are you still here? Ku Chengwan almost stopped breathing. Turning around, he saw Fu Yongxi's injured hand. Shiji, what happened to your hand? Fu Yongxi dismissed it casually, putting his hand in his pocket. Got cut by some broken glass. Ku Chengwan quickly said, Shiji, why don't you eat first before going in? It's freezing out here. Fu Yongxi grew more suspicious that he was hiding something and entered the study room without hesitation. As soon as he entered, he put dinner on the table. Ku Chengwan pushed the suitcase and down comforter to Mingxi. Shiji and I went to the internet cafe copyright after school to play games. We won these prizes, but they're all girls' things. We can't use them, so we're giving them to you. It looks like Fu Yongxi gave them to me. He picked up Mingxi's pen from the table. Don't overthink it. We're all classmates, just helping each other. Mingxi looked at the down comforter and other items, not believing they were prizes. He was almost certain that Fu Yongxi had bought them specially. His eyes curved into a smile. He said thank you, and Fu Yongxi, meeting Mingxi's eyes, quickly looked away and snapped. I said they were prizes. What are you thanking me for? Suddenly noticing Xinli Yao sitting behind, he thought, that person again. He noticed that person was staring at his little mask, and so the two of them stared intently at each other. Xinli Yao snorted coldly and finally turned away. Fu Yongxi felt sour inside. You seem to be good friends with that person. The transfer student is so attentive in picking out cilantro for me. How much must he like me? Being so attentive, how much qiyun would that generate? Fu Yongxi noticed that person was staring at his little mask. Feeling jealous, he couldn't help but ask, is that person your friend? We're quite close. Mingxi paused. Just acquaintances, really. This answer seemed evasive. Fu Yongxi glanced over and asked, he looks capable. Is he a good student? Mingxi understood. Although he considered himself a good student, there was still a big gap between him and Xinli Yao. Fu Yongxi must be thinking of having someone else do his homework. Mingxi pleaded earnestly, young Master Fu, just let me help you with your homework. Why look elsewhere? Fu Yongxi was stunned, then realized. If this wasn't jealousy, what was it? He held back his rising smile and quickly composed his expression. Dropping his arrogant attitude, he waved impatiently, fine, fine, fine. Won't let others write it. Mingxi sighed in relief and asked, what prizes did you win? Ku Chengwan immediately opened the suitcase. Fu Yongxi hurriedly tried to stop him. Wait, open it later when we get back. Just as he spoke, a sexy little sister doll fell out. Mingxi frowned. This was also a prize? Fu Yongxi reacted first, his expression suddenly changing. He quickly threw the doll into Ku Chengwan's arms. What is this thing? How did it get in the suitcase? Ku Chengwan's expression was indescribable. Shiji, you're totally abandoning friendship for beauty. Fu Yongxi glanced right, signaling him to take the doll and leave quickly. Ku Chengwan was devastated inside. He hurriedly stuffed the doll into his pocket. This is from my suitcase, not Shiji's prizes, he said before leaving. Mingxi couldn't help laughing. You're a boy. Why buy such things? Fu Yongxi cursed internally, his face turning red with anger. You think I wanted to buy it? No, it was wrong. Just as he finished speaking, his stomach growled. He couldn't have skipped eating just to buy things for me, right? Quick, eat your food. Fu Yongxi finally obediently sat down. When he opened it, there was cilantro. His expression turned a bit sad. His own mother didn't even know he didn't eat cilantro. After Fu Yongxi returned home, his mother hurriedly left. She had to take Ji to his grandfather's house. She left his favorite food on the table, but there was cilantro in it. Fu Yangxi knew when he returned to the country. She immediately rushed back from the mall, but he realized his mother hadn't come to see him at all. Ming-Shi's eyes suddenly lit up. Like a little kitten, he excitedly moved closer. "Young Master Fu, let me pick it out for you." Ming-Shi took the lunchbox and carefully picked out the cilantro. Fu Yangxi lowered his eyes, his face slightly red. Such detailed work, he wanted to do it for him. How much must he like him? While Ming-Shi was happy inside, thinking how much Qiyun such detailed work would generate. Shin Liao came to the library again and saw Ming-Shi picking out cilantro for Fu Yangxi. He naively thought Ming-Shi was just being stubborn. He decided to let Zhao Ming-Shi cool off for a while, thinking once this awkwardness passed, everything would return to normal. He walked to the front desk and handed the compiled key points from the 100-school competition to the librarian, asking them to pass it to Zhao Ming-Shi from the international class. Fu Yangxi stared intently at Ming-Shi, who was carefully picking out cilantro for him. Ming-Shi finished picking out the cilantro and handed the box to him. He happily went to check his potted plants. 3 new sprouts had grown. It was totally worth it. While Fu Yangxi was eating, his phone suddenly buzzed. It was a message from Jiang Qiuqiu. "What the hell did you buy with my card? People might think I have a sugar daddy." Fu Yangxi replied one-handed. "Many things happening since returning home. When you get back to school, buy your fishing rod with my card." Jiang Qiuqiu was satisfied, her tone softening. "So who's pursuing whom here? You pursuing them, or they pursuing you? You've almost emptied the account." Fu Yangxi replied carelessly. "What's there to worry about? He's not after my money. He might not be after your money, but the Fu family is wealthy." Fu Yangxi froze when he read this. Jiang Qiuqiu continued, "Outsiders don't know about the Fu family situation. They think you're the sole heir. If, hypothetically, Fu Ji inherits everything, would he approach you, or Fu Ji? I've never seen anyone pursue you for who you are. So why is this person different?" Fu Yangxi's composure crumbled. He put down his phone and cursed under his breath. In his heart, a subtle fear began to emerge. He instinctively looked at Zhao Ming-Shi. Zhao Ming-Shi was still quietly working on his test paper. If he had just met Little Mask, Jiang Qiuqiu's words wouldn't matter. But this time, he was afraid that what Jiang Qiuqiu said might be true. What's the point of testing? He clearly likes me for who I am. He rushed to buy this for me first thing, but this time, he feared Jiang Qiuqiu might be right. Should he test him? Ming-Shi noticed Fu Yangxi's gaze and looked at him. When asked, "What's wrong?" Fu Yangxi felt caught. He quickly looked away, hastily packing up his lunchbox. "I'm done eating. It's almost 10 already. When are you heading back to the dorm?" Just then, Ku Chungwen appeared. "The suitcase is too heavy. Let us help you carry it back." They exchanged looks. "Why are you back again? You can't expect me to take the little sister doll home, can you?" Fu Yangxi felt guilty, but pretended to be reluctant. "Fine, help carry the luggage back then." He stood up immediately, deliberately left his phone behind. The WeChat was open to Jiang Qiuqiu's message. He had deleted other messages, leaving only the part about Fu Ji being the sole heir. Zhao Ming-Shi accidentally glimpsed Fu Yangxi's WeChat conversation and was stunned, completely dumbfounded. He quietly looked up at Zhao Ming-Shi. "What's wrong?" Ming-Shi quickly averted his gaze. "Nothing." So Fu Yangxi's dark mood was because Fu Ji took his heir status. Ming-Shi had planned to get close to Fu Ji and Jiang Qiuqiu when they came to school, but now it seemed he couldn't approach Fu Ji. No need to offend Fu Yangxi's 6% for Fu Ji's 2%. As for the family fortune, it wasn't his concern. These rich people wouldn't share a penny with him anyway. Ming-Shi suddenly noticed a scratch on Fu Yangxi's left hand. His hand is injured. How much Qiyun would buying a Band-Aid generate? He quickly said, "Wait for me. I have something to do," and hurried away. Ku Chungwen watched Ming-Shi's retreating figure in confusion. What's wrong with him? Fu Yangxi pulled out a chair and sat down again, this time surrounded by a gloomy aura. Let's wait. As time passed, Ku Chungwen felt him becoming increasingly depressed. After waiting for who knows how long, Ku Chungwen couldn't help checking his watch. Shiji. Maybe he's embarrassed about taking all these things? Maybe he found an excuse to leave first? Fu Yangxi thought complexly. After learning I'm not the heir, Did he just run away? He stood up irritably, feeling somewhat dejected. Forget it, let's go. He had considered that Zhao Mingxi might not withstand the test, but he never imagined that, like all the others, he was approaching him just because of the Fu family's wealth. Ku Chengwen followed behind Fu Yongxi, not knowing what was wrong with Shi Ji. If only he had pushed him away the first time he approached. Now his heart wouldn't feel like it had been stabbed. Suddenly, he heard someone calling out. Fu Yongxi stopped in his tracks. He turned around and saw Mingxi. He walked towards him slowly, breathing heavily from running. Didn't I ask you to wait for me? Fu Yongxi's heart started pounding. He thought he wouldn't come back. Mingxi pulled him down. Sitting on the steps, he opened his bag and took out a band-aid. Your wound is quite long. It could get infected if not treated promptly. He had thought after seeing that message, Mingxi wouldn't want to be close to him anymore. For the first time, someone genuinely liked him. He couldn't help but smile. What test? Zhang Qiuqiu was just jealous of Zhao Mingxi. He really likes me, Fu Yongxi, for who I am. Then with a knowing expression, he clicked his tongue. Such a bad temper. So, you rushed off just to buy this for me? Mingxi was tired and didn't want to waste words. He grabbed his hand directly, applied iodine, and pressed the cotton swab firmly. Fu Yongxi startled. What are you doing, pulling and pushing here? Mingxi held his hand and suddenly gentled his touch, carefully applying the cool medicine. Fu Yongxi licked his lips, watching the gentle movements and couldn't help smiling. Mingxi felt a pang of sympathy, wondering how such a deep wound happened. He looked at him lovingly. He really does like me for who I am. They were very close. Fu Yongxi leaned down. When Mingxi finished and looked up, he almost bumped into Fu Yongxi's face. He had a very handsome, superior face, with a beautiful Adam's apple, exuding youthful hormones. Fu Yongxi was already blushing. They were too close. Since he only wants me for who I am, I should treat him twice as well. They walked Mingxi back to the dormitory. Walking back, he happily took out his phone. He called Zhang Qiuqiu triumphantly. Say things like that again and we're done. Zhang Qiuqiu couldn't help asking, but he's not after money or the Fu family. What's he after then? Fu Yongxi looked at the band-aid on his hand, trying to suppress a shy smile, finally concluding. I, Fu Yongxi, have decided. Now that he was sure Mingxi wanted him for himself and truly liked him, he had to treat him twice as well. Mingxi returned to his dorm. The first thing he did was happily check the sprout in the potted plant. There were somehow 38 grams in there. So his face must be. Mingxi excitedly ran to the mirror. Taking off his mask to look, it was completely gone. Even up close, there wasn't any mark or even a trace of having been injured. It was simply too miraculous. He asked the system why it grew so fast. I thought there were only 23. The system answered, because you held his hand. Mingxi calculated and was shocked. Holding hands gets 15 points? Your fingers were intertwined for exactly 3 minutes. The system's description made it sound so sensual. Suddenly his phone buzzed. There was a new reply on the forum. Opening it, he was surprised to see the original poster from last night had replied to his private message. The other party coldly gave him an address, telling him to come by this afternoon to meet and discuss. Mingxi was so excited he almost jumped up, telling the system, "This is what you call double happiness. This Professor Gao is known to be eccentric. You should be careful." Later, he got ready to go out. To be safe, he decided to keep wearing the mask for these 2 days. Professor Gao's house was in a remote alley. Mingxi found the house number and politely knocked twice on the gate. "Hello, I'm the one who contacted you on the forum." When the door opened, Mingxi enthusiastically called out, "Teacher Gao." An old man in a white tank top with graying hair and glasses looked him up and down, noticing his school uniform. "I can see you're from our school." Mingxi nodded. "Yes, I'm doing work study." Though the old man was eccentric, he couldn't leave Mingxi standing outside. So he said, "Come in first. I have some questions for you." Mingxi followed him in and saw a sullen teenager in the courtyard. An elderly person caring for an autistic child must be very difficult. The old man frowned. "This job isn't easy. If you feel uncomfortable, leave early." Mingxi immediately replied he had no discomfort. In the living room, the old man had him take a test. He briefly evaluated it. "The test is okay. You think quickly, but your habits aren't good. You skip too many steps, making the logic unclear. Come once a week on Sundays, 200 per session. Okay, the pay isn't much, but you can ask me any questions you don't understand. The only conditions are, no being late and don't tell anyone at school." Ming-Shi happily stood up immediately. Yes, teacher, no problem at all. That evening, he went straight to the library. Fuyang-Shi happened to be at the library too, perhaps deliberately waiting for him. Perfect timing to tell him about the campus beauty contest surprise. Fuyang-Shi sat down beside him, staring at him. He'd gotten him to 20th place in the campus beauty rankings. He should be happy about that. But Ming-Shi was completely focused on reviewing the points Professor Gao had taught that afternoon. With Professor Gao's guidance, he finally had some confidence in the inter-school competition. Fuyang-Shi decided to forget it. Surprises aren't fun when revealed. Just then, his junior sent a message. Shiji, aren't you going to keep voting? Not going for top 10? After seeing this, Fuyang-Shi, like a possessive little miser, kept stealing glances at him. Everyone had discovered his long eyelashes, fair skin, and talent for making desserts. What if others tried to steal him? Fuyang-Shi wanted to hide him away. Luciacia watched from the side, feeling very jealous. Why was everyone always surrounding Zhao Ming-Shi? Jealous of his arranged marriage with Shen Liyao, jealous that he wore a mask all day, not knowing what he looked like, yet dared to hang around Shen Liyao. She had known Shen Liyao much longer than Zhao Ming-Shi, but why did Shen Liyao only notice Zhao Ming-Shi? How did he qualify? Who knows what he looks like under that mask? Luciacia had a thought. Why not push this mistake further and vote Zhao Ming-Shi to the top? Luciacia thought about it. That's what she'd do. It would be easy to arrange. Just spend a few tens of thousands to hire people to vote. After the contest ends, Zhao Ming-Shi would have to remove his mask. Those curious about his appearance would be utterly disappointed and scatter. That scene would surely destroy his dignity. He finally removed his mask, stunning everyone. When Ming-Shi came to the teaching building on Monday, everyone he met looked at him strangely, muttering, how did he rank second in this year's campus beauty contest? He didn't dare to remove his mask. Ming-Shi endured it all the way to the international class. He walked straight to his seat. There were fewer people staring at him in the international class compared to outside, but some still kept watching him. Ming-Shi couldn't help but turn to Kuchungwon and ask, do you know why they're staring at me? He stammered, just check the campus beauty contest page and you'll understand. Confused, he opened his phone and finally understood what had happened. His ranking in the campus beauty contest had somehow reached second place. What was Luciacia up to now? Luciacia and her group of friends arrived at the international class doorway. The crowd grew chaotic, with the taunting voices getting louder. This is hilarious. This is this year's second-place beauty? 6,000 votes? Can you take off your mask? Let us see. Kuchungwon hid under the desk, sensing trouble. He quickly called Fuyang-Shi. Shiji, come quickly. A crowd is blocking the door, demanding the transfer student remove his mask. Before things got worse, Kuchungwon decisively hung up. He suddenly emerged and shouted at the people trying to squeeze in, hey, are you the class beauties? Get lost. Ming-Shi immediately spotted Luciacia's face and heard his sarcastic voice. Ugly freak. Ming-Shi suddenly stood up. He walked towards the door. Kuchungwon didn't know what he was planning but feared he might cry from being bullied. He quickly tried to stop him. Wait a bit, Shiji will be here soon. Before he could finish speaking, the people outside saw the transfer student slowly removing his mask. The air went completely still for a moment, almost dead silent. Everyone was stunned, staring at Zhao Ming-Shi, their minds frozen. Ming-Shi looked at Luciacia in the crowd and said coldly, if I'm an ugly freak, then what are you? Luciacia's face changed dramatically, suddenly feeling like a joke. He recalled how every time he said such things, Zhao Yuan never argued back. At most, she would just frown and say, don't talk about Ming-Shi like that. He was incredulous. So Zhao Yuan meant Ming-Shi was beautiful? Had he misunderstood everything all along? Someone couldn't help but mock Luciacia. Hilarious. Turns out he's the real ugly one. What right does he have to criticize others? Just then, Zhao Yuan arrived. Many people couldn't help but whisper, campus beauty? He's even better looking than second place. Luciacia suddenly shouted, how did the international class's Zhao Ming-Shi get over 6,000 votes? Those must be fake votes. After shouting, he finally realized he'd messed up, making Zhao Yuan as embarrassed as himself. Zhao Yuan maintained a forced smile but cursed Luciacia in her heart. You fool, you've dragged me into this. A male student suddenly realized something and pointed at Luciacia, shouting, you used us? If you hadn't encouraged everyone in class, we wouldn't have come to watch this spectacle. Another boy added, jealousy is truly terrible. You've shot yourself in the foot. Luciacia turned to Zhao Yuan for help. Does this have something to do with the campus beauty too? He became panicked. If he didn't distance himself now, his whole family would know about this. He steadied himself and said to Lu Xiaxia in a condemning tone, Lu Xiaxia, what are you doing? First deliberately causing my allergic reaction, and now targeting Ming Shi. Lu Xiaxia looked at Zhao Yu in disbelief. You're kicking me while I'm down too? Before Lu Xiaxia could finish, Zhao Yu interrupted. Just because you and Ming Shi like the same person? I don't want to be friends with you anymore. After saying this, Zhao Yu's eyes turned red as she disappointedly walked away from the crowd. Ming Shi stood at the doorway and smiled. That fell apart quickly. Interesting. He coughed a few times. Had enough of the show? If you want to argue, go back to your own class. As they left, people were still discussing. My goodness, what kind of person is Lu Xiaxia? Always harming pretty people. Must be jealousy. Lu Xiaxia was terrified. He turned to leave, but was suddenly grabbed by his clothes, still trying to run. The young Master Fu saw the face behind the mask for the first time and was instantly captivated, thinking foolishly about how beautiful he was. As Lu Xiaxia tried to run, Ku Chengwen acted without hesitation. He grabbed his uniform and dragged him into the international class. Why run? Didn't you want to see? Come in and look. Lu Xiaxia was almost crying. I'm a girl. Don't you have any manners as a boy? Ku Chengwen couldn't care less, dragging him in. Shut up. What are manners? Can you eat them? A boy got angry and pushed Ku Chengwen. You international class students, what right do you have to lecture us from Chongqing class? Neither would back down, and they eventually started fighting. Lin Shi stood at the classroom door, dumbfounded. He was just angry at Lu Xiaxia. He just wanted to show off. How did it turn into a brawl? Ku Chengwen, being choked, shouted to Ming Shi, sister-in-law, get in the classroom. Ming Shi couldn't enter and was suddenly bumped into. As his body started falling backward, at that moment, someone suddenly grabbed his waist. In the chaos and noise, a familiar pine scent with medicinal notes suddenly reached his nose. Without looking back, Ming Shi knew Fu Yongxi had arrived. Somehow, this scent carried a reassuring power. Fu Yongxi anxiously looked down. Are you okay? The next second, he froze completely. This was Fu Yongxi's first time seeing Zhao Mingxi's face. His gaze uncontrollably fell on his fair and beautiful face, then down to his slightly moist lips. Mingxi shyly pushed him away quickly, tucking his disheveled hair behind his ear, and softly said, Thank you. Just as he was about to look up at Fu Yongxi, he suddenly noticed his potted plant had grown instantly again. What's happening? Was it because he hugged Fu Yongxi? Hearing the commotion, Mingxi quickly looked up. Oh no, young Master Fu is fighting. Fu Yongxi thought foolishly. Of course he knew there was a fight, but how could he be so beautiful? Mingxi felt like he was drowning, frozen in place, wondering whether to slap his face to wake him up. He shouted, There's a fight outside. Stop it. Fu Yongxi suddenly came to his senses. Ah, there's a fight outside. Damn. He quickly walked outside, protecting his subordinates behind him. Let's see who dares to bully people from our class. The boys from Chongqing class who were fighting suddenly froze in terror when they looked over. Seeing it was him, they ran away. Fu Yongxi grabbed one's clothes directly. Were you the one who called Little Mask an ugly freak? He trembled in fear. I'm sorry, but the next second, he got punched. Mingxi was speechless. I asked you to stop the fight, not join it. In the chaos, someone called the discipline teacher. You lot fighting first thing in the morning. All of you come to my office. Ku Chengwen retreated to the classroom, panting, not daring to look at Mingxi's face. He whispered, Don't worry, no one can beat Shiji in a fight. Mingxi asked if he was particularly good at fighting. No wonder everyone ran when they saw him. Ku Chengwen proudly puffed up his chest. No, you know about the Fu family's legal team? They've never lost a case. Anyone who fights with Shiji can only take the beating, not dare to fight back. If they fight back and hurt even a hair on his head, the Fu family's lawyers will sue them until they're bankrupt. Mingxi chuckled. That's really something to be proud of. At the office door, the discipline teacher scolded the Chongqing class boy. Why try to copy Fu Yongxi? His family can play Gamoku with airplanes. And you? Teachers don't even dare to stop him when he sleeps in class. The boy felt wronged, but he started it first. The discipline teacher was being sarcastic as usual. In the past, Fu Yongxi wouldn't care, letting it go in one ear and out the other. But today, these words felt particularly harsh. shouting so loudly. What if Little Mask in the classroom heard it? The young Master Fu thought Little Mask's face was simply too dangerous. He almost wished he would wear his mask like before. But he's so close to me. Is he deliberately flirting? Why does he have to stick so close to me? What should I do from now on? During morning self-study, he covered his head with a book and couldn't help turning to ask Ku Chungwon, is his family really rich enough to buy dozens of planes to play Gamoku? Ku Chungwon replied, pretty much. He knew the Fu family was wealthy, but didn't expect them to be this rich. Ming Shi's beautiful, aggressive face was just within reach. Ku Chungwon couldn't help but glance at him several times. Will you not wear a mask anymore? Ming Shi explained, my face was injured before. Now it's healed, so there's no need. Ku Chungwon thought it was a shame such a beautiful girl would end up with Shiji. The moment Fu Yongxi entered the classroom, he saw Ku Chungwon leaning over chatting happily with Zhao Mingxi. He felt that everyone looked like they wanted to steal his person. It was truly dangerous. He quickly strode over, pushed Ku Chungwon away. Follow the rules, will you? No talking during morning self-study. Ku Chungwon was speechless. You're the one who breaks rules the most. Fu Yongxi sat down in his seat. Ming Shi, hiding behind his book, tilted his head right. Thanks just now. Did the teacher punish you? As he leaned closer, Fu Yongxi tensed up, not daring to look at him, turning his head slightly away, awkwardly saying, what punishment could there be? Just cleaning the toilets. Another chance to get close. Ming Shi quickly said, young Master Fu, let me help dash. Fu Yongxi didn't know why, but he felt like a cornered rabbit about to be violated, his ears turning red as he backed against the wall. No need dash. Ming Shi leaned even closer, whispering, young Master Fu, please let me handle the toilet cleaning. Fu Yongxi felt he was deliberately flirting. Why did he have to stick so close? What should he do in the future? Fu Yongxi's heart was pounding. With great self-control, he stared at him saying, you can't clean the men's bathroom. Ming Shi could only say, oh, then suddenly looked suspiciously at Fu Yongxi. But why are you stuttering? Fu Yongxi spent a long time building up mental fortitude, telling himself not to be nervous, but blushed just from one look. Damn, still so flustered. I'm not stuttering. He picked up a Chinese textbook, hurriedly changing the subject. What were those people up to anyway? Ming Shi shrugged, explaining, Lu Xiaxia from Chongqing class and I had some personal issues, but it's resolved now. Fu Yongxi frowned, considering whether to send someone to warn this Lu Xiaxia. Just then, one of his followers reading on the side couldn't help glancing at Ming Shi again. Fu Yongxi shot back a fierce glare. He almost wanted Ming Shi to put his mask back on. So many people staring at him now, he didn't like it at all. He noticed Ming Shi's school bag was still the old one from before. He couldn't help asking, don't you like the new school bag I gave you? Why haven't you used it? Ming Shi smiled with curved eyes, saying softly, I like it, but I want to air it out first. I'll bring it tomorrow. Ming Shi hesitated, then added, but even making desserts for you for 3 years won't match these gifts. Young Master Fu, let me earn money to repay you instead. Fu Yongxi grumbled, just 3 years of desserts? What are you planning after 3 years? Going abroad? Is this the 7-year itch coming early? Planning to like someone else? He muttered unhappily, I could consider going abroad with you if you asked. Ming Shi was confused, blurting out, what are you talking about? Fu Yongxi saw his blank expression, and his face soured. Doesn't he think about their future at all? Could he just be playing around? Ming Shi noticed his unhappiness and asked, young Master Fu, what do you mean? Fu Yongxi complained, why do you still call me young Master Fu? Even using my full name would be better than this formal address. After all, he had protected him today. Shouldn't he acknowledge him as his boss like others do? Ming Shi immediately complied. Shiji, when he heard Little Mask call him that, his heart skipped a beat and he blushed. How could this title sound so cute coming from his mouth? The young Master Fu thought. Seeing Little Mask reject other boys, he thought, he doesn't look at anyone but me. I must be special to him. The Chongqing class was dead silent. Zhao Mingxi's photo at the classroom door had replaced the masked one from the voting page. Those who were curious went to check the forum. Many immediately became suspicious. Is this photo Photoshop? How come I've never seen such a beautiful girl at school? It's real. I went with Lu Xiaxia to see this morning. The beautiful Lu Xiaxia lay on her desk all day, not daring to raise her head, afraid others were discussing the morning's events and mocking her. She looked at Zhao Yuan with complicated feelings, whispering, I never thought Zhao Yuan would kick me when I'm down. She doesn't consider me a friend at all. Pu Shuang heard this and immediately turned to slam Lu Xiaxia's desk. Lu Xiaxia, have some shame. You caused Yuan's allergies first. If you hadn't tried to drag Yuan down today, she would have kept covering for you. What more do you want? Lu Xiaxia decided to be direct. Is Zhao Yuan perfect? Every time I said Zhao Mingxi was ugly, she agreed. Tu Shuang angrily said, stop lying. Every time you said that, Yuan told you not to talk nonsense. Unable to win the argument, Lu Xiaxia was so frustrated she almost cursed. Is don't talk nonsense the same as don't say that? As they argued, their voices grew louder, drawing attention from around the classroom. A male student impatiently said, what's all this noise? Lu Xiaxia, can you argue outside? Lu Xiaxia's heart sank. She realized that regardless of right or wrong, they would always side with Zhao Yuan. Pu Shuang glanced at her competition books and told her not to worry. You're much better than Zhao Mingxi. He doesn't even qualify for the 100 schools competition. Zhao Yuan smiled and nodded. Thank you, Shuang. Zhao Yuan silently listened to these comforting words, her mood gradually improving. Yet what unsettled her was why Zhao Mingxi's facial injuries had completely healed in less than a year. She needed to go see the international class herself. After thinking, she picked up the key points she had just written for the 100 schools competition. After all, even if she gave Zhao Mingxi the key points, he couldn't participate anyway. Maybe she could gain a reputation for being kind. Lu Xiaxia kept watching Zhao Yuan, and when she left, quickly followed secretly. She wanted to see what tricks Zhao Yuan had up her sleeve. Meanwhile, in the international class, just after the second period ended, someone told Mingxi there was someone looking for him outside. As soon as Mingxi left the classroom, he was surrounded by boys. A decent-looking boy pushed forward, encouraging him to hand theater tickets to Mingxi. Zhao Mingxi, Li Haiyang wants to invite you to see a play. Li Haiyang stood there stiffly, pulling out 2 theater tickets from his pocket. He handed them to Mingxi, saying this Saturday at 5 p.m. Would you like to go? Ku Qingwen became anxious and quickly reached out. He pushed Fu Yangxi hard. Shiji, there's trouble. Why are you still sleeping? Fu Yangxi was pushed awake, his face dark and surrounded by a gloomy aura. He removed his earphones and turned to glare at Ku Qingwen. Are you tired of living? Ku Qingwen quickly covered his head and pointed outside. Shiji, someone's trying to steal your sweetheart. He saw everything happening outside. Fu Yangxi stood up abruptly, almost knocking over his chair. Damn, what gave these people such courage? Do they think I'm dead? Fu Yangxi clenched his fists and headed for the door. Ku Qingwen quickly stopped him, whispering, Shiji, calm down. If you go beat them up now, the whole school will know you like the transfer student. Fu Yangxi exploded. How could I possibly like him? He's the one pursuing me. What nonsense are you talking about? Ku Qingwen looked outside and suddenly said, Oh? The transfer student seems to have refused. You know those immersive theater tickets? They're over 1,000 yuan each. The transfer student seems to have declined. Fu Yangxi suppressed his anger and, using his height advantage, looked out the window. Indeed, Mingxi was telling that Li Jingyu person, I'm sorry, I need to focus on my studies. After saying that, Mingxi didn't take the tickets, and the boy had to leave. He calmed down and sat with the air of a rightful queen, crossing his legs smugly while resting his head on his hand. He watched the disappointed person leave. He didn't even need to intervene. Little Mask handled it himself. He really doesn't look at anyone else besides him. Ku Qingwen stroked his chin, but I think Zhao Mingxi actually wanted to see that play. He stared at the tickets for a while. That's easy, Fu Yangxi snorted, and took out his phone to book tickets. He recalled how Zhao Mingxi tried everything to clean toilets with him, compared to how decisively he just rejected that boy. Comparing the two situations, he felt more and more certain he was being treated differently, growing increasingly pleased, unable to hide his happiness. However, Fu Yangxi also felt something wasn't quite right. Why did he reject others by saying he needed to study, rather than saying he already had someone he liked? He looked outside again. Why hasn't he come back yet? Could he be held up? The young master couldn't stand seeing his little Mask being bullied, so he stood up angrily to scold them. Mingxi had his hands in his uniform pockets. Just as he was about to enter the classroom, suddenly someone called out to him. Zhao Yuan approached with red-rimmed eyes, showing concern. Mingxi glanced over, saw who it was, and didn't want to greet them. He looked at his potted plant. The young sprout in the pot clearly trembled and swayed when Zhao Yuan approached, and immediately stopped growing. Mingxi couldn't maintain a pleasant tone. His brows furrowed. I have nothing to say to you. Zhao Yuan bit her lip pitifully. I just wanted to apologize on Lu Xiaxia's behalf. He had already seen through her tactics. This trick again, trying to maintain her kind and beautiful image. And that familiar butterfly hair clip. 2 years ago when he first came to the Zhao family, Mrs. Zhao was very disapproving. Don't wear these clothes anymore. You need to adapt to the new environment here. Ming-Shi had argued softly that they were from his grandmother. Sometimes he thought, if he dressed like them, would he be able to fit in with them? The next day, he dressed up carefully and eagerly ran to Mrs. Zhao. This time mother should praise her, right? Just as he was about to knock, he heard people inside saying, "Mom, that copycat newcomer buys everything. The same accessories as Yuan Yuan. Hong Hong Yuan Yuan." She yanked off the butterfly hair clip, finally realizing that this environment wasn't something she could easily fit into just by changing clothes to match Zhao Yuan's and wearing butterfly clips. But that was the 15-year-old Zhao Ming-Shi, the one who desperately craved attention and love. Now, Zhao Ming-Shi keeps to himself, loving no one, focused only on college entrance exams and survival. His attention returned to Zhao Yuan, who was still saying, "Besides, I think I'm partly at fault too. I didn't realize your conflict had grown so deep." Ming-Shi noticed more and more people gathering in the hallway during break. He couldn't help but say, if it's his fault, why are you apologizing for him in public? To show how kind and beautiful you are. Unless you're admitting you instigated it. Zhao Yuan was suddenly speechless, not knowing how to respond. As Ming-Shi turned to leave, she grabbed his hand, tears welling up. "Ming-Shi, he gave me allergies. How could I have been involved in what he did? One of you is my relative, one is my friend." Ming-Shi coldly shook off her hand. "He hurt you and bullied me, yet you're apologizing for him. How magnanimous of you. Next time someone commits murder on the street, will you bring a megaphone to apologize for the killer too?" Zhao Yuan, sensing the changing atmosphere around them, anxiously said, "It's just a small matter. Why are you blowing it up into murder?" Ming-Shi calmly replied, "Oh, now it's just a small matter. Just now you had red eyes and were apologizing in public. I thought it was earth-shattering." How had he become so sharp-tongued? Xia, listening nearby, somehow felt oddly satisfied for some reason. He hurriedly handed Ming-Shi the materials he was carrying. "Aren't you preparing for the 100-school competition? These are the key points I outlined. Hope they help." Last night, leaving the library, the librarian had given him some key points. Xin Liao's points were more precise than Zhao Yuan's, focusing more on the competition. He firmly refused, "No need, I already have them." Zhao Yuan, ready to leave, asked one final worried question, "When are you coming home?" "Never." Zhao Yuan couldn't deny feeling relieved deep down. Everyone at home is worried. Hearing this, Ming-Shi responded with a mocking look, "Don't worry. What you want is what I consider trash. You can have it all." Zhao Yuan wanted to say, "How can you talk about big brother and mom like that?" But the words caught in her throat, causing her heartache. She could only turn and leave in indignation. A girl from the neighboring honors class passed by and gave Ming-Shi a thumbs up. Sisters got sharp words for the White Lotus. Ming-Shi's clear eyes sparkled as he blew her a kiss in return. Ming-Shi's flying kiss instantly struck his heart. But there were always some boys who thought Zhao Ming-Shi was unreasonable. Who knew someone so good-looking could be so harsh with words? Li Haiying tried to pull him away, but he continued, "Zhao Ming-Shi, Zhao Yuan is just concerned about you. People might think you're jealous of her. Young love is indeed shallow, only looking at appearances." At this moment, Fu Yongxi walked over. Jealous? Jealous of what? Not being as good-looking as Zhao Ming-Shi? Or not being as cute as him? He grabbed the boy's collar. "Get this straight, Zhao Ming-Shi has me as his deskmate. How could he be jealous of anyone?" After scolding him, he threw him aside and yelled at the person behind, "And you, Li Wei, take your tickets and get lost." Ming-Shi couldn't understand why he was so angry. Young Master Fu was heartbroken seeing his little mask being bullied. He quickly consoled him, only feeling relieved when he saw him smile. How could his smile be so beautiful? Ming-Shi followed Fu Yongxi back to the classroom, sat down in his seat. He couldn't help telling Fu Yongxi, "His name is Li Haiying, not Li Wei." But Fu couldn't hide his cold expression, not in the mood to care that Zhao Ming-Shi actually remembered that guy's name. He coldly ordered, "You still remember his name? Forget it." Ming-Shi pouted and softly said, "Oh." He recalled everything that happened today, very curious about Little Mask's family members. His expression was unpleasant, but his voice was very low and gentle when asking, "Are all your family members like that?" Ming Shi didn't want to discuss this topic. The events of the past 2 years were hard to talk about, not knowing where to begin. He fell silent. Didn't say a word as Fu Yongxi scratched his hair. Feeling somewhat irritated, he couldn't help but glare at Ku Chengwon, his eyes suggesting, "You go ahead, young master." Having no experience in comforting others, Ku, who had endured much, finally understood his meaning. He quickly said passionately to Zhao Mingxi, "Transfer student, don't be sad. We can go beat them up. If that doesn't work, we can throw money at them. There's nothing that can't be solved with a good beating or slapping them with money." Fu Yongxi snorted, "That's not what I meant. But since you call me Brother Shi, I'll reluctantly look after you. So tell me, what do you want to do?" Ming Shi actually didn't care about Zhao Yuan at all, but seeing Fu Yongxi and Ku Chengwon, two grown boys, awkwardly trying to comfort him, he smiled. Fu Yongxi saw his smile. He was stunned. How could his smile be so beautiful? He joked, "Instead of throwing his money away, why not buy me an airplane?" When he didn't hear Fu Yongxi respond, he quickly turned to look. Fu Yongxi seemed to be seriously considering the possibility. Should he ask his mom for airplane money or use Zhang Xiuqiu's card? Ming Shi, afraid he might actually buy one, quickly waved his hand saying, "Stop. What would I do with an airplane? I can't even fly it. I'm still underage." Speaking of being underage, Fu Yongxi remembered something. He had heard them talking about Zhao Yuan's birthday in the hallway. "So when is your birthday?" This was another thing Ming Shi didn't want to answer. That wasn't really his birthday. His actual birth date was about 10 days after Zhao Yuan's. 2 years ago, after the Zhao family found him, besides transferring his household registration here, they also changed his birthday to match Zhao Yuan's. Because otherwise, they couldn't explain why he and Zhao Yuan were siblings but had different birthdays in the same year. Ming Shi vaguely said, "October 24th. Do you have something planned?" Fu Yongxi tried to act casual. "If you don't want to spend your birthday at home, you could come out." Before he finished, Ming Shi said, "I already have plans that day. I need to return to my hometown." Fu Yongxi, not knowing where Zhao Mingxi's hometown was, opened his eyes wide and instinctively asked, "Where's your hometown?" "A small city in the north." Fu Yongxi stared at him for 2 seconds, very unsatisfied with his vague answer, but figured he might be in a bad mood. Ku Chengwen chimed in, "If transfer student can't celebrate your birthday, you can come celebrate Shiji's birthday. Shiji's birthday is still half a month away." Before he could finish, Fu Yongxi covered his mouth. "Shut up. Why are you randomly telling people young master's birthday?" Glancing at Ming Shi, "What if someone brings gifts then?" Annoyed, Ku Chengwen forcefully removed his hand and said it anyway. November 5th, Ming Shi told them, "I'll remember that." October 24th should be enough time to go back and pay respects to grandmother. Fu Yongxi's heart began to pound. He said he'd remember it, showing a smile on his face, and reluctantly said, "How annoying. Don't get me any gifts." At the milk tea shop outside school, everyone was discussing, "Have you heard? Zhao Mingxi took off his mask. He shot up to second place in the school beauty rankings." "Really? Let me see." Yibo opened his phone to look and his jaw dropped. "He's so beautiful." Shunli Yao remained calm. He couldn't help but ask Yao, "Did you know about this already?" Kong Jiazhe thought they were talking about him and felt a bit shy. "What do you mean beautiful?" "It's just okay." Yibo showed him the phone. "You don't think this is beautiful?" He looked at it in disbelief. Zhao Mingxi was actually this good-looking. Would Yao God like him now? The Fu family's young master is truly a wife-doting maniac. When he sees someone bullying Little Mask, he's always the first to protect him. Yibo showed Kong Jiazhe Zhao Mingxi's profile picture on the forum. He's actually this good-looking. Would Yao God like him now? He suddenly understood what was happening. No wonder Zhao Mingxi had the courage to pursue Shunli Yao. He was this good-looking. It seemed like he had shot himself in the foot. He walked over, holding Shunli Yao's arm, trying to speak casually. "Yao God, did you know Professor Gao from your school got an extra participation spot for the 100 schools competition?" Yibo finally looked up from his phone. "How is that possible? What's Professor Gao's background?" Shunli Yao disgustedly shook off his hand. "Professor Gao is a national competition gold medal coach." Yibo shared his opinion. "In my view, looks don't matter. Intelligence is what's important." Kong Jiazhe felt better and smiled at him. "Yeah, though Zhao Mingxi looks good, he doesn't even qualify to compete." Hearing this, Shunli Yao suddenly stood up, his face cold. "Are you done drinking? If you're done, shut up." Back at school, he walked to the counter, looked up at the menu, and ordered a royal cheese strawberry drink. Kong Jiazhe hadn't ordered yet and thought it was for him. He happily walked over saying, "I almost forgot I haven't ordered." "Thanks, Yao God." Shin Liao looked at him and said, "It's not for you. Order your own." Kong Jiaze was mortified. Yi Bo and Shin Liao walked out. He figured out Shin Liao's thoughts and whispered, "Zhao Ming, she hasn't come to find us for almost half a month. Not only hasn't he come actively, but there's been no calls or messages. I think he's playing hard to get." Cheese strawberry was Zhao Mingxi's favorite, right? If you buy it for him, you'll be the one admitting defeat first. Shin Liao stared at the cheese strawberry drink in his hand. After 5 seconds of hesitation, he threw it in the trash. He had never lost before, and this time would be no exception. Meanwhile, at the dormitory building, the family's housekeeper had packed Ming-Shi's fall and winter clothes and brought a quilt. Ming-Shi saw her and walked over. "Annie Zhang, why are you here?" Housekeeper Zhang Yufeng complained continuously. "It's all because someone won't come home. I had to come bring your winter clothes. Don't know where this attitude comes from. Who do you think you are?" Ming-Shi said in a harsh tone. "Nobody to me." "So, Zhang Yiming, take the things and go back." The housekeeper got angry and pointed at him. "Don't be ungrateful. How am I supposed to answer to the young master?" He held back his anger, not wanting to lose his temper. Suddenly, a ball whooshed by. The housekeeper looked up and cursed, "Which blind fool?" Fu Yang, she flexed his wrist and said coldly, "Who are you calling ungrateful?" He walked directly in front of the old woman, who backed away in fear. "I was sent by the Zhao family to deliver clothes to this girl." Fu Yang, she coldly asked again, "Who's being ungrateful?" The housekeeper curled up and covered her head. "I'm sorry, I'm the ungrateful one." Fu Yang, she sneered, "So the Zhao family uses such cheap things to treat their young lady. I see you on Zhao wearing much more expensive things. Your Zhao family really knows how to discriminate." He then grabbed Zhao Mingxi's hand and turned to leave. This was his first time feeling protected. "So this is what it feels like." Fu Yang, she turned back to warn, "Take your worthless things and get lost. Zhao Ming, she doesn't need your Zhao family's concern." The housekeeper collapsed in fear. Just then, Zhao Zhanhuai's assistant rushed over, helping her up. "Why are you sitting on the ground? Where's Miss Mingxi?" The housekeeper muttered, "Outrageous, absolutely outrageous." The assistant looked over and saw a red-haired boy. He instinctively knew things had gone wrong. He quickly called Zhao Zhanhuai. "Hello, Mr. Zhao. Are you available? I'll bring Aunt Zhang to see you. Wait for me at the company parking lot." The housekeeper still didn't realize the severity of the situation, grumbling, "Just some country bumpkins." The assistant urged, "Aunt Zhang, you've made a huge mistake." The housekeeper muttered, "What's the big deal about not accepting things?" The assistant, seeing her lack of awareness, shouted, "Do you know who you've offended?" The Fu family's young master was happily showing off the desserts from Little Mask. He even made a special round through the classroom. In the parking lot, after the housekeeper left, Zhao Zhanhuai glanced at him. "What happened? Why did you urgently call me? Did you witness something?" The assistant checked Zhao Zhanhuai's expression. "Yes, what I saw was different from what your housekeeper said. When I arrived, I saw your housekeeper being arrogant, saying things about being ungrateful. Miss Ming, she couldn't take it anymore and was about to leave, but your housekeeper wouldn't let up. That's when a boy appeared and drove the housekeeper away. And, do you know who that red-haired boy was? The Fu family's young master, Fu Yangxi." Zhao Zhanhuai's face turned extremely ugly upon hearing this. "Is it true?" His head throbbed with pain. He quickly steadied himself on the assistant. "Mr. Zhao, should I look for any witnesses?" Zhao Zhanhuai never expected this situation. "No need. Cancel all afternoon meetings." Meanwhile, Fu Yangxi was furious. Bursting into the classroom like a powder keg, he coldly grabbed the cup on the desk and took a big gulp of cold water. His followers in the classroom were terrified seeing him storm in. They looked hopefully at Zhao Mingxi, wishing he could calm Fu Yangxi down. Facing these eyes full of life and death hope, Mingxi felt immense pressure. He walked over and tugged at his clothes. Looking at Fu Yangxi, "Don't be angry. My housekeeper is always like that." Fu Yangxi couldn't believe it. "She even looked down at you." Mingxi sat down. "She's cross-eyed anyway." Fu Yangxi couldn't stand it. "She even threw things on the ground, clearly wanting you to bend down and pick them up." Mingxi mumbled, "What else should she do? Bite her hand dramatically? Do a figure skating routine and present it to me with both hands?" Fu Yangxi stared at him without saying anything. Mingxi smiled and handed him a bottle of mineral water. "Come on, you've already chased her away. Don't be angry anymore, okay? Have some water to calm down." Fu Yangxi reached for it, accidentally touching his hand. His face immediately turned red. He turned his head away. "You have my number. right? Next time if something like this happens, call me." Then he added, "Or call Ku Chung-won." This result was completely unexpected for Ku Chung-won. He quickly chimed in, "Yes, call me. I'm happy to serve a beautiful lady." "Then I'll call Ku Chung-won." Ming-shi felt it wasn't right to trouble Fu Yongxi with such small matters. If the Fu family people knew their young master was chasing away a housekeeper for her, would they sue her for mental damages? She turned to Ku Chung-won. "I don't have your number yet. Let's exchange numbers." Ku Chung-won immediately took out his phone. Okay. Fu Yongxi's fist tightened, giving Ku Chung-won a cold stare. Ku Chung-won pretended not to notice and happily exchanged numbers with Ming-shi. Fu Yongxi's face soured again. He sat down, flipping through his books noisily, very disruptively. "Done exchanging numbers? Class is about to start. Can you follow some discipline?" Ming-shi wasn't very afraid now. She looked at the time, confused. "Don't we still have 5 minutes?" She took out today's dessert from her desk drawer, handed it to him. "Don't be angry. Today's dessert from brother Shi is for you." Fu Yongxi wasn't quite satisfied. He stared at Zhao Ming-shi coldly. "You only made one portion today?" Ming-shi nodded obediently. One portion. Yesterday I made 3 portions and almost got killed by your stare. Even my luck grew slower." Fu Yongxi's expression finally softened. He took it and opened the box. That's more like it. Given their relationship now, how could she make desserts for others? Fu Yongxi took 2 bites, but wasn't satisfied. After thinking for a moment, as if suddenly inspired, he jumped up with the box, declaring confidently, "Nobody move. Today, I'm on duty. I'll inspect the hygiene." Then he carried the dessert in one hand, taking small bites of the hazelnut cream, while slowly walking around the aisles with his long legs. Ku Chung-won was speechless. "He's showing off, right? He is, isn't he?" Fu Yongxi, satisfied, finished his inspection and sat back down. Ming-shi looked at him and asked, "Was it good?" Fu Yongxi, scraping the last bit with his spoon, said, "Just okay." Ming-shi reached over, about to wipe the cream from the corner of his mouth. Fu Yongxi grabbed her hand, quickly asking, "What are you doing?" She couldn't help but smile. "You got cream on your face." Fu Yongxi turned his head away embarrassedly, face red. "I'll do it myself." Why is he being so forward? Everyone's watching. He was the most popular campus beauty and had become the school celebration host. Zhao Zhanhui returned home and first called Mrs. Zhao to the study. He briefly explained the situation. Mrs. Zhao was still unclear. "Zhangyi has worked in our house for so many years, always honest and dutiful. Why would she target Ming-shi?" Zhao Zhanhui, remembering Ming-shi's resolute photo throwing, held back his anger and called in the servants one by one to check the details. A few minutes later, the housekeeper saw a servant walk out and had an inexplicable bad feeling. She asked what happened. The hourly worker aunt looked at her strangely and said, "Better pray for yourself. The young master says you treated Miss Ming-shi poorly." She hadn't expected the young master to rush back from the company just to question this matter. The housekeeper instantly understood what it was about, but didn't take it seriously. She said to the hourly worker, "So what? They can't fire me over such a small thing. At most, they'll just scold me a bit." She looked at her somewhat defiantly, knocked, and entered the study. "Young master, I'm coming in." Zhao Zhanhui frowned. "I heard everything you said at the door just now." The housekeeper wanted to explain but couldn't. He angrily threw down his cup, raising his voice by 8 degrees. "Small matter? You, a housekeeper, forgot your place, and you call this a small matter? Do you know because of these small matters?" "Ming-shi," Mrs. Zhao asked, "you ran. What's wrong with Ming-shi?" Zhao Zhanhui was distressed. He didn't dare mention Ming-shi wanting to cut ties with them, and could only say, "Nothing." Because of these things, Ming-shi ran away from home. Mrs. Zhao was puzzled. Hasn't Ming-shi run away from home many times before? "Why are you so angry today?" Zhao Zhanhui didn't know how to explain. Holding his aching head, "All right, Zhangyi, take some money and leave." Mrs. Zhao was confused. Why not just have her apologize to Ming-shi? Why does she need to leave? His head buzzed, and he couldn't believe it. He was very panicked and opened his mouth wide. Zhao Zhanhua spoke fiercely, spitting out one word, "Get out." The next day, Ming-shi was called over by the international class homeroom teacher. "Ming-shi, the October monthly exam is coming up soon. The school allows transfer students to apply for exam exemption." Ming-shi understood the teacher's meaning, but pretended not to. "But I've caught up with everything since transferring. I want to see what level I'm at." She had already accumulated 66 sprouts, so there shouldn't be any debuffs. The homeroom teacher was a bit anxious. It's just that our international class always ranks last. Before he could finish, Mingxi interrupted, with 150 students in 3 classes, if I rank in the top 20, it won't lower the average score, right? The homeroom teacher gaped at her, perhaps thinking she was being overconfident, that the little girl was just dreaming. Suddenly, the arts teacher walked over excitedly. Ah, Xiaoming Shi, are you interested in hosting the upcoming school anniversary celebration? She stared blankly. Huh? Why me? The arts teacher chuckled. You're this year's campus beauty. You're very popular. The Fu family's young master finally panicked. When would the little mask finally confess to him? On her way back to the classroom, Mingxi heard various discussions. Did you see the forum? The vote for the school celebration host? Zhao Mingxi sobbed quietly. First taking Zhao Yuan's campus beauty title, and now wanting to take her hosting role? She couldn't express her frustration. What was going on? She hadn't said she wanted to compete with Zhao Yuan. Ku Chengwen looked at her in surprise. Mingxi, I heard you're this year's celebration host. The forum is going crazy. She sighed, completely helpless. Fu Yang, she still didn't know what was happening. What host? He took out his phone and checked the forum. The title read, Arts Department's Plea. Request Zhao Mingxi to be this year's celebration host. Comments flooded in. Agreed. This appearance better matches our school's level. Don't just look at appearances. She's just a pretty face from the regular class. How could her grades be better than Beauty Yuan? Who are you to assume Zhao Mingxi's grades aren't as good as Zhao Yuan's? She ranked 3rd in the regular class. Stop arguing. Isn't the October monthly exam coming up? Just wait and see their scores. Fu Yang, she frowned after reading, extremely annoyed. These people are too free. Who are they calling a pretty face? Looking up at Zhao Mingxi's puppy photo. You shouldn't stop here without speaking up. He saw her studying hard and didn't want to disturb the homeroom teacher, afraid of holding her back. Classmates said her grades weren't as good as Zhao Yuan's. This October monthly exam, he wanted to see who was really just a pretty face. Fu Yang, she saw her working hard and felt relieved. Ku Chengwen suddenly reached out. Ah, forget it. It's lunchtime. Nothing's more important than eating. Fu Yang, she blocked him, signaling with his eyes not to disturb her. He pointed over there. Then I'll go to the cafeteria first. Fu Yang, she rested his head on one hand, staring at her. Little puppy is working so hard. I need to be her strong support. Half an hour later, she stretched. This time I spent less time on practice questions than before, and the accuracy is also 90%. A classmate gossiped behind her. Is Zhao Mingxi working so hard because she really wants to steal Zhao Yuan's hosting position? Hearing this, Fu Yang, she angrily pointed at them. Which class are you from? Why are you speaking for outsiders? But Mingxi didn't mind. All right, why are you more angry than me? He quickly interrupted, already blushing. Don't overthink it. I'm angry because you're my little brother. Being bullied right under my nose, understand? After trying for so long, was Lin Shi finally going to be accepted as Fu Yangxi's little brother? Lin Shi slowly moved closer. Then since when? His heart raced, face completely red, hurriedly answering. What do you mean since when? I didn't say anything. He stopped writing here, almost saying it out loud, that he liked him. Mingxi was confused. She just wanted to ask when he started considering her his little brother. Why was his face so red? Fu Yang, she quickly grabbed his textbook and pushed her away. Class is starting. What are you trying to do, woman? Asking this and that. Finally, he gazed at her deeply with loving eyes, thinking, when will you finally confess to me? Young Master Fu thought, in all my life, this is the first time I've held hands with a girl, and being held tightly with both hands at that. His mind wandered. He felt that his relationship with Zhao Ming she should be at this stage too. On exam day, before it started, Zhao Ming she was still frantically solving practice problems. Her serious and hardworking attitude made the teachers like her even more. They even regretted telling her not to take the exam yesterday morning. But despite their goodwill, thinking about their performance bonuses being deducted, they still felt uneasy and heavy-hearted. This was Ming Shi's first exam since her rebirth. She couldn't help feeling nervous. Looking at the 66-week sprouts in her potted plant, she wondered if they were enough to offset the debuff. She turned to the spiky red-haired head resting on one hand and said, I'm a bit nervous. When he looked over, Fu Yang she immediately averted his gaze, randomly flipping pages, coughed and said, What can we do about that? He also became nervous because of her, took off his noise-canceling headphones. It's just the October monthly exam. As my little brother, who dares to criticize your results? Lin she held out her hand and looked at him. Then I'll be direct. Can you hold my hand for a few minutes? Fu Yang she looked at the two slender, fair hands in front of him. then glanced up at her, immediately blushing. If you want to hold hands, just say so. Why use nervousness as an excuse? Fu Yangshi frowned. Right here? With so many people in class? No snow, no rain, not romantic at all. Mingxi became anxious. Quick, quick, only 15 minutes until the exam starts. Fu Yangshi's heart raced at her urgency, reluctantly extending one hand. But before he could fully extend his hand, Zhao Mingxi eagerly grabbed it. Fu Yangshi was instantly overcome with shyness. Except for when Zhao Mingxi applied medicine last time, this was his first time holding hands with a girl, and both her hands were holding his tightly. His mind was racing with thoughts. Although he felt their relationship should be at this stage, this seemed too casual. Fu Yangshi unconsciously glanced outside. He saw a familiar figure passing by, someone he'd seen in the library, called Shun something Yao. Just as he noticed this person, the exam bell rang, and the proctor quickly walked in. Exam time has begun. Please return to your seats. Zhao Mingxi immediately let go of his hand. Quick, let's take the exam. Good luck. 15 minutes of finger-holding resulted in 10 new sprouts. Mingxi felt a bit more confident about the exam. Fu Yangshi looked at him in disbelief. Why was he being so casual about this? Just like his confession in the library that day. He didn't even properly confess. How could he expect him to agree to test the medicine? Fu Yangshi stared at Zhao Mingxi for a while, until the proctor at the podium couldn't help but walk to his desk and knock on it. With a smile, focus on your exam. Fu Yangshi reluctantly looked away. He wasn't in the mood for the exam at all. He kept thinking about Mingxi holding his hand tightly with both of hers. He couldn't help but smile. At dusk, beneath the teaching building, Zhao Zhanhuai and his assistant were walking, not knowing where the dean's office was. Behind them, a girl holding snacks spotted him and exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Zhanhuai." Zhao Zhanhuai didn't recognize her and asked, "Who are you?" The girl walked over. "I'm Pu Shuang, Yuan's friend. I visited your house before." Zhao Zhanhuai nodded. "Oh, hello. Do you know where the dean's office is?" Pu Shuang looked past him and saw his assistant carrying large bags. They seemed to be gifts. She immediately understood and cheerfully said, "Third floor, turn left at the end. That's the dean's office." As Zhao Zhanhuai turned to leave, he remembered to say thanks. Pu Shuang kept staring at his back enviously. Yuan's brother is so handsome and dotes on her, even bringing gifts for the dean for her sake. Just then, Zhao Yuan walked up behind her. Shuang, why are you standing here?" She turned to face him. "Guess who I just saw at school?" Zhao Yuan asked. "Who?" She smiled and leaned close to Zhao Yuan's ear. "Your big brother came to see the dean's assistant with gifts. Must be trying to secretly give gifts to get teachers special attention." Zhao Yuan smiled faintly. "Is that so? Everyone at home dotes on him. But somehow, I feel different about big brother." She happily pulled Pu Shuang to pack her bag. "I'll treat you to hot pot. Then we'll call big brother to take us home." Pu Shuang was extremely envious. "You're like a princess. So blessed." Zhao Yuan felt a subtle stirring in her heart. Though she wasn't sure about her feelings for her big brother yet, she hoped he would stay by her side forever. Mingxi refused the 300,000 from big brother. In this life, she just wanted to live well, not wanting to get involved with them. As they were talking while going downstairs, they suddenly saw Zhao Mingxi walking up. Seeing Zhao Mingxi, Pu Shuang deliberately raised her voice. Yuan, your big brother came to school to see you again, bringing so many things. He's so good to you." Zhao Yuan quickly covered Pu Shuang's mouth, pulling her away while laughing. She continued upstairs, wondering why the dean suddenly called for her. Meanwhile, the dean, who was also class SIXS homeroom teacher, was late collecting exam papers. Taking them to the office, he ran into Zhao Zhanhuai waiting there. He spoke in an unpleasant tone. "You're here to pick up your other sister again?" Zhao Zhanhuai didn't know why this homeroom teacher was suddenly so hostile, but still politely explained, "I'm here to see Mingxi today." "You were Mingxi's homeroom teacher before the transfer?" Class SIXS teacher snorted. "It's rare for anyone from your family to look for him. When he had gastroenteritis during exams last year, no one from home came." He anxiously said, "What? He never told anyone at home." Class SIXS teacher looked down on him. "What's the use of telling you? Never showed up for parent meetings. Yet others have visitors, but Mingxi never does." Zhao Zhanhuai could only apologize. "My mother must have forgotten. I'm sorry, but it was just this one time." The teacher wanted to throw the papers in his face, quickly interrupting. Just this one time? Do you know Ming Shi falls asleep in class because he's cooking at home the night before? Isn't your family wealthy? Why make him cook? Grade 11 coursework is so heavy. Don't you want him to go to college? Zhao Zhanhui was stunned. Ming Shi being sleepy in class, he'd never thought about it. He assumed cooking dinner made Ming Shi happy, since he was good at it and wanted to please the family. But he had never considered how this affected Ming Shi. But Zhao Yuning was inconsiderate, always insisting on eating Ming Shi's cooking. Ming Shi would say with bright eyes, "It's okay, big brother. It doesn't take much time." But if it were Zhao Yuan, Zhao Zhanhui couldn't imagine the family letting her enter the kitchen, washing vegetables with her clean hands. Class 6's teacher snorted. "He's not made of iron. Of course he gets tired. I thought you were just negligent." But seeing how Zhao Yuan is treated, as a teacher, seeing such discrimination hurts my heart. Last year when he hurt his knee at the sports meet, no one came. Then he injured his face and fell behind in studies. Would you neglect your other sister like this? Zhao Zhanhui felt stung. "Teacher Li, you're right. I came here to have a good talk with Ming Shi, to make it up to him." Class 6's teacher clearly disliked him and turned to leave. Before leaving, he said skeptically, "I hope you mean what you say." Zhao Zhanhui felt dejected. The teacher was right about one thing. If their family had done well enough, why would Ming Shi need to please them? Weren't they the ones who owed Ming Shi? Maybe Ming Shi boarding at school was a good decision. Until the door behind him opened, Zhao Zhanhui came back to his senses. Ming Shi, upon seeing him, immediately looked into the dean's office. Seeing only Zhao Zhanhui, he turned to leave. Zhao Zhanhui chased after him. If home was like a fire pit for Ming Shi, maybe he shouldn't force him to return. Taking a deep breath, he still called out to him, "Ming Shi, if you don't want to come home, then don't. But I hope I can still be your big brother. I'll help you with any difficulties." Seeing Zhao Ming Shi walking away without responding, he felt more guilty and quickly caught up, handing him a card. "This is my secondary card. Use it directly. I won't tell anyone at home. Let it be our secret, okay?" Ming Shi couldn't understand what Zhao Zhanhui was trying to do. Still pretending to be kind? "Aren't you afraid I'll spend it all?" He smiled. "There's only 300,000 in it. It's what the family owes you. Just giving you a portion first. Don't you understand?" Ming Shi quickly refused. "I don't want it. Don't you like Zhao Yu? Save it for your marriage. If I take it now, you'll just bring it up then to wish you both happiness." Seeing Zhao Zhanhui's shocked expression, Ming Shi realized his mistake. The current Zhao Zhanhui hadn't developed feelings for Zhao Yu yet. He had spoken too soon. Ming Shi left without looking back. At this moment, Class 6's teacher returned, patting his shoulder. "Why don't you just let Ming Shi go? Don't hold the child back." Zhao Zhanhui felt helpless. He gave the card to the teacher, explained the situation, and asked him to take good care of Ming Shi. Class 6's teacher hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. Zhao Zhanhui finally felt somewhat relieved, but he didn't understand what Ming Shi's words meant. The young master of Fuji actually gave matching phone cases to the girl he liked in front of everyone. After finishing Hot Pot, Zhao Yuan thought Zhao Zhanhui would pick her up today, but he didn't come. She felt angry and embarrassed. "Didn't you say my brother went to give gifts to the dean?" Pu Shuang awkwardly replied, "He just asked me for directions. But he wasn't there for you. Could it be for Zhao Mingxi?" Zhao Yuan was stunned upon hearing this. Pu Shuang wondered, could it really be for Zhao Mingxi? Perhaps the Zhao family didn't favor Zhao Yuan as much as it seemed. At this moment, her driver arrived. Zhao Yuan felt his gaze, but didn't want to say more. She got in the car and went home. Upon returning home, she discovered Annie Zhang had been fired. Zhao Yuan couldn't understand and asked, "Brother, you know Annie Zhang is close to me. How could?" Zhao Yuning, playing games, responded irritably, "It's just a housekeeper. What's the big deal?" He could no longer control his emotions. Grabbing Zhao Yuning's phone, "Stop playing and tell me what happened," he replied impatiently. She looked down on Sister Ming Shi and then played victim. "Can't you tell who's more important between Sister Ming Shi and Zhang Yi?" Hearing this, Zhao Yuan's expression softened slightly. But even if she made a mistake, as she was speaking, she heard footsteps approaching and looked up to see Zhao Zhanhui. She ran to him and threw herself into his arms, looking pitiful. "Big brother, why did you fire Zhang Yi? Answer me." Zhao Zhanhui remained silent. She spoke in a sweet, spoiled tone. "Big brother, can I sleep in your room tonight? Just like when we were little?" Previously, Zhao Zhanhui would have found this normal, but at this moment, Ming Shi's words echoed in his mind, "Wishing you and Zhao Yuan happiness together." He pushed Zhao Yuan away. "You're grown up now. Don't cry over small things. Sleep in your own room. He turned and left after saying this. She watched the scene in shock, suddenly feeling panic rise in her heart. Zhao Zhanhui had never refused her before. It seemed everything was changing since Mingxi left. The next day after PE class, during free time, Pu Shuang apologized. Yuan, yesterday was my fault. I didn't know your brother went to find Mingxi. I think it's because Mingxi's running away caused such a stir that it got your family's attention. She tried to control her temper. I know, but I can't just run away from home too. Pu Shuang thought for a moment and consoled her. The monthly test results come out today. If your scores are better than his, your family's attention will naturally return to you. Zhao Yuan turned her head, her gaze unconsciously falling on Ming, she from the international class in the distance. Like her, many people were secretly looking at Mingxi. Mingxi was lost in thought, while holding a basketball, still thinking about the last monthly test. There were 2 questions left. He needed to ask Professor Gao about them this weekend. Suddenly, a girl took the ball from his arms and gave him a phone case. The girl smiled. Fu Yang, she asked me to give this to you. Lin Shi was confused. He instinctively looked back and saw the tall Fu Yang she standing aside, waving something in his hand. Lin Shi looked carefully. He noticed Fu's phone case was black with a simple sun design. Looking down at his own, it was a white phone case with a simple mass design on the back. Couple phone cases. Mingxi was almost frightened, but when he looked back, he saw several boys behind him all taking out their phones to show him. They all had identical phone cases, just in different colors and with different patterns on the back. Mingxi's racing heart finally calmed down. He thought Fu Yang was suddenly giving him a couple phone case. It turned out to be their group's custom-made phone cases. He curved his lips into a smile, thinking how childish it was, and took out his phone. He put on the phone case, then raised his phone, showing it to Fu Yang without looking back. This feeling of being accepted by everyone felt really good. Fu Yang's ears immediately turned red. He said to Kucheng when beside him, I told you he would put it on. Zhao Yuan saw this scene. She heard Fu Yang had protected Mingxi several times. Could they be? Shunli Yao remained expressionless. Mingxi, are you this happy just because of a phone case? Kucheng looked left and right, silently praying. When would Brother Shi develop some awareness? He reminded, Brother Shi, keep it low-key. Everyone's watching you. Fu Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled. I want everyone to know that I've got his back. The young master of Fu family had really fallen in love. He impulsively wanted to say, Little Mask, let's date. Kucheng muttered, if you want a couple phone cases, just buy them. Why make everyone else change too? Fu Yang denied it, glaring at him. I bought gang phone cases. Can't your young master have some personal preferences? Kucheng immediately agreed. He waved his hand. Get lost. Lin saw him taking out the trash after basketball, and his eyes lit up. He quickly followed. Recently, the potted plant's growth had stagnated. He helped take out the trash, being watched. Fu Yang heard footsteps behind him and turned around. What are you doing? Lin quickly grabbed the trash can Fu Yang was carrying with one hand. Let me help you. Brother 7, you go ahead. I can take care of this. Fu Yang sometimes felt like he might be treating him too well, even wanting to do small things like taking out the trash for him. Is this what they call mutual care? He stared at him steadily. Mingxi stood in front of him, also slightly looking up at him. Fu Yang lowered his head, noticing Mingxi's shoelaces were loose. Is this how you usually tie your shoelaces? Mingxi looked down at his white sneakers, confused. What's wrong? Fu Yang exhaled, suddenly bent down. His fingers touched the shoelaces, untying both the left and right shoes. Then, he tied them again into 2 perfect bows. Mingxi looked down at his red hair. His fingers unconsciously gripped the edge of the trash can tighter, inexplicably nervous. He felt Fu Yang had been acting strange lately, being unusually nice to him. His gaze fell on Fu Yang again. Since childhood, only his grandmother had tied his shoelaces. Fu Yang finished tying the laces and stood up. Glancing at Mingxi's very red face, he said smugly, What are you nervous about? You're my little brother. Helping each other is natural. Before he could finish, Mingxi already knew he was about to say something irrelevant and just said 2 words, shut up, then continued walking forward. Fu Yang's Adam's apple bobbed as he followed behind, looking at his delicate figure, suddenly wanting to impulsively say, Little Mask, let's date. But the words got stuck in his throat, and he shyly swallowed them back. Little Mask hasn't confessed yet. Maybe he's not ready. He shouldn't rush it. Fu Yang took a few steps to catch up, reached out one hand to hold up one side of the trash can. trying hard to suppress his urge to smile. Let's take it together. Mingxi wanted to run with the trash can. No need. I can do it myself. He pulled it forcefully. Don't think I don't understand. When girls say no need, they mean yes. When they say it's fine, they mean there's a problem. Mingxi was speechless. You don't understand shit. Fu Yang, she insisted on holding the trash can anyway. He thought it's better to carry half than none at all. When they were coming back after taking out the trash, Shun Liao happened to see this scene. At this time, a classmate came over. Fu Yang, she, come with me to the office. Fu Yang, she frowned but had to hand the trash can to Ming Shi, telling him to go up first. Ming Shi was glad Fu Yang she wasn't around, swaying up the stairs with the trash can, but he ran into Shun Liao coming down. Seeing the smile on Zhao Mingshi's face, Shun Liao found it particularly irritating, his fingers unconsciously clenching. Just now in the upstairs corridor, he had seen it. He saw Zhao Mingxi and Fu Yang she taking out trash together, chatting and laughing. Fu Yang she even tied his shoelaces. His heart was filled with an anxious emotion. He didn't understand what Zhao Mingxi was trying to do. Even when he wasn't around, Mingxi was so close with Fu Yangxi. Yibo suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Yao God, hold on. He might be doing it on purpose. He forcefully shook off his hand. Walking up to Ming Shi, the Dong family is returning this Saturday. If you need, I can accompany you to pick them up. Ming Shi quickly shook his head. No need. Thanks for your concern. But since I can go by myself? Shin Liao's eyebrows suddenly furrowed. Why? He asked. What do you mean why? What if they think you're my boyfriend? Shin Liao's heart ached, unable to resolve the feeling, unable to bear it anymore. Isn't that what you want? Ming Shi suddenly understood. So Shin Liao still thought he liked him. Although it wasn't appropriate to discuss this in front of so many people, since Shun Liao brought it up, Ming Shi decided to clear things up right there. He looked at him seriously and said, Shun Liao, I don't like you anymore. The young Master Fu's love for Little Mask finally couldn't be hidden anymore. He actually hugged him in front of the whole class. Ming Shi looked at Shun Liao seriously and said, I liked you before, maybe because you helped me, but I was young then. Don't take any impropriety to heart. Yibo was shocked hearing this. Shun Liao just stared at Zhao Ming Shi as he pronounced those 4 words, don't like anymore, one by one, his face stiffening terribly. He suddenly felt a dull pain in his heart. Zhao Ming Shi probably felt he had made things awkward. So he awkwardly said, well, that's it then. Bye. I need to get to class. But at this moment, he didn't feel relieved at all. Instead, there was an overwhelming feeling of dull pain, the feeling of completely losing something. Never had it been so clear. Yibo still couldn't believe it. Is he joking? How can someone go from liking to not liking with no transition? Or is he trying to provoke you? Shin Liao's mind was buzzing, not paying attention to what Yibo was saying. How did things turn out like this? Why did he suddenly give up? Yibo continued, but when Fu Yang she tied his shoelaces earlier, his instinctive reaction was to step back. It doesn't seem like he's fallen for someone else. Shin Liao shook off his hand. Let me be alone for a while. After saying that, he turned and walked down. Yibo quickly followed. You haven't fallen for him, have you? If you don't like Zhao Mingxi, there's no need to care at all. Shin Liao's footsteps halted on the stairs. The words, I don't like him, almost burst from his throat. Shin Liao told himself, he doesn't like him, he doesn't care. It's nothing important. There are so many people stuffing love letters in his desk every day. One less doesn't matter. But why was he still so disturbed? He continued walking downstairs. He said goodbye coldly. Meanwhile, in the office, several teachers gathered around, amazingly examining a test paper. The gold class teacher said, the last question was specially designed to differentiate scores. Surprisingly, 3 people got it all correct. This one is Shun Liao's. I recognize his handwriting. This one is from Chiowei in our class. Whose test paper is this on the table? I've never seen this student's handwriting. From the regular class. Teacher Yibin glanced at the international class corner. Teacher Lu smiled meaningfully. It can't be from the international class, right? Teacher Lu, do you still have your school performance bonus this month? Teacher Lu was a bit angry. Let's open it and see. He curved his red lips and started opening the test paper. When the name was revealed, he was stunned. Who is this Zhao Mingxi? Teacher Lu squatted there. He immediately stood up, walked over, and snatched the test paper. He's from our class. The student who transferred from Teacher Li's class this month. He was stunned for a full 5 seconds. He quickly went to check Zhao Mingxi's other subject test papers. The scores were quite good too. He had found a gem. Yibin couldn't help saying, a regular class student with such good grades? Quick, add up the other students' scores to calculate rankings. Teacher Lu was very proud now. Teacher Yi, don't underestimate our international class students. Meanwhile, Mingxi was extremely nervous, not knowing how the results would turn out. He really wanted to participate in the 100-school competition. He turned to ask Ku Cheng-won, when does the international class usually announce results? He rested his head on his hand and smiled. Before class probably. Little puppy, you seem very nervous. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Yang, she rolled up his book and hit him hard on the head. Looking at him threateningly, did you teach Little Mask that? Ku Cheng-won quickly corrected himself. Zhao Mingxi, you seem very nervous? He nodded. Of course I'm nervous. I want to participate in the competition. This is the fastest way for me to make money. Ku Cheng-won looked him up and down, saying honestly, but your grades probably aren't that good, right? Fu Yang, she hit him again. Watch how you talk. Ku Cheng-won's head was swollen. He quickly lay back down. Earlier, someone had maliciously asked Mingxi what he looked like under the mask. That student recklessly whispered, we'd be thankful if he doesn't lower our class average. He thought his voice was very low and wouldn't be heard in the noisy classroom. But Fu Yang, she immediately stood up, eyes cold. Tao Han, come out for a minute. Ku Cheng-won couldn't help correcting, brother Shi, his name is Wang Han. That person immediately ducked under his desk. Damn, I'm sorry, bro. Fu Yang, she rolled up his sleeves, angrily said, get out here. This isn't over. Mingxi held him back. Brother Shi, let it go. Let go. Little Mask, step aside. Tao Han, come out. Just then, homeroom teacher Lu suddenly rushed in. Everyone watched as teacher Lu's face beamed with joy. He strode towards Zhao Mingxi, looking at him like a precious daughter, and suddenly hugged him. We've made it. We've made it. You're really my precious. Fu Yang, she was furious, pulling him away. What the hell, Zhongwei? Let go. What are you doing? While saying this, he quickly protected Mingxi in his arms. As a teacher, don't you know there should be proper distance between men and women? In the regular class, teacher Yi Bin was furious. This math test had 3 perfect scores in total. The international class upstairs got 1, but our class didn't get any. Zhao Yuan was shocked. Could it be Zhao Mingxi from the international class? Little Mask got a good score on this test and was very excited. Fu Yang, she thought he wanted a hug and specially opened his arms. Pu Shuang sat beside him and whispered, don't be nervous. You've always been in the top 20. Zhao Mingxi just transferred. He probably can't keep up with the pace. Zhao Yuan shook her head. I'm not nervous. My grades will definitely be higher than his. I'm just worried. Worried that the gap with Zhao Mingxi isn't big enough. Only if Zhao Mingxi ranks at the bottom will our family see the difference between us. Before Zhao Yu finished, she heard someone shout, Yuan Yuan, the rankings are out. You're amazing, 20th place overall among 3 classes. Zhao Yuan looked up. She let out half a sigh of relief and smiled at Pu Shuang. I didn't perform particularly well this time. Suddenly someone said, wait, holy shit, am I seeing things? That's Zhao Mingxi's name. He actually made it into the top 50. Zhao Yuan's face changed upon hearing this. She quickly looked up. Then she saw something completely incomprehensible and incredible. The number before Zhao Mingxi's name was 19. Looking from left to right, the most eye-catching was the perfect score in mathematics. She felt like she was in a vacuum. She had to collect herself. Am I seeing things? Is it Mingxi? 19th place. Ahead of me? Pu Shuang was still in shock. Mouth agape. Ah, the boy in front of Zhao Yuan heard and turned to her. Yes, it's her. Your sister is amazing. Except for biology, all other subject scores are very high. Zhao Yuan's heart sank, her mood dropping. How could this be? In the international class, teacher Lu excitedly said, you got a perfect score in math this monthly exam, first in the international class, and 19th overall among 3 classes. Ku Cheng-won was very surprised. Damn, Little Mask. Zhao Mingxi, you've got skills. If I had known, I would have asked to copy from you and brother Shi. Fu Yang, she raised a proud smile. Copy, copy, copy. That's all you think about. I never cheat, okay? Ku Cheng-won said honestly, you're too lazy to even fill in the answer sheet. What, cheating? Fu Yang, she shouted at him. You're getting brave, huh? Zhao Mingxi hadn't processed it yet, pointing at himself and looking at Fu Yang. I'm 19th place? They didn't grade it wrong? Is this real? Fu Yang, heart melted. Why are you so silly? He couldn't help messing up his hair, unable to stop smiling. You got first in class? And you're asking me, who's at the bottom? If it's real, are you showing off? Teacher Lu stood at the podium, very happy. Today is the happiest day in my teaching career. and a day for our international class to hold our heads high. Suddenly, a biology teacher appeared at the classroom door, saying there was a problem with 2 students' biology scores, and the total scores needed to be recalculated. This startled teacher Lu. Fu Yang, she looked outside with furrowed brows. If the score ends up lower than before, wouldn't that be getting everyone's hopes up for nothing? Ming Shi sighed. So it was a mistake after all? This is more like the normal outcome. Meanwhile, the regular class also received news about the rankings needing to be recalculated. The discussions grew louder. I was wondering why Zhao Mingxi scored so high. So there was a problem with the scores. But it's just one fill-in-the-blank question. Even deducting these 3 points, 697 is still impressive. Blood rushed to Zhao Yuan's head, creating a buzzing sensation. After it subsided a bit, she managed to calculate that if Zhao Mingxi lost those 3 points, she would be 19th. Zhao Mingxi would be 22nd, still below her. 10 minutes later, Yibin replaced the chart. The biology fill-in question had 2 answers, but the other one belonged to university level, so it was initially marked wrong. Zhao Yuan kept staring at the projector. Zhao Ming, she actually moved up instead of down. Points were added, not deducted. She dropped to 21st place because of this. How could this happen? Ming Shi's grades used to be so poor. Lu Xiaoxia looked at Zhao Yuan with a sarcastic tone. Looks like he's not that great after all. Teacher Lu from the international class was so excited her eyes became moist. 17th place. I produced a 17th place student. Ming Shi, you've set a great example for our class. Ming Shi stood up in shock. 17th? There won't be any more mistakes this time, right? Teacher Lu was moved to tears. No, there won't be. Fu Yang, she also stood up. Seeing him get first place gave him a feeling like completing a game, a sense of satisfaction. Ming Shi turned to look at Fu Yang Shi. He stood up. Why did he stand up too? Fu Yang, she thought Little Mask was overwhelmed with emotion. Looking at his expression, it seemed like he wanted to suddenly hug him. Fu Yang, she glanced at others. But there are so many people here. It's not appropriate, but if I don't agree, he might get upset. Then he blushed, opened his arms, and said resignedly, "Come on." Ming Shi was stunned. He can't be wanting a hug, right? Fu Yang, she goes crazy more than 100 times a day. Used to it, he quickly sat down. Fu Yang, she felt both angry and embarrassed. So it wasn't for a hug? He stretched to cover his embarrassment. Quickly pretending nothing happened, he sat down. The rich young master received a paper crane from a girl. Seeing Little Mask staring at him, he suddenly felt nervous. Caught red-handed, Little Mask was jealous, wondering if he should comfort her. After class, Zhao Mingxi stopped Teacher Lu. Hesitantly asked, "Teacher Lu, have the candidates for the 100-school competition been decided? With my current 17th place, I wonder if I can participate." His expression became serious and he sighed. "It's difficult. Teacher Jiang from the gold medal class decides the candidates. Usually, those who can be selected are those who maintain an average ranking in the top 18 throughout the year. Although you're 17th this time, your previous grades in the regular class weren't ideal. Your average score has been pulled down too much, but I'll try my best to advocate for you." Mingxi was disappointed but nodded. "Okay, thank you, Teacher Lu." Of 50,000 prize money, did he still have a chance? Teacher Lu looked outside at the cold wind and said, "Ming Shi, the temperature has dropped suddenly recently. Remember to dress warmly. Teacher Li specifically asked me to take good care of you." Ming Shi was stunned, then finally smiled. With a brilliant smile, "Thank you for your concern, teacher. I didn't expect Teacher Li to still care about me." As he was about to leave, he saw Shun Liao looking at the ranking board in the corridor. Wasn't he someone who never looked at rankings? Why this time? Ming Shi thought for a moment. Better take a detour back to class. Shun Liao had a strange feeling. One day, he would gradually climb to a position equal to his own, letting everyone see his brilliance. However, before he could be sure he was climbing up for himself, this time he was completely uncertain. At the cafeteria, Zhao Yuning rushed over after hearing the news. "Sis, I heard on the forum that Sister Ming she might be the host for this year's school anniversary. Is it true?" But Pu Shuang said, "The forum talks nonsense. It's always been Yuan in previous years. There's no way they'll change this year." He poked at his food, clearly disappointed. "It's always been Sister Yuan. It would be nice to have a change this year." Pu Shuang couldn't help but shout, "Zhao Yuning, Yuan is also your sister. Why don't you ask about her? She didn't do well this time. She's feeling down." Zhao Yuning paused while eating. "Didn't do well? You're 22nd this time, same as usual. How is that not doing well? By the way, Sister Ming-Shi's grades have improved so fast. Mom will be overjoyed when she finds out. Zhao Yuan was trying her best to stay calm. Since she lost in the monthly exam, she had to make a comeback at the 100-school competition and school anniversary. After a long silence, she forced a smile. If you want to see Ming-Shi host, I'll go talk to the arts teacher this afternoon and meet with Ming-Shi. He immediately responded with excitement. Really? That's great. Zhao Yuan gripped her chopsticks tightly. Every day Ming-Shi wasn't home. Everyone's attention was on him. Pu Shuang stood up. Hurry, Yuan, we have 3 classes of music lessons this afternoon. Let's go back and review the pieces. Zhao Yuan nodded. Okay. Yuning sat there dumbfounded, watching them leave. He didn't know what happened. Had he said something wrong? During the afternoon group music class, Zhao Yuan saw Fu Yang. She was there too, and became more anxious. What exactly was the relationship between Fu Yangxi and Zhao Mingxi? Why did Fu Yangxi have to sit with him even in these general classes? Fu Yangxi lay on the desk, looking at Zhao Mingxi. He couldn't help but frown. What's wrong with Little Mask's family? They won't even give money for clothes? He turned to look at Zhao Yuan. Why was she dressed so warmly? They're clearly playing favorites. He scratched his hair in frustration. No good. It bothered him to see Little Mask being treated differently. Suddenly remembering something, he pulled out a black card from his pocket. He handed it to his younger brother with a meaningful look. Take the card. You know what to do. He made a gesture. Don't worry, big bro, and quietly slipped away. Fu Yangxi sat on the desk, stretching his arms contentedly with his legs crossed. He accidentally kicked the chair of the girl in front. The girl turned around, and seeing it was Fu Yangxi, her face inexplicably turned red. It was that someone from the international class, the super rich one. Watching them whisper, his expression changed as he irritably removed his noise-canceling headphones. What? Want to fight? The girl placed a paper crane in front of Fu Yangxi. Stammering, she said, "This is for you." Fu Yangxi looked at the paper crane, his brows furrowed and lips pursed. What's this? A love letter? Such an old-fashioned approach. He was about to pick up the paper crane but suddenly stopped, feeling something wasn't right. He turned his head and found Ming-Shi staring at him. At that moment, he finally panicked. Oh no, caught in the act. Little dog Zhao must be jealous. He was very conflicted, wondering if he should comfort him. The young master was truly love-struck, actually thinking Little Mask was jealous and deciding to comfort him. Fu Yangxi took out his phone and started searching how to comfort girlfriend. He stared at Zhao Mingxi for a while, suddenly feeling annoyed. Someone had given him a love letter, yet he was still focused on solving problems. He pretended to accidentally bump Mingxi with his elbow. Zhao Mingxi thought Fu Yangxi was complaining about him taking up too much space. He looked at him in surprise. You have so much space. Why are you pushing me? Then, choosing not to argue, he moved his book to the left and continued solving problems. Fu Yangxi was sometimes really frustrated by Zhao Mingxi's denseness. He started to doubt whether he actually liked him. Was it that he was too tolerant, or was he confident that he had won him over? Mingxi lowered his head to work on problems, feeling Fu Yangxi's frowning stare. What had he done wrong now? Fu Yangxi's gaze fell on his thermos, and his cold expression instantly crumbled. How could he tell him that he wasn't so easy to pursue? He needed to stay vigilant at all times. Zhao Mingxi noticed his gaze on the thermos, so he picked it up and tentatively asked if it contained soy milk. Fu Yangxi immediately blushed, taking up a cup that had touched his lips. Wasn't this some kind of hint? This must definitely be some kind of hint. Zhao Mingxi unscrewed the thermos and carefully poured some into the cuplet. He picked up the lid and pretended to be reluctant. If you insist on me trying it, I'll grudgingly take a sip. Why was he using the lid to serve him? After he finished drinking the soy milk, the potted plant strangely moved a bit. 50 small sprouts could grow into a small tree. Now, he had 1 small tree and 29 sprouts. The system's voice rang out. Congratulations on unlocking a new way to increase energy. 50 sprouts can grow into 1 small tree. Just 21 more sprouts until you can grow a second tree. Mingxi immediately poured another cup for Fu Yangxi, eyes bright. Have another cup. Fu Yangxi drank another without understanding why. 1 more. He downed another. Another. He drank yet another. 1 more. And another. Now there was one small tree and 31 sprouts. Ming-Shi was overjoyed. One last cup. Fu Yongxi was about to be sick and tightly closed his mouth. No more, no more. He must be doing this on purpose, punishing him for talking to that girl earlier. Ming-Shi whispered to him, if you like it, you can have 1 cup every day. We can replace desserts with this. Though Fu Yongxi felt sweet inside, he immediately refused. I want desserts. What kind of man drinks soy milk all day? What if my chest grows bigger? Zhao Mingxi was a bit disappointed. Oh well. At this moment, the music teacher walked in and immediately spotted Fu Yongxi. He usually skipped these classes and had never attended before. Today he actually came to class. His red short hair was very eye-catching. The music teacher couldn't help but call him up to play the piano. This was bad. Previously, Fu Yongxi wouldn't even bother to stand up, but today, seeing Zhao Mingxi sitting beside him, he wanted to show off. His lips curled into a smile. So he lazily went up to the stage. After getting up there, Fu Yongxi played a piece smoothly and fluently. Zhao Mingxi couldn't help but put down his pen. He saw Fu Yongxi in a new light. When he was this serious and quiet, he had a different kind of handsomeness than usual. A few minutes later, he finished playing. As soon as he stood up, he looked at Ming-Shi in the audience. He walked over slowly. Stop daydreaming. If you like it, I'll play for you again later. The teacher's calling you up. After Zhao Mingxi went on stage, he played a familiar short piece. The deep, elegant music flowed smoothly. Though he hadn't played for a long time, he was a bit rusty, but playing one piece shouldn't be a problem. Xinli Yao sat in the last row, pressing her lips together, her gaze fixed on Zhao Mingxi. He actually knew how to play the cello. Yi Bo beside her spoke up. Zhao Mingxi can play an instrument? I've never heard about this before. Xinli Yao didn't know either. She had known Zhao Mingxi for 2 years, yet seemed to have never really understood him. Pu Shuang's mouth fell open. When did Zhao Mingxi learn to play the cello? And he played so well. Zhao Yuan was panicking inside. Now he had even more advantage in competing for the school anniversary host position. She then prepared to leave to find the teacher to settle things. Pu Shuang immediately followed. Yuan, you're still better. You're at a master level in piano. Fu Yongxi happened to see this scene and asked Ku Chengwan, who had just snuck in late. Where is she going? He answered, probably to the arts department office. Fu Yongxi had a sudden thought. He must be up to something again. He smiled mischievously. Do you know anyone in first year? Ku Chengwan sensed trouble brewing. 7th brother, what are you planning? He stroked his chin with a frivolous expression. Of course, we can't let certain people's schemes succeed. Young Master Fu's affection for Little Mask was something to be proud of. As the weather turned cold, he thoughtfully gave Ming-Shi a matching scarf. What others had, his Little Mask must have too. He turned Fu Yongxi's face and stared intently at the wound on his neck. Fu Yongxi's heart was pounding, thinking Little Mask was going to forcefully kiss him in the classroom. He instantly became extremely shy. Back in the classroom, Ku Chengwan looked at Zhao Mingxi in surprise. You've been hiding your talents. I never knew you could play the cello. He was modest. It's not really an important skill. Fu Yongxi irritably pushed Ku Chengwan's head away. Control that drooling face of yours. Fu Yongxi suddenly waved lazily at the classroom door. Hey you, come here. A subordinate quickly ran over, placed a large box on Ming-Shi's desk, letting Ming-Shi choose first. Ming-Shi stood up and asked, what's this? Then he opened it, looking at a whole box of fluffy scarves that appeared soft and puffy, yet elegant. Ku Chengwan explained, wow, gang merchandise. Fu Yongxi sat on the desk, leaning back on his hands, swinging his long legs, proudly looking down at Zhao Mingxi. Now you're the number 1 subordinate, you get to choose first. He picked up a scarf and examined it carefully. Your gang is quite fancy. First phone cases, now scarves. But wearing a scarf in October? Are Southerners that afraid of cold? He prepared to put it away. The next second, Fu Yongxi snatched it. He looked confused. What's wrong? Fu Yongxi didn't answer. Instead, he carefully wrapped the scarf around him. Speaking softly, I said it's a gang scarf. Can't be out of uniform. His heart felt warm. This way he wouldn't be cold. What Zhao Yuan had, his Little Mask must have too. Fu Yongxi pretended to cough casually and reached for a matching scarf in a different color. In that case, I'll just randomly pick one too. Ku Chengwan retorted. You call that random? I saw how precisely you chose. Fu Yongxi was delighted and was about to remove his original scarf to put on the matching new one. Mingxi looked up and suddenly noticed on the right side of his neck, near the back, there was a deep bloody scratch. Mingxi immediately walked over and turned Fu Yongxi's face. They were suddenly very close. Fu Yongxi's heart was pounding. His eyelashes were like crow's feathers, black and long, clearly visible. Mingxi stared carefully at his wound. How did you get hurt again? It's like the blood marks on your hand before. Fu Yongxi was startled, thinking he was going to suddenly kiss him. His face instantly turned red, his body stiff as stone. Fu Yongxi's eyelid twitched. Only then did he realize he was looking at the wound on his neck. His expression changed, and he immediately pushed Mingxi away. Standing straight, he stepped back twice and quickly wrapped the scarf around. Mingxi stared at his neck intently. I can't believe I just noticed your neck today. What happened? Fu Yongxi's expression softened, saying casually, the instant noodle water was too hot. The glass bowl exploded. Mingxi frowned. Last time too. Fu Yongxi looked at him guiltily and softly hummed in agreement. Mingxi felt inexplicably angry. A little more to the side, and it would have hit your carotid artery. Are you always this careless? Fu Yongxi saw his expression and suddenly felt soft inside. He raised his eyebrows proudly and said cockily, Little mask, haven't you heard? Scars are a man's medals. Mingxi rolled his eyes at these words, but he remained uneasy. He wondered if he had drained Fu Yongxi's energy, causing him to get hurt frequently. The system told him, you're just borrowing luck, not absorbing it. Fu Yongxi's injuries are definitely not your fault. Mingxi felt somewhat relieved hearing the system's words, but still felt uneasy. He decided to pause borrowing luck for a few days, to observe the situation. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuning was suddenly dragged urgently to the arts department office by a friend. Hurry up, a senior from third year is looking for you. Zhao Yuning didn't know anyone in third year, but his friend's grip was too strong to break free. With an irritated mood, he was dragged to the arts department. Before getting close, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Teacher, have you decided on the host for next month's school anniversary? Zhao Yuning instinctively stopped in his tracks. Thinking Zhao Yuan came to recommend Zhao Mingxi, he admired Sister Yuan's generosity, so he dared not disturb and waited outside. He secretly glanced around a few times. This should count as fulfilling the senior's request, right? Inside the office, Zhao Yuan spoke reluctantly. Teacher, I've been the host for 2 years. I have the ability and qualifications for this role, but teacher thinks Mingxi has a lot of support too. She frowned. But many people on the forum suspect he cheated. He's my brother. I know his level. He even sought help from Xinli Yao before the exam. He heard everything clearly from outside and was suddenly shocked. How could this be? Zhao Yuan had always been uncompetitive. Mingxi got the only spot in the 100-school competition, but people accused Fu's young master of buying the spot for his pockmarked girlfriend. He was furious. What pockmarked? He quickly searched on his phone. It was an insulting term, referring to someone's girlfriend. After seeing this, the anger on his face disappeared. The door opened with a click. Zhao Yuan came out. She turned and met Zhao Yuning's disbelieving eyes. The air went dead silent. After a while, Zhao Yuan was startled. Why are you here? She didn't know how long he'd been there, or how much he'd heard. That day after school, they returned home. The atmosphere was very tense. Mother Zhao saw Zhao Yuan's red eyes and asked Zhao Yuning, what trouble did you cause again? Apologize to your sister. Zhao Yuning was furious. Why don't you ask what she did? She accused Mingxi of cheating. He stared at Zhao Yuan as if he didn't know her, still pretending after playing us all for fools. Zhao Yuan looked wronged. We grew up together. Why do you side with Mingxi without hearing my explanation? Zhao Yuning spoke angrily without thinking. Because you're a cuckoo in the nest. Do you deserve everyone's favor? Mother Zhao stepped forward and slapped Zhao Yuning. He touched his injured face and spoke coldly. Now I understand why Sister Mingxi ran away from home. I can't stay in this house either. After saying that, he turned and left. Zhao Yuan watched his departing figure, wondering why Zhao Yuning suddenly appeared at the office door. Could it be Mingxi's doing? During the next day's long break, Zhao Yuan walked beneath the teaching building, holding a book. Last night, she asked classmates who all said Zhao Mingxi was still performing when they left. She unconsciously looked up and suddenly met a gaze from the 5th floor of the teaching building. It was too far to see clearly who it was, but the striking red short hair, gilded by sunlight, revealed their identity. Could it be Fu Yongxi? Zhao Yuan could hardly believe it. Would the mighty Fu family's young master target a mere girl for Zhao Mingxi? She had to investigate their relationship. Inside the teaching building, Teacher Lu caught up from behind and stopped Mingxi. "Miss Jean, our school got an extra spot for the 100 school competition." Mingxi was stunned, heart pounding with undisguised excitement. "Really?" Teacher Lu was also happy. "I'll go tell Teacher Jiang from the gold medal class right away. Maybe you can go." Yibo overheard their conversation. He quickly told Xin Liao, "Damn, Kong Jiaze was right. Our school really got an extra spot." He couldn't help saying, "Yao God, I think Kong Jiaze is pretty good too. He can do ballet and has good grades." Xin Liao's face turned frighteningly cold, spitting out 2 words, "Shut up." Yibo obediently closed his mouth. He turned his attention to the components Xin Liao had finished, only to find the robot was assembled incorrectly. Ever since Zhao Ming, she said he no longer liked Yao God. Yao God's error rate had become too high. He tentatively said, "Why don't you try to win Zhao Mingxi back?" Xin Liao's hand paused. His cold brows furrowed as he said, "Shut up or get out." Yibo sighed. "It's over. Completely over." The news about the extra spot also reached the Chongqing class. Mu Jiao from Chongqing class ranked exactly 19th in average scores, always just missing the competition spots. But now with the sudden news of an extra spot, wouldn't it surely be his? The school was promoting it, so it seemed Zhao Mingxi had no chance. At least he'd won in the 100 school competition. At this time, a bombshell exploded in the building. After the list was published, the last participant was surprisingly Zhao Mingxi. Pu Shuang stood up and shouted, "By average grades, the 19th place is Mu Jiao. Why was he eliminated?" Another backroom deal. How much money did Mingxi spend? Oh no, I mean how much did Fu Yangxi spend for him? And I heard this spot was specially requested by Professor Gao. How careless is the school? Zhao Yuan gritted her teeth hard. "Fu Yang, she just loves helping Zhao Mingxi, opposing me at every turn." Meanwhile, a classmate from the international class exclaimed, "Zhao Mingxi, you've really made our class proud this time." Mingxi was stunned. "Really? It's me?" Fu Yang, she was secretly delighted. Go away, go away. Little Mask is going to compete. Don't make him catch your stupidity." Someone shouted in the corridor. "Fu Yangxi, if you have the guts to buy spots for your pockmarked girlfriend, have the guts to come out." Fu Yangxi was extremely angry hearing this. What pockmarked? He quickly searched on his phone to see what insulting term it was. Turned out it referred to someone's girlfriend. After seeing this, half of his anger disappeared. Ku Changwen looked at Fu Yangxi's mysteriously reddening ears. "Aren't you angry?" Fu Yangxi frowned symbolically. "Oh, I'm so angry." The Fu family young master's injuries weren't related to Little Mask's luck borrowing, but to be safe, Mingxi decided to pause contact for a while. But Fu Yang, she thought Little Mask was angry, and instantly felt his composure crumbling. That's why Mingxi's second brother, Zhao Mo, appeared. Fu Yang, she stood up displeased. These people are really troublesome. He walked out with a dark face, and everyone immediately stepped back. He lazily swept his eyes over them. What's all the noise about? Zhao Mingxi has the ability. The Chongqing class students became more arrogant. If you've got what it takes, compete fairly. Don't use underhanded methods behind our backs. Fu Yang, she was completely furious. Say that again. Zhao Mingxi got up to go out but was pulled back by Ku Chengwan. You going out there will only add fuel to the fire. Wait for Brother Shi to handle it. He sat restlessly watching outside, hoping there wouldn't be a fight. As the situation was about to escalate, the dean of students rushed over, sweating profusely. What are you doing? Want to clean toilets? Fu Yang, she stared at the dean with dangerous eyes. He spoke icily. If you dare make me clean toilets, I dare to tear them down. The dean swallowed, terrified by these words. Teacher Yibin also rushed over. Dean, you need to explain clearly. Why was the spot given to Zhao Mingxi instead of Mu Jiao? The dean explained until his tongue nearly blistered, saying this was a spot Professor Gao specifically requested for Zhao Mingxi. Teacher Zhang also questioned, Dean, we can't bow for mere benefits. Let's give this spot to Mu Jiao according to the rules. Fu Yangxi sneered. Interesting. I never gave you anything. Who needs your pittance? Teacher Zhang was furious, face red with anger, eyes wide. How dare you speak to a teacher like that? Suddenly, a stern, harsh voice interrupted them. Zhang Guangping, what nonsense are you causing? Zhao Ming, she is my personal student. Only 3 people solved that big question in the monthly exam, and he was one of them. What's unfair about that? Teacher Yibin, how about you become the competition vice chairman? Everyone looked and saw the dean holding up his phone on a video call. It really was Professor Gao. They quickly bowed. Professor Gao was annoyed and ordered them not to call again. Mu Jiao couldn't accept it and ran away. Teacher Yi Bin, seeing his students still there, shouted, "What are you standing around for? Get back to class." Fu Yang, she walked back to the classroom smiling. He knew Little Mask got the spot on his own merit. He glanced at Ming Shi's seat, but he wasn't there. Asked Kachungwan where he was. He looked up and honestly replied, as soon as the crowd in the hallway dispersed. He said he was going to study in the library. When Fu Yang, she was about to sit back in his seat, he found a note on the desk. He picked it up and read, "From now on, do your own homework, clean up your own comic books, and no more desserts." His composure instantly crumbled. What did he do wrong? Why was Little Mask suddenly angry? Meanwhile, at the library, Mingxi was still thinking about what the system said. Fu Yangxi's injury wasn't related to borrowing his luck, but to be safe, he should pause contact for a while. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. "Little Bean Sprout, pretending to study again? Let me see what problems you're working on." Mingxi turned around. He saw his second brother Zhao Mo standing before him. Wasn't he supposed to be abroad? Thinking carefully, today was Madame Zhao's birthday. No matter how busy, he should return home. He reached for the competition materials on Mingxi's desk, making a mocking sound. "Oh, competition materials? I advise you to give up. No matter how much you study, your intelligence is just what it is." Mingxi immediately stood up and snatched the book back from Zhao Mo's hands, then quickly put it into his backpack. He slung the backpack over his shoulder, turned around and left without a word. He looked at Zhao Mingxi's back with surprise. What's wrong? He never reacted this strongly when he teased him before. Zhao Mo quickly followed. Mingxi rushed down the stairs. He habitually reached out his hand to pinch Mingxi's face. "Little Bean Sprout, you're getting arrogant. Not following Zhao Yu anymore? Going rebellious now?" Mingxi slapped his hand away with a pat. He coldly said, "Get lost." He wouldn't waste another 5 years on them. Young Master Fu saw a strange man, pulling and pushing Mingxi around, mistaking him for a hooligan. Without a word, he kicked at him fiercely. "Dare to bully my person? You're asking for death." Fu Yang, she showed unusual affection for Little Mask, gently rubbing his head. Little Mask was touched. No one had ever stood up for him like this before. Marriage didn't seem so important anymore. What mattered most was someone who treated him well. Zhao Mo thought his ears were playing tricks on him. His hand froze. He looked at Zhao Mingxi with disbelief, repeating in shock, "You told me to get lost?" He cursed angrily. "I just returned from abroad, and you don't even greet me, instead telling me to get lost? Zhao Mingxi, aren't you being too rebellious?" He grabbed Mingxi's wrist. "Come with me to the hotel. It's the birthday celebration today. I don't have time to discipline an ungrateful brat like you." Mingxi flung his wrist, swatting his hand away. Maybe it was Zhao Mo's imagination, but he felt Zhao Mingxi looked at him like a fly he once got too close to. With regret. What did he regret? Regret trying to please him, this second brother, or coming to this family? Mingxi made his attitude clear. "I won't go back. Leave now, or I'll call security. If you don't want to be in tomorrow's news, get lost." Zhao Mo was instantly enraged by his look of disdain. "Go ahead and call." He sneered. "Oh right, I forgot. You're just a mediocre D-list celebrity with zombie fans. No one would care about this." Zhao Mo's blood pressure shot up, his eyes reddening. Beyond his anger, seeing Mingxi's cold and disgusted expression, he roughly grabbed his wrist. "Come to the hotel with me, and we'll talk." She struggled desperately. "I won't go." Fu Yang, she was walking to the library with Ku Chungwan, carrying takeout. Before getting close, they saw a strange man in a baseball cap, pulling and pushing Zhao Mingxi around. Fu Yang, she's mind went blank, his rationality snapping with a crack. He approached with a dark face. "Dare to bully my person? You're asking for death." He came over and kicked Zhao Mo flying. Caught off guard, Zhao Mo crashed into the iron fence with a bang. Seeing stars, his cap flew off. "Damn, who is it?" Mingxi tried to stop it, but was held back by Ku Chungwan. "Brother Shi, this is your chance to be the hero." Nearby male students shouted, "Damn, Brother Shi. Brother Shi's fighting. Is it a hooligan? Did a hooligan sneak in to harass girls?" Everyone's fired up. While being furiously beaten by Fu Yang Shi, Zhao Mo desperately protected his face, yelling, "Don't hit the face." 30 minutes later, at the police station, an officer looked up at a tall student, scolding, Why did you dye your hair red? Why did you beat someone up? Fu Yongxi raised his head defiantly. He's a pervert. Who else should I beat up? As for the red hair, it's because I'm handsome. There's no law saying people with red hair can't beat others up. After speaking, Fu Yongxi turned his head to look at the lawyer who rushed over with a briefcase. Where's Zhao Mingxi? Lawyer Zhang from Rongli hurried over. Young Master Fu, Miss Zhao is waiting outside. Fu Yongxi frowned. Don't let him stay with that creep. Zhao Mo, being scolded by another police officer, angrily said, Who's a creep? I'm his second brother. I just wanted him to come back for the birthday party today. Zhao Zhanhui frowned. Keep quiet. Shut up. The police officer immediately scolded back. Don't cause trouble. If you're his brother, why were you mistaken for a hooligan in public? Why did you get physical? Zhao Mo angrily replied, I'm a celebrity. I was worried about stalker fans following me and wanted to take him back quickly. Ku Chungwen laughed. Stalker fans? You don't even have as many as our brother Shi. Fu Yongxi asked Lawyer Zhang. I think I lost several strands of hair. Did you count them at the scene? He played along. Yes, young master, I counted them. He adjusted his glasses, looking at the trembling Zhao Mo and the pale-faced Zhao Zhanhui. Well then, gentlemen, I'll handle all further negotiations on behalf of my client. Fu Yongxi and Ku Chungwen left the police office. Zhao Mingxi was waiting anxiously in the hallway outside. Seeing them come out, he quickly stood up. How did it go? It's not a big deal. To avoid involving Ku Chungwen, Lawyer Zhang will probably settle it privately. Fu Yongxi went to check Mingxi's wrist. Seeing no marks on his fair wrist, the rage in his heart finally subsided. Someone called from the infirmary. Hurry up, come get treated. Fu Yongxi shouted down the hallway. Wait a moment. He paused, not daring to look at Zhao Mingxi due to his mistake, and said softly, Sorry, little mask. I hit your brother. I didn't know he was. Mingxi smiled and interrupted him. It's okay. I don't care about them. I'm just glad you're all right. Ku Chungwen quickly said, We're fine. Brothers should stick together. Don't worry. She already taught him a lesson. No one will talk about today's incident. Fu Yongxi ruffled Zhao Mingxi's hair, his tone brightening. Wait here. Don't go anywhere. We'll go to the infirmary to treat the wounds. Then we'll leave together. Mingxi nodded. Okay. Besides He Yang and Dong Shun, no one had ever stood up for him like this. Sometimes, whether to marry or not didn't seem so important. The people who treat you well are what matter most. This time, Little Mask completely cut ties with his family. Young Master Fu remained a strong support behind him, always protecting him. Since they didn't want Little Mask, then Little Mask would be his. Zhao's mother couldn't wrap her head around it. She couldn't understand what it meant that Mingxi wanted to cut ties with their family. Isn't he just running away from home? Zhao Zhanhui looked extremely tired, massaging his brow. Actually, since he left home last time, I haven't been able to convince him to come back. I've been hiding it because I was afraid you'd be angry. Zhao's father's face turned ashen. What exactly happened while I was away? Zhao Zhanhui couldn't explain, his usually gentle expression starting to crack. Why don't you two ask yourselves if you ever cared about Mingxi? Zhao's mother said firmly, He's just throwing a childish tantrum. Zhao Yuning crouched to the side, listening to the three argue, equally frustrated. This is exactly why Zhao Mingxi doesn't want to come back. The three of them walked out of the police station. Turning to Fu Yongxi, he said, Wait for me a bit. There are some things I need to handle. Ku Chungwen worried, Zhao Mingxi, you're not really going to cut ties with your family dash. Fu Yongxi immediately interrupted, only he knows what he's been through. Others can't understand his feelings. They all really hate Zhao Mingxi. Don't listen to anyone else. Make your own decision. As long as you think it through, any decision is a good decision. Mingxi looked at Fu Yongxi and nodded firmly. Fu Yongxi coldly glanced at the whole family, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, but understanding that Little Mask needed space to resolve things himself. After thinking for a moment, he reached out and said, Give me your phone. Mingxi took out his phone and handed it to him. Fu Yongxi quickly switched to the phone interface and entered his phone number. Then he put it back in Mingxi's hand, took his backpack, and spoke with unexpected maturity. I've set my number as your screen's always on display. Just press dial, and I'll come right over. Mingxi nodded and turned towards his parents. The night was cool, but he felt like he had a solid wall behind him. Mingxi spoke first. Stop looking for me. Over and over again. It's annoying. Mrs. Zhao's expression began to change, her body trembling with disbelief. What are you talking about? Let's go home and talk about this, Mingxi said coldly, trying to speak as clearly as possible so the family would understand at once. Cutting ties means you don't need to raise me anymore, and I won't be responsible for supporting you either. Legally speaking, we'll owe each other nothing. Mingxi took out a card and threw it to Zhao Zhanhui. Your money. I don't want it. Zhao Yuning in the corner suddenly stood up and shouted, Sister. Mingxi cut him off directly. Don't call me sister. Mrs. Zhao momentarily couldn't breathe, clutching her chest. Today is Mom's birthday. Do you have to say such hurtful things today? Zhao Zhanhui felt sharp pain in his heart. Yes, at least don't say it today. Mingxi held back tears, taking a breath. These were never just angry words. I was wrong from the start. I shouldn't have expected anything from birth parents. Shouldn't have hoped for things that weren't mine. Now you won't have to struggle between me and Zhao Yun. No one will be an eyesore to you anymore. Please, consider this your final responsibility. Let me go, will you? The next second, he dialed the number in his phone. The air became deathly silent. The wind was faintly howling. Moments later, a never-before-seen black off-road motorcycle drove up. The engine hummed to a stop. The rider was handsome with arrogant red hair. He bent down to put the cold helmet on Mingxi's head. Mingxi looked at him, his heart settling. The ties were completely cut. Fu Yangxi fastened the chin strap. His fingertip lightly flicked, subtly wiping away a glimmer from the corner of Zhao Mingxi's eye. He suddenly smiled, leaving this hellhole of a home. You're so happy. Get on. Since they didn't want Little Mask, then Little Mask would be his. At the Zhao house, Zhao Yuan went upstairs and heard crying. She looked up. She saw Mrs. Zhao sitting on the sofa, crying heartbrokenly. She walked over and crouched down, softly comforting. Mom, don't be sad. You still have me. I'll always be with you. Mrs. Zhao saw Zhao Yuan's formal dress and felt a strange lump in her throat. Mingxi had already been pushed out of the family, yet Zhao Yuan was still wearing Mingxi's dress. Previously, Zhao Yuan often wore clothes prepared for Mingxi. Mrs. Zhao finally realized that she had pushed away her own biological daughter further and further. Suddenly, Jiang Xiuxiu, second on the contract personnel list, appeared. Little Mask's gaze remained fixed on him. The rich young master became jealous and asked irritably, Are you my little brother or his little brother? Little Dog thought for a moment. Can I be both? When it comes to being a boss, between 6% and 2%, of course I'd choose Fu Yangxi's 6%. Mingxi sat on the back of the motorcycle, arms wrapped around Fu Yangxi's waist. Traffic flowed like a waterfall, the cold night wind brushing past his temples. After a moment, the motorcycle stopped. He took off his helmet and helped Mingxi remove his too. He reached out to fix her bangs, tightening the scarf. It's too cold at night. If we ride any longer, our fingers will freeze. Mingxi reached up to touch her wound, asking, Does it hurt? Fu Yangxi touched the bandage at the corner of his lip. This little injury is nothing to fear. Ku Chengwen also parked his car by the roadside. The window lowered, and He Yang leaned out, calling Mingxi. Mingxi was very excited. Why did you bring He Yang too? Ku Chengwen smiled happily. A clean break, a day of metamorphosis. How could we not celebrate with some barbecue? Shiji, let me invite your friend. Zhao Mingxi, get in. He walked over to open the car door. Fu Yangxi suddenly interrupted, striding to the car door, opening it and pulling out a male figure. Zhang Qiuqiu, you go sit in the front. Zhang Qiuqiu greeted. Long time no see. Is this how you treat your old friend? Mingxi's eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this the second person on the freelancer list? Mingxi's gaze remained fixed on him. Fu Yangxi counted to 10, watching Zhao Mingxi. He was still staring at Zhang Qiuqiu. Is Zhang Qiuqiu that handsome? He had never stared at him like that. Mingxi came to her senses and found Fu Yangxi glaring at her, his face suddenly sour. Confused, she asked, What's wrong? Fu Yangxi tried not to sound jealous. Your eyesight is really good at night. He pushed Mingxi quickly into the car. Later, the group sat down in the steamy barbecue restaurant. Mingxi and Zhang Qiuqiu asked simultaneously, Oh, it's you? After asking, both had expressions of surprise followed by understanding. Fu Yangxi's face frosted over even more. What do you mean it's you? Little Mask, you and Zhang Qiuqiu knew each other before? Mingxi explained, We haven't really met. I just took his cello exam for him at the arts department before. That's the one with the nickname called Handsome Jade. Fu Yangxi's face lengthened. So you two have already added each other on WeChat? Mingxi nodded. Yeah, he was jealous. Isn't that quite a coincidence? Mingxi poured a glass of wine. I suppose so. He smiled and extended his hand. Let's shake hands, employer. If you have similar requests in the future, just find me. Jiang Qiuqiu shook his hand. No problem. By now, Mingxi had grown 1.5 baby teeth. Though not as many as Fu Yangxi, it was still enough to be happy about. Mingxi, feeling excited, asked Jiang Qiuqiu again, since you haven't been to school for so long, do you need help organizing your test papers? And do you need someone to run errands during your duty days? Ku Changwen silently looked at Fu Yangxi's increasingly green face. My goodness, Zhao Mingxi, can't you read the room? Before Jiang Qiuqiu could speak, Fu Yangxi grabbed Mingxi's body, holding his shoulders. He stared at him angrily. Are you my little brother, or his little brother? Mingxi answered seriously. Can I be both? Is there professional competition in being a boss? Fu Yangxi shouted in exasperation. No. One mountain cannot contain two tigers, understand? Jiang Qiuqiu laughed hysterically beside them. Can't help it. My charisma is irresistible. Mingxi thought, between 6% and 2%. Of course I'd choose Fu Yangxi 6%. Smiling, he said, then I'll choose to be your little brother. Fu Yangxi's ears turned red, feeling satisfied. His eyes showed dominance and coolness. Looks like my charisma is greater after all. Mingxi felt warm, watching these young people joking around. His heart also felt warm. Something was quietly growing, filling the empty corners of his heart. Mingxi happily had a few more drinks. He started feeling dizzy, seeing Fu Yangxi swaying. He began seeing two Fu Yang's eyes. Mingxi propped up his head. His beautiful face flushed, hugged Fu Yangxi and burst into tears. His voice had a hoarse undertone. My grandmother. Fu Yangxi was startled. What's going on? The young master Fu, to make little Mask happy, specially took him to where he grew up. Mingxi felt warm with him. Even without prestige, he was still an important person. He suddenly remembered, feeling a bit dizzy himself. Oh no, Mingxi can't drink alcohol. He gets drunk immediately. Fu Yangxi was caught off guard. Why didn't you say so earlier? Mingxi sobbed loudly in Fu Yangxi's arms. He hadn't even seen his grandmother's face one last time. With chili on his hands, the more he wiped his eyes, the more they burned, making his tears flow even more heavily. Fu Yangxi rarely saw Zhao Mingxi cry so devastatingly. His heart tightened. He turned to ask He Yang who his grandmother was and where she lived. Send me the address. He Yang looked sadly at Mingxi. She's already passed away. He's not actually like what you think, spoiled since childhood. Mingxi felt lightheaded. His brain seemed waterlogged. Though swaying, he could vaguely hear their conversation. He burst into tears again sorrowfully. Grandmother passed away. Fu Yangxi comforted softly. It's not your fault. Not your fault. Let's go home, okay? Ku Changwen looked at Mingxi with complex emotions, never expecting his life had been so difficult. The streetlight outside the shop shone on the ground, cold air swirling around, freezing cold. Mingxi looked down. Why was Fu Yangxi tying his shoelaces again? His consciousness became increasingly fuzzy. He just felt so cold. Why weren't they home yet? Fu Yangxi stood up and carefully wrapped the scarf around him. Mingxi mistook him for a warm utility pole and hugged him tightly. Finally not cold anymore. Then he completely lost consciousness and fell asleep. In the morning, the engine's humming and slight shaking made Mingxi's head throb. When Mingxi hazily regained some consciousness and was about to open his eyes, his first sensation was cold. What's going on? It was much colder than yesterday. Had the temperature suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees? He saw a somewhat dirty car window. He was in a car. Mingxi looked to his left. Fu Yangxi was sleeping beside him. Mingxi suddenly felt at ease. Mingxi then looked to his right. It was an old but familiar station. This was Tong City. The car stopped. The driver spoke in local dialect. We're here. Wake up. They all woke up and got out of the car. Fu Yangxi opened the car door for Mingxi. Mingxi, with swollen red eyes, stared at him blankly. At this moment, he felt as if he was dreaming. Was this Alice in Wonderland or something? How did he wake up to find himself back in the place where he grew up? Seeing him standing still, Fu Yangxi bent down slightly, his lips curling into a smile. He smiled and said to Mingxi, "Welcome home, girl." Yao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Are all you international class people this weird? Ku Changwen, taking advantage while Fu Yangxi was distracted, whispered, "To be honest, I'm the most normal one, and I'm the class heartthrob." Mingxi snapped out of his dreamlike state, got out of the car and involuntarily held his breath. He couldn't help but ask, "How did we get here?" Ku Changwen smiled. Your town doesn't have a helipad, so the plane flew to the city center first. Then Shiji hired a car. Mingxi instinctively looked at Fu Yangxi. He found it hard to describe his feelings. It was like receiving warm coal on the coldest day. telling him everything would be all right. Fu Yangxi noticed Ming Shi's earlobes turning white from cold and urged, all right, let's go inside. The wind is too strong here. Ming Shi looked at his back and smiled slightly. Now to Ming Shi, he was someone important, even without his authority. He reached out and opened the small courtyard gate. The familiar bamboo tea table was gone, thrown in a corner under the eaves. Untouched for long, covered in dust. Everything had changed. Zhang Qiuqiu hugged herself, her sweater collar almost covering her head, shivering from cold, took a cold breath and asked when he would call them to pick them up. Fu Yangxi glanced at Ming Shi and said casually, my little mask rarely comes here. Besides, I checked, the only green train back is at 7 a.m. Zhang Qiuqiu's eyelids twitched. Didn't we come by private jet? Fu Yangxi pouted. Right after we landed, my old man was alerted. Now I have 52 missed calls. He's revoked my privileges. Zhang Qiuqiu lowered her eyes. Amen. Hope you're still alive when you return. He didn't care at all about getting beaten up for little mask. Fu Yangxi walked over and handed him a Yunnan Baiao mask. Looking around everywhere but at him, he casually said, put this on. Your eyes are swollen. Ming Shi opened the disposable eye mask package. Wearing it made him look more like a fierce rabbit. Ming Shi pressed the warm part around his eyes. He asked, where did you get this? Fu Yangxi took out another identical one for himself and put it on. Just bought it randomly. Zhang Qiuqiu whispered, wonder who made the driver wait half a day at the bus station. Ming Shi looked at the two masks. One was a bit crooked. He stood on his tiptoes, reached out to adjust it. Fu Yangxi held his breath, his heart pounding. The young master's weakness turned out to be fear of dogs. But to protect little Mask, he bravely faced his fear, shielding Ming Shi under himself. Ku Chengwen jumped over like a monkey, shouting, not fair. I didn't sleep well either. Why don't I get an eye mask? Fu Yangxi irritably pushed his head away. There were only two. Ming Shi, having received so much help from them last night, felt very embarrassed and took off his eye mask. How about I give you mine? I've had enough sleep. My eyes don't hurt. Just as Ku Chengwen was about to happily take it, Fu Yangxi slapped his hand away. He reluctantly dug out 3 more from his pocket. Here, take these. Ku Chengwen accepted them with a puzzled face. Ming Shi asked, weren't there only 2? Fu Yangxi replied without blushing or blinking, I forgot I had another box. Aunt Li, carrying a porcelain basin to wash vegetables, saw Ming Shi had arrived. Ming Shi happily called out, Aunt Li, I missed you so much. I want to go up the mountain first to see grandmother. Aunt Li affectionately rubbed his little head. Go ahead, come back in the evening. I'll make something delicious for you all. In the afternoon, Ming Shi went to sweep the tomb. Except for Zhang Qiuqiu, who was particularly sensitive to cold and couldn't leave the fire basin, the other 3 went with him. After paying respects, Ming Shi said to them, why don't you 3 head back first? He Yao was shivering from cold. Ku Chengwen turned to Ming Shi, then we'll head back first. Be careful. Don't fall. Fu Yangxi pretended not to hear. No, I'll wait for you. The mountain was remote, not safe for a girl alone. So Ku Chengwen said, then Shiji, you stay with Ming Shi for a while. He Yao and I will go down first. Once they left, the mountain became quiet. Ming Shi silently burned the paper money. Fu Yangxi stood beside him, looking down, feeling troubled and not knowing how to comfort him. He almost wanted to call Ku Chengwen back. Ming Shi looked up at him first and smiled. No need to comfort me. I'm not sad. We're going back to school tomorrow. Fu Yangxi sighed in relief, just about to mention taking the train back. Suddenly, they both heard continuous, frantic dog barking. The barking was terrifying, as if it would charge at them any moment. Ming Shi was startled and quickly put down the paper money and stood up. Since when were there dogs here? He grabbed Fu Yangxi's wrist, about to pull him away. But Ming Shi's hand holding his was covered in sweat. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination. Fu Yangxi stared intently at the Tibetan Mastiff, his body extremely rigid. Ming Shi had never seen him like this before. His face was completely expressionless, even emanating coldness. He was scared by him and cried out, Fu Yangxi. Fu Yangxi barely snapped out of that state. His Adam's apple bobbed, and after coming to his senses, he muttered, oh no, and quickly pulled Ming Shi to run. They had delayed just that moment. A large Tibetan Mastiff came charging at them, baring its teeth, its foul-smelling hot breath almost hitting their faces. Ming Shi was running too fast and tripped over a stone. As he was about to fall, Fu Yangxi instinctively protected his head, not letting him get hurt at all. But as the dog was about to charge again, suddenly someone called it, "Da hey!" A local farmer apologetically asked, "Are you all right?" Fu Yangxi, looking very angry, shouted at the middle-aged man holding the dog, "Never mind us, just tie up your dog and take it away." Then he helped Mingxi up. "Are you hurt? Let's go back and clean up." He shook his head. "No, let's go back." Later, after Mingxi finished showering, Zhang Qiuqiu, sitting on the sofa, asked, "Did you encounter a giant dog?" Mingxi, thinking about Fu Yongxi's reaction that afternoon, felt something was wrong and was worried. Does Fu Yongxi have some trauma with dogs? His reaction today was very unusual. He's been silent since coming back to shower, completely different from his usual arrogant self. "It's nothing serious." Just as Zhang Qiuqiu was about to speak, Fu Yongxi, fresh from his shower, interrupted, "Caught you. Don't talk behind your young master's back." He had returned to his usual cocky self, looking displeased at Zhao Mingxi. "Little puppy, as I said, you only recognize me as your boss, yet here you are talking about me behind my back." Mingxi turned his head away. "I did not." Meanwhile, at the Zhao family villa, after Zhao Zhanhui returned home, he read a lawyer's letter. It requested them to return Miss Zhao Mingxi's personal belongings, including photos and household registration book, as soon as possible. It specifically emphasized that Mingxi's image should be cropped out of any group photos. Mrs. Zhao's eyes were swollen red, crying very sadly. She really hadn't expected this. Mingxi was really serious about it. "Young Master Fu, brother really likes the little puppy too much. He's willing to fight with his family for him." Mrs. Zhao covered her face and began to cry. "How can he be so resolute? I carried him for 10 months. Zhao Yuan, as if ignored by them, stood in the corner biting her lip, her nails gradually digging into her palm. Before Zhao Mingxi came, they all belonged to her alone. She carefully sat down. When she mentioned the dismissed housekeeper Aunt Zhang to Mrs. Zhao, this time Mrs. Zhao's answer was very firm and impatient. "Don't mention that person. She bullied Mingxi so much. We definitely can't keep her. Don't speak up for her." Zhao Yin just felt everything at home was changing. Her tears fell in large drops. "Maybe I should leave this home. Mingxi must hate me. That's why he doesn't want to come back." Mrs. Zhao looked at Zhao Yuan with reddened eyes, feeling somewhat sad. "Don't talk nonsense." Zhao Mo, having seen many women cry in the entertainment industry, looked at Zhao Yuan with a peculiar expression. Saying such things at this moment might sound kind, but something felt off about it. Another day, Yi Xiaoxia came to the Zhao family villa. The school records clearly showed that both Zhao Yu and Zhao Mingxi's birthdays were October 14th, but why did he discover that a boy who admired Zhao Mingxi had marked his birthday as December 24th on the calendar? But Yi Xiaoxia instinctively felt this matter wasn't so simple. He suspected one of them might be illegitimate. The housekeeper opened the door for him. "Hello, please come in." But as soon as he entered the Zhao house, he found Mrs. Zhao instructing people to cover Mingxi's room's belongings with dust covers. Moreover, Mrs. Zhao had tears on her face. "What's going on? So heartbroken because Mingxi ran away from home?" Zhao Yuan immediately spotted Yi Xiaoxia, and her expression changed. "Who let you in?" The housekeeper panicked and quickly said, "Miss wants you to leave." Yi Xiaoxian pouted. "Why so fierce?" Previously, the Zhao family used to revolve around Zhao Yuan, but just now the aunt was so heartbroken about Mingxi running away. Plus, earlier when Zhao's brother came to school, he looked for Mingxi, not Zhao Yuan. He became more certain. The Zhao family must have discovered Zhao Yuan wasn't their biological child. Could Zhao Yuan be the illegitimate one? He must get some information from either Zhao Yuan or Mingxi. At 9 p.m., they arrived at City A's train station. Mingxi hurriedly took the backpack from Fu Yongxi. "I almost forgot. I need to pick up some elders at the airport. The Dong family's flight lands at 10. We still have an hour. We can make it." Ku Changwen drove the car over from the parking lot. "I'll take you. Then I'll take He Yang and Zhang Xiuxiu home." Mingxi felt it was too much trouble for Ku Changwen. They had all been on the train for over 10 hours with barely any rest. Going to the airport would be a long detour. Everyone was tired. "I can go by myself." Fu Yongxi immediately pushed Zhao Mingxi in. "No way. Late at night like this, you want to get kidnapped by some illegal taxi and sold off to some remote place?" Zhang Xiuxiu glanced at Fu Yongxi and patted his shoulder, saying, "Good luck to you." Mingxi anxiously looked up and asked, "What about you?" Fu Yongxi replied with disdain, "Of course I'm waiting for my family to pick me up. How could I squeeze into your little broken car? Why are you worried about me?" Before he finished speaking, Mingxi said, "I am worried about you." Fu Yongxi involuntarily swallowed. His heart was pounding as his gaze fell on Zhao Mingxi's face. Fu Yongxi unconsciously wanted to smile, but was afraid of being discovered. He quickly licked his back teeth and looked away, instantly turning cold. "What's there to worry about me?" Mingxi asked. Won't your parents scold you for using the private jet without permission and skipping class? Fu Yangxi smiled. I'm the only child in the family. Nothing will happen. He reached out and patted Mingxi's head. Smugly said, you should go now. Don't delay your schedule. Mingxi reminded him, then be careful by yourself. He stood there, silently watching the car drive away. Then a black car pulled up. Young master, the old master wants you to go to the old mansion immediately. Half an hour later, at the Fu family mansion, a clear-minded old man wielding a chessboard was making Fu Yangxi jump around. Using the private jet without permission and daring to ignore my calls, you little brat, Fu Yangxi shouted while running. Help, where's my grandson? He clung to the rockery, turning to glare at the old master. Furiously shouted, I just like him. If you dare touch him, I'll jump off the building right now. No, I'll jump from the Fu Corporation building and crash the company's stock. The young master Fu actually had a tragic past. His mother and grandfather both believed that he was responsible for the death of his brother and father, so he lived in pain. Fortunately, he still had little mask. If Mingxi knew about this, would he blame him? Or would he say, I'm worried about you? Fu Yangxi said from above, if I die, there'll be no heir to the Fu family. The old master trembled with anger. If your brother hadn't died, would it be your turn? You killed your father and your most excellent brother. Fu Yangxi froze. He jumped down from above, quickly regaining composure. Now there's no brother, only me. You have no choice. The old master, exasperated, took a document from Lawyer Zhang, threw it at Fu Yangxi's feet. I won't care about you anymore, but don't be stupid enough to let people use you and help them count money. He picked up what the old master threw, but didn't even bother to open it. Most likely another attempt to create misunderstanding between him and Mingxi. He casually threw it back to Lawyer Zhang. I don't believe it. I only trust what I see myself. The old master's face turned ashen. Get out, go back home. Don't let me see you. Fu Yangxi had to turn around. As he left, Lawyer Zhang looked back at Fu Yangxi. He used to be such a humble and reasonable child, but since that incident, he changed. Fu Yangxi opened the door and saw his mother sitting on the sofa. She spoke coldly, so you're back. I heard you even went to the police station. You've really done it now. He said nothing and continued walking forward. The next second, a glass cup flew at him. Bang! Glass shards scattered everywhere, cutting across Fu Yangxi's hand. He couldn't hold back anymore. What are you crazy about now? Lawyer Zhang got me out of the police station. I use my own private jet. What's it to you? Yu Jiarong asked through gritted teeth. You killed your father and brother, and you still have the nerve to be happy? You still dare to fall in love? Have you forgotten what you did to them? Fu Yangxi's face darkened, also feeling hurt and pained. Yu Jiarong walked closer, staring intently at the young man before her, touching his face. With a blood-curdling voice asked, Are you happy? You're the only one who survived. Why did you alone survive? Because of you, your father and brother died. 2 lives exchanged for one. Was it worth it? Fu Yangxi held back his anger. Silently, he realized Zhao Mingxi's dormitory had access control. His footsteps stopped. White breath came from his mouth. His eyelashes seemed frosted white. His whole body ached as he sat down exhausted. He wanted to wait for Zhao Mingxi to wake up, wanted to see him when he came downstairs, wanted to see him early. Because of what happened to his father and brother, no one liked him. They all hated him. But as long as Zhao Mingxi liked him, he wasn't afraid. Mingxi was always an early riser. When it was still dawn, he came down from upstairs. He quickly noticed the tall figure outside. He ran over quickly. Hi Shiji, why are you here so early? Didn't you sleep last night? Fu Yangxi had a, you little idiot, do you think I'm Iron Man? Expression and said, how could that be possible? I just went to bed early, so I woke up early today, just taking a walk and happened to pass by. With one hand in his pocket, he turned his head and coolly handed over a large bag of packed breakfast to Mingxi. Mingxi was pleasantly surprised. He took the bag and looked inside, seeing McDonald's and several Chinese breakfast items, incredulous. You came early specifically to bring me breakfast? Fu Yangxi's neck turned red. He immediately jumped up defensively, as if hearing some ridiculous joke. What do you mean specifically for you? My driver bought too much. Take it to the classroom and share it with Ku Chungwon and others. He asked directly, then why didn't you just take it to the classroom? Fu Yangxi stubbornly said, I came by to get the scarf I put in your bag yesterday. That's not okay. It's expensive. He rolled his eyes. So he had been overthinking it, assuming the breakfast was specially brought for him. Then he turned and ran upstairs. Okay, I'll go get it now. Fu Yangxi watched him run upstairs, unable to suppress a smile. Half an hour later, in the classroom, Ming-Shi was seriously reading while eating breakfast. Fu Yong-shi sat beside him watching for a while, then couldn't help asking, "When are you going for the 100-school competition training?" Ming-Shi looked at him and said, "I have to go for training on October 23rd, for 10 days. Then your birthday, won't you have to spend it at the training place?" Ming-Shi was stunned for a moment, looking at Fu Yong-shi with surprise. He had just mentioned it casually, yet he remembered. Ming-Shi smiled brightly, saying casually, "We'll see when the time comes. You guys accompanying me back to grandmother's house was the best gift." He also smiled and said, "Okay, we'll see then." He thought to himself that he could go to the training camp that day. But this was a surprise, and Fu Yong-shi didn't plan to say it out loud yet. He casually glanced outside and immediately saw that Shinli Yao. Fu Yong-shi slightly raised his head, frowning in displeasure, his eyes dark. "Why does it feel like that Shun whatever Yao teacher keeps walking this way lately, looking over here every time he passes by?" Ming-Shi noticed his injured hand and grabbed it, asking, "What happened to your hand?" He had to lie, saying, "I fell while being chased by dogs in the mountains." Ming-Shi didn't believe it, "But I remember it wasn't there when we were on the train yesterday." Fu Yong-shi immediately pulled his sleeve down to cover the injury. "You were drowsy on the train. How could you remember clearly?" Ming-Shi didn't ask further and took out the unused iodine from his desk. He carefully applied medicine and disinfectant. Fu Yong-shi thought that after the first time, he wouldn't be so tense anymore. But unexpectedly, at this moment, his heart was still racing fast. Ming-Shi felt his wounds must not be limited to just his hand. He pulled at his collar, trying to check while he wasn't paying attention. But Fu Yong-shi was very alert and protected himself in time, saying with a red face, "What are you doing so early in the morning?" As expected of Little Mask, being so aggressive from the start, Ming-Shi was annoyed. "Fine, if you have other injuries, treat them yourself. Why does this young master always act like I'm going to take advantage of him?" Fu Yong-shi didn't seem to mind his grumpiness and casually picked up the iodine. He leisurely headed towards the bathroom. At this time, Kuchungwon was hiding something in his arms, sneakily peeking inside. When he saw Fu Yong-shi coming, he immediately got excited. He unzipped his jacket and pulled out a puppy from his chest. "I just found out you're afraid of dogs. Let's start with a small dog to help you get familiar. Maybe then you won't be afraid anymore." The puppy eagerly tried to jump onto Fu Yong-shi. His whole body stiffened in fear. Ming-Shi's heart started racing inexplicably, and he immediately stood up. He hurriedly went to stand in front of Fu Yong-shi. "Kuchungwon, stop it. Quickly take the dog to the security guard. Otherwise, Teacher Liu." Kuchungwon's mouth fell open, staring at Fu Yong-shi's reaction in shock, belatedly realizing he might have made a mistake. Before he could finish speaking, he sensed something was wrong. Turning around, he saw the figure behind him had suddenly disappeared. Fu Yong-shi had vanished with the iodine. Little Mask skipped several classes to look for the psychologically damaged young master. Ming-Shi felt this was very unlike himself. He actually skipped class for Fu Yong-shi, rushing out without a second thought, rather than for his potted plant sprouts. Ming-Shi patted Kuchungwon's shoulder. "Go take the puppy away first. I'll go look for him." The class bell had already rung. He circled the teaching building but couldn't find Fu Yong-shi anywhere. The school was too big. If he kept searching like this, he would end up skipping the whole morning. So Ming-Shi climbed to the roof of the teaching building, planning to look down from above. He reached the rooftop, out of breath. Opening the door, he found Fu Yong-shi there. Surprisingly, Fu Yong-shi was lying on the rooftop, sleeping. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he'd found him. Fu Yong-shi was lying calmly on a lounge chair, hands folded. His expression suggested he was thinking about something, yet also nothing at all. Ming-Shi slowly walked to his side. Sitting down beside him, he turned to look at him. "Aren't you going to class?" Fu Yong-shi tugged at the corner of his mouth, saying carelessly, "The classroom was too noisy. Came up here to lie down for a while." "You actually dare to skip class?" Ming-Shi felt this was very unlike himself. He actually skipped class for Fu Yong-shi, rushing out without thinking, rather than for his potted plant sprouts. But although Fu Yong-shi was initially fierce towards him, gradually, he decided to look after him and became very loyal. On the day they arrived in Tong City, Ming-Shi decided that from then on, Fu Yong-shi would be a very important friend to him. His concern was understandable. Fu Yong-shi looked at him with displeasure. "Go sit on another chair. I don't have anywhere to lie down." Ming-Shi stubbornly refused to move, saying slowly, "No." Fu Yangxi felt that Zhao Mingxi was worried about him, cared about him, and wanted to stay with him. Zhao Mingxi was the one who always managed to tear open a gap in the darkness, the person who would rush in regardless of everything. Life was really bitter, but with Little Mask, it seemed to become a bit sweeter. Fu Yangxi tried hard to suppress his upturned lips, feeling warmth unconsciously flowing from his heart. The earlier stiffness in his body seemed to melt away. Fu Yangxi sat up and suddenly said, "Let's go back. If we don't go down now, Little Mask will get scolded." By the homeroom teacher, Mingxi was stunned. Fu Yangxi had adjusted himself so quickly. After school, Mingxi looked at Fu Yangxi and said, "I have dinner plans with the Dong family elders tonight. I'll leave first." After Mingxi left, Kuchengwen immediately slipped over and apologized quietly. "Brother Shi, I'm sorry. I didn't know." Fu Yangxi took off his noise-canceling headphones and interrupted him. "Let's end this matter here. Don't bring dogs again in the future." As he packed his bag, he remembered that Shen guy from the filial team who, this morning, kept staring at Zhao Mingxi through the window. Feeling uncomfortable, he couldn't help but ask, "What's the deal with that Shen something Yao from the filial team?" Kuchengwen immediately knew who he was asking about. He quickly replied, "Isn't he the one Zhao Mingxi said he knew?" Fu Yangxi turned to look at Kuchengwen, recalling, "Are you hiding something from me?" Kuchengwen hurriedly changed the subject. "Oh yeah, Brother Shi, isn't there a bottle missing from the medicinal wine Zhao Mingxi gave you?" Fu Yangxi looked for the wine and found that a bottle of alcohol was left in the bathroom. He glared at Kuchengwen. "I'll settle accounts with you later." After saying this, he turned and left the classroom. Kuchengwen sighed in relief and quickly followed behind Fu Yangxi. But just as Fu Yangxi and Kuchengwen reached the bathroom entrance, they suddenly heard people inside mentioning Zhao Mingxi. They heard them saying how delicious Zhao Mingxi's desserts were, and how it was better when he was pursuing Yao Shan, as they had desserts every day. Now that he and Yao Shan were having conflicts, they couldn't enjoy such treats anymore. The inter-school competition was coming up soon. He'll be training with us then. Wonder if he'll make up with Yao Shan. Fu Yangxi's footsteps halted. They continued, "He's been pursuing Yao Shan for 2 years, and just when Yao Shan was about to give in, he can't give up halfway, right? He's using the Fu family's young master to make Shenli Yao jealous." Kuchengwen didn't dare listen to what else they said. The air became suffocating. He watched as Fu Yangxi's face visibly turned ashen. "It's over," Kuchengwen thought desperately. His worst fear had come true. Fu Yangxi's face was ashen, like a storm was coming. "What are they saying?" Kuchengwen quickly held him back. "It's just idle gossip. None of it is true." Fu Yangxi's clenched fists were trembling unconsciously. "Of course I don't believe it. Little Mask isn't that kind of person." He was breathing heavily as he shook off Kuchengwen. The next second, he rushed in. "What the hell are you gossiping about? Say it again if you dare." The 2 boys from the filial team were startled and quickly ran away. Fu Yangxi's face was terrifyingly dark. "Stop right there. What do you mean, desperately pursuing Shen? What do you mean, making up?" Kuchengwen blocked him again. "Let it go, Brother Shi. Calm down, calm down." Fu Yangxi couldn't calm down at all. His mind was filled with the conversation he just heard. As if hearing something absurd, he turned to look at Kuchengwen. "Saying little dog Zhao is using me to make Shen jealous? That's quite a stretch." He had a bad feeling, wanting to speak but stopping himself. Fu Yangxi kept staring at him. "What do you mean? What are you hiding from me? This is your last chance." Kuchengwen had no idea how to explain. He blurted out everything at once. He did pursue Shenli Yao before. The handsome one who wins gold medals every year. Looks down on everyone. The perfect student. Shenli Yao. Fu Yangxi was heartbroken, but he said they were just normal friends. Kuchengwen mumbled, "Girls are shy. Besides, you were always chasing him away back then. He didn't like us much. Why would he tell us?" Fu Yangxi couldn't understand the situation. His heart was burning with an anxious fire. He wasn't sure if it was anger or something else. Shenli Yao is handsome, wins gold medals every year. The perfect student. Then what about him? The Fu family's young master finally learned that Little Mask had previously pursued Shenli Yao from the filial team, and he felt particularly heartbroken and desperate. So Little Mask didn't like him at all, just using him to make Shenli Yao jealous. Fu Yangxi took a deep breath, appearing to calm down a bit. "I don't believe it. There must be some misunderstanding." Fu Yangxi realized he was even jealous of these rumors. Zhao Mingxi said they were just friends, so he believed they were just friends. He didn't care about what these people were saying. Kuchengwen saw his state and felt helpless. Let's go back first. How could he not care? He cared terribly. Fu Yang, she suddenly started walking out. Go back my ass. I need to clear this up first. Ku Chungwon was worried and quickly followed. Fu Yang, she went to the electronic archives room. With a few keystrokes, he logged into the school's internal website. Directly, retrieved all school photos from the entire previous year. When all the photos appeared on the computer, many clues became clear. Zhao Mingxi was at every basketball game where Shinli Yao appeared. Zhao Mingxi carrying water. During last year's school anniversary, Zhao Mingxi and Shinli Yao appeared in each other's class photos. During last year's recruitment, Zhao Mingxi also helped Shinli Yao. He was wearing a mask then, so the little mask that Fu Yangxi knew, Shinli Yao knew him too, even earlier and longer. But this time, he couldn't help taking out his phone to check the forum. In the threads about Little Mask, mentions of Little Mask and Shinli Yao were far more numerous than mentions of Little Mask and him. Someone posted asking, can anyone dig up info about the new school beauty and Shinli Yao from the track team? Feels like they have a long history. Others revealed that Zhao Mingxi had pursued Shinli Yao before, wondering why he had such courage. Turns out it was because he was naturally beautiful. Known that Shinli Yao is the official match, young Master F was being used to make Shinli Yao jealous. Fu Yangxi's temples throbbed as he read. Little Mask had pursued someone else. Why did the whole world know except him? Jealousy, like unnamed insects, gnawed at his heart, making him extremely tormented. Ku Chungwon couldn't help but say, Brother Shi. After some time, he tried to calm himself down. He stood up immediately. So what if he liked Shen before? What does it matter? I'm not some old-fashioned Qing dynasty person. What's there to mind? He might have liked him before, but he definitely doesn't now. Now Zhao Mingxi likes me. Yes, that's right. He likes me now. But even as he repeated this to himself, Fu Yangxi became increasingly uncertain, the questions in his heart growing bigger. He felt like he had misunderstood something. It was he himself who had been creating a self-deceiving, beautiful dream. Suddenly remembered the envelope that grandfather had lawyer Zhang give him. Grandfather said he was in unrequited love. Could there be something inside? Fu Yangxi's heart was pounding. He quickly called lawyer Zhang, asking him to have someone bring the items to a KTV room near the school. Half an hour later, Fu Yangxi sat silently, his expression dark, looking at the photos his grandfather had given him one by one. The first photo was of Little Mask running up to help him take out the trash. That day when they were talking in the alley faced the teaching building, and Shan was watching them from the 5th floor. So, did Zhao Mingxi really run up to help him with the trash, or did he do it because Shinli Yao was watching? The second photo was from before the monthly exam, when Little Mask suddenly grabbed his hand hastily. The classroom surveillance photo showed Shinli Yao's figure passing by in one corner. So did he really want to hold his hand, or did he only do it abruptly after seeing Shinli Yao? The third photo was from the library's surveillance. That day, before he arrived at the library, Little Mask had clearly had an argument with Shinli Yao. Their expressions looked quite familiar with each other. Yet he told him they were just ordinary friends. Fu Yangxi gripped these items tightly, his whole body turning cold. He only realized now that many things had shown signs early on. He had just been humiliating himself, living in self-deception. Little Mask never liked him at all. Ku Chungwon muttered quietly, "It's over. It's all over. Brother, she is going to blow up the school. So does he remember my birthday?" The thought that jumped to the top of Fu Yangxi's mind was surprisingly this. Like grasping at a final straw, he desperately thought, if all this was just a misunderstanding. Such coincidences could happen in this world. Just when he was being nice to him, Shinli Yao happened to be nearby. Yes, he liked Shinli Yao before, but what did that matter? He has no contact with Shinli Yao now. He wouldn't mind that point. As long as he likes him now, tomorrow he'll pretend nothing happened today. Fu Yangxi wiped his face and suddenly stood up. I won't believe anyone. I want to hear it from his own mouth. Call him. Ku Chungwon hesitated immediately. This isn't good. He steadied himself and said to Ku Chungwon word by word, "Put it on speaker and ask for me." Ku Chungwon looked at him hesitantly for a while, then had to make the call. He turned on the speaker. At this moment, only suppressed breathing could be heard in the private room. After a moment, the call connected. Ku Chungwon didn't know how to ask. Looking at Fu Yangxi's expression, Ming Shi, are you having dinner with the Dong family? Do you remember when Brother Shi's birthday is? Little Mask still cared about the young Master Fu. First thing, in his phone's notes, he wrote down Fu Yangxi's birthday and set it as a pinned reminder. Ku Chungwon hesitated but still asked, do you remember when Brother Shi's birthday is? Should we give him a surprise? Ming Shi laughed. Yes, of course we should surprise him. Then Fu Yongxi heard Mingxi ask, "But when is his birthday again?" The air suddenly turned dead silent. He was heartbroken. Ku Changwen barely dared to look at Fu Yongxi's face. "Let's discuss at school tomorrow. What are you planning to give? Don't give anything too extravagant, or the whole class will know you like Brother Shi." After saying that, he silently prayed for him to say he liked Brother Shi, otherwise he would break. Mingxi on the other end was stunned. To gain favor, some behaviors might indeed be easily misunderstood. Fortunately, Fu Yongxi was slow to catch on and didn't think that way. He quickly explained, "No, no, no. Don't say that. I see Brother Shi as a big brother." Mingxi wanted to say he wouldn't act, but for some reason, just as he finished speaking, Ku Changwen hung up the phone. Then came the busy tone. Did it run out of battery? Fu Yongxi snatched Ku Changwen's phone away. He hung up because he didn't know what he might do if he continued listening. Now everything was clear. Little Mask never liked him at all. Ku Changwen couldn't help saying, "Brother 7, if you feel deceived and don't want to see Zhao Mingxi, we can have him transfer classes." He spoke without emotion, his expression unreadable. Deceived? He's not that kind of person. Don't believe it, and don't talk nonsense. I just thought too much. Fu Yongxi felt very embarrassed. After who knows how long, he staggered to his feet, forcing a smile. "Don't tell anyone about today." Ku Changwen looked at him, could only say, "Okay." Fu Yongxi pushed Ku Changwen away and walked out alone. Outside, heavy rain started pouring down. No one yet knew what a fool he had made of himself. After today, he could still pretend nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Mingxi immediately wrote down Fu Yongxi's birthday in his phone's notes first and set a reminder. Now he wouldn't forget it. Dongshin called to him, "Mingxi, the food's getting cold." Donghui carefully asked, "Shishi, since you're boarding at school now, why don't you come stay with us during winter and summer breaks?" Seeing Mingxi hesitate, she quickly added, "What's there to hesitate about? I've long thought of you as my own daughter. Your grandmother asked us to take care of you before she passed away. If we had known what the Zhao family was like, we wouldn't have gone abroad." Dongshin also said, "That's right, and Mingxi, didn't you say you'd take me shopping for clothes? I'll need your help with my transfer procedures in a few days too." Mingxi lowered his head, gripping his chopsticks tightly, his nose slightly tingling. He nodded, agreeing okay. After finishing the lively meal, seeing it was pouring outside, Donghui said, "Let's drop you off at school first, then we'll head back to the hotel." Mingxi didn't stand on ceremony anymore. "Thank you, Auntie." At that moment, a familiar car slowly approached. Zhao Yuning held an umbrella as Mrs. Zhao, and Zhao Yu got out of the car. Mrs. Zhao and Zhao Yuning both noticed Mingxi nearby. Mingxi saw them too, but he immediately looked away and got into the Dong family's car. Mrs. Zhao's breath caught, her heart feeling like it was being pricked by needles. Without thinking, she rushed over. "Zhao Mingxi, now when you see me, you won't even say hello?" Mrs. Zhao held the car door, preventing it from closing. Mingxi frowned and let go. Dongshin, sitting on Mingxi's right, became angry seeing Mrs. Zhao and Zhao Yuning. He angrily said, "What's wrong with you? What's there to say hello about? Why bother with you after cutting ties?" Zhao Yuning, holding the umbrella, looked at Zhao Mingxi sadly and couldn't help calling out, "Sister." Dongshin deliberately provoked Zhao Yuning, hugging Mingxi's arm and leaning his head on his shoulder. "What sister? She's my sister now." Zhao Yuning was furious, wanting to rush in and fight Dongshin. "Let go of Zhao Mingxi, you fat boy." Dongshin angrily replied, "I won't let go. Your whole family is fat." He couldn't help saying to the silent Zhao Mingxi, "Mingxi, let's talk properly, okay? Mom has reflected a lot these past few days. I apologize to you." Dongshin pushed away his hand, indignantly saying, "What apology? You only say it with your mouth." Mrs. Zhao felt a deep pain in her heart. "Lin Shi, have I completely lost you?" Lin Shi nodded, "Yes, you've lost me." Then the Dong family's car drove away. Mrs. Zhao's legs gave way, and she collapsed in the rain, crying uncontrollably, "Lin Shi, my daughter." The Fu family's young master was heartbroken. Little Mask indeed didn't love him, even coldly calling him Fu Xiao. When Mingxi entered the classroom, he saw Jiang Qiuqiu had returned to school. Several girls were gathered around him, chatting and laughing. Fu Yang, she wasn't happy about him hanging around Jiang Qiuqiu. Fine then, he wouldn't hang around anymore. That 2% didn't matter anyway. But then Mingxi felt something wasn't right. Fu Yang, she wasn't there, and his desk was completely empty. It was usually messy. He couldn't help asking, "Where's Fu Yongxi? It's not the weekend. Why are all his things gone?" Ku Changwen answered, "He took 2 days off. He got a bit wet in the rain yesterday. It's just a small cold." Ming-Shi sat back in his seat and quickly took out his phone to message Fu Yongxi. Brother Shi, Kuchungwen said you caught a cold. Do you have a fever? You should have private doctors at home, right? Have you seen them? What's your temperature? Do you need anything? I can bring it to you. Ming-Shi kept holding his phone, feeling uneasy. Seeing Fu Yongxi hadn't replied, he couldn't help sending another message. Are you feeling too sick? If you're sleeping, reply when you see this, okay? After school, Ming-Shi checked his phone again. Fu Yongxi still hadn't replied to his messages. He felt something wasn't right. He started packing his bag, planning to visit Fu Yongxi's home. Turning around, he asked Kuchungwen, you know Fu Yongxi's address, right? Can you send it to me? Kuchungwen was stunned. Didn't you refuse it before? Ming-Shi hurriedly said while walking, I'm worried he might be delirious with fever. Send the address to my phone. I'll go buy medicine first. After he left, Kuchungwen quickly messaged Fu Yongxi. It's over, Shiji. Zhao Ming-Shi is heading to your apartment. Meanwhile, at Fu Yongxi's private apartment, Fu Yongxi, curled up in his blanket and depressed from heartbreak, kept staring at Zhao Ming-Shi's WeChat message. His mood was complex and sad. In his mind, he had already played out 100 episodes of life and death separation dramas. The plot was clear. She said she didn't like him. Why was she still coming to check on him? Seeing Kuchungwen's message pop up, he exited to check the time. He panicked. What the hell? The little puppy was coming, but he hadn't washed his hair yet. Half an hour later, Ming-Shi arrived. The door opened from inside. Fu Yongxi's red hair was wet and messy across his forehead. He opened the door wrapped in a blanket. Ming-Shi looked up at him in shock. Why is your hair wet? You're washing your hair while having a fever? Are you trying to kill yourself? Fu Yongxi wiped off the water and coldly asked, Why are you here? Lin-Shi didn't notice his unusual attitude and tried to peek inside. Kuchungwen said you're sick. Is anyone home? Before he could see clearly, Fu Yongxi pushed him back with a finger against his forehead. The finger on his forehead was burning hot. Fu Yongxi wouldn't let him in. Don't you need to prepare for the school competition? Or see other people you want to see? How do you have time to visit a mirror? His deskmate Ming-Shi exclaimed, I finished reviewing during the day. I have time now. I heard you were sick. Fu Yongxi interrupted him with a grieved expression. I'm not sick. What's it to you? Do you even care? Ming-Shi pouted. What are you talking about? Are you delirious? You're talking so strangely after not seeing you for just one day. Worried that his brain was really affected by the fever, Ming-Shi anxiously pushed him inside. Quick, dry your hair and lie down in bed. He pushed a bit too hard. Fu Yongxi stumbled, his hot breath pressing close. Ming-Shi frantically pulled him back. It felt like a mountain pressing down on him, almost flattening him. Despite being 1.7 meters tall, he felt like a small bamboo shoot swaying in the wind, about to break at any moment. How much do you weigh? You always look so slim. Fu Yongxi angrily replied, I'm 1.88 meters tall. Okay, go ask other guys who are 1.88 meters how much they weigh. Plus the blanket is 20 jin. He fumed internally, thinking only Shunli Yao was light, only Shunli Yao was thin. Not liking him was one thing, but now complaining he was fat? Lin-Shi walked over and reached up to touch his neck, but pulled back from the heat. He thought, this is bad. He needs to go to the hospital. Lin-Shi quickly asked Fu Yongxi, hasn't your private doctor come? Should I take you to the hospital? Fu Yongxi looked at him, his eyes red, his expression inexplicably complex, showing annoyance, along with desolation and hurt. I'm not going to the hospital. Don't touch me. Ming-Shi thought he was delirious from the fever and didn't want to argue. He poured a glass of water and handed it over. Drink some hot water. Your lips are very dry. Fu Yongxi took the water, then turned and grabbed a bath towel, putting it over his head. He roughly dried his hair. Only after it was almost dry did Ming-Shi think to ask, Shiji, is this towel for drying hair? I just grabbed whatever. Fu Yongxi was in no mood to care about such things. Don't call me Shiji. Ming-Shi paused while drying his hair. What's wrong? Should I call you boss then? Boss, damn boss. He thought he liked him, but he was just treating him as a boss. He felt foolish and embarrassed. Fu Yongxi pulled off the towel. He angrily burst out, don't call me boss either. Ming-Shi saw his red hair was already dry and tossed the towel aside. Then what should I call you? Fu Yongxi said in a tragic voice, taking you as my little brother was my arrogance. Now you're not my little brother anymore. His voice grew cold. Just call me young Master Fu. Ming-Shi agreed. All right, young Master Fu, have you taken your medicine? Fu Yongxi's eyes welled up. He really didn't love him. He switched to calling him young Master Fu so easily. The Fu family's young master was heartbroken, almost falling apart. He mistakenly thought that little mask really liked Xunli Yao from the Xiaojing team. Ming-Shi noticed Fu Yongxi's phone case was gone. Wasn't it the couple phone case? How could he remove it so casually? He felt a wave of disappointment. Ming-Shi took out 2 pills he brought and placed them in Fu Yongxi's hand. Then he put a white fever patch on his forehead, then said, after taking these, go to sleep, okay? I'll make you some porridge. Fu Yongxi suddenly asked in a hoarse voice, with your good grades, do you know anyone from the Xiaojing team? I know a few from the competition group, young and ambitious, always winning gold medals. They're amazing, Fu Yongxi asked. Do girls like that type? Ming-Shi thought about the number of love letters Xunli Yao used to receive and said, most girls probably do. Fu Yongxi's hand, hidden in the blanket, clenched silently. Anger, embarrassment, loss, and heartache. All these emotions surged in his heart. So Little Mask also liked someone like Xunli Yao, right? He was extremely depressed, shaking his head miserably. Ming-Shi watched him while holding the porridge, seeing him suddenly drooping his head and walking listlessly to the room. What's wrong? Have some porridge before sleeping. Fu Yongxi didn't respond, walked into the room, and flopped onto the bed wrapped in his blanket. Ming-Shi figured he might be feeling unwell and getting drowsy from the medicine, so he put the porridge on the bedside table. Eat some when you have strength. There's more in the thermos. Fu Yongxi just grunted in response. Seeing this, Ming-Shi felt it wasn't appropriate to stay longer and picked up his bag to leave. He suddenly noticed Fu Yongxi's phone case was gone. Wasn't it the couple phone case? How could he remove it so casually? He felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Maybe it was his imagination. But today's Fu Yongxi seemed more distant than before, even asking to be called young Master Fu. Ming-Shi thought it was probably just because he was feeling unwell from the fever. Somehow, he also became downcast, affected by Fu Yongxi's low mood. He left Fu Yongxi's duplex villa. Only when he got downstairs did he realize it was raining. A car slowly stopped in front of him. Miss Zhao, young Master Fu asked me to take you home. Ming-Shi nodded and said thank you. Meanwhile, at the Zhao house, Zhao Zhanhui was getting a headache. He reminded Mrs. Zhao that they needed to pay attention to Ming-Shi's feelings in these details going forward. Besides that, they emphasized that Zhao Ming-Shi was their biological daughter and should never be neglected in the future. If something like the Zhang housekeeper incident happened again, immediate dismissal would follow. The Zhao family's private conversations naturally excluded Zhao Yuan. It wasn't intentional secrecy, but rather because this was a matter of blood relations, a family matter. Zhao Yuan was anxious, knowing she couldn't let this situation continue. She called Mrs. Zhang. I probably won't be able to arrange for you to come back. Hearing Zhao Yuan crying pitifully, Zhang Yufan became anxious and quickly comforted her. Miss, you need to take care of yourself, especially with the upcoming inter-school competition. You can't perform worse than Zhao Mingxi. Also, you need to take initiative and build good relationships with the Zhao family. Zhao Yuan was distressed. I understand. Then she hung up. Taking initiative wasn't easy. After thinking for a while, Zhao Yuan remembered something. Recently, Zhao Zhanhui had been troubled by a cooperation matter with the Liu family. So she called Liu Yi. You said you wanted to invite me to watch a movie. I agree, but I have a condition. Liu Yi had pursued her. If he could help, her brother would definitely see him differently. On Friday, Ming-Shi felt completely out of sorts. He kept looking at the seat beside him 300 times. Why hadn't Fu Yongxi come to class? It had been 2 days. Just then, Fu Yongxi walked in through the door, his face frowning, very unhappy. As soon as he sat down, he laid his head on the desk to sleep. Ming-Shi couldn't help but stare at him. Not a word, not even a greeting. What was wrong with him? Fu Yongxi pouted, feeling miserable. On Wednesday, while washing his hair hurriedly, his phone case cracked and his pillow got soaked. He slept terribly. Ming-Shi handed him a pack of candy. Is your mouth bitter? Have some candy. Fu Yongxi looked up at Zhao Ming-Shi. I don't want any. Stay away from me. His gaze fell on his hand. And there should be proper distance between men and women. Be mindful of that in the future. Ming-Shi raised his eyebrows. What's his problem? He unwrapped a piece of candy, holding it to Fu Yongxi's mouth. What's wrong with you? Just try one. You need energy when you're sick. Fu Yongxi gave him a weak look. Do you really care about my energy levels? He pressed his lips tightly together and turned his body and head away. Ming-Shi barely contained his temper, his fist clenching. As Ming-Shi froze and he retreated, the The whole scene looked like Ming Shi was pressing forward, forcing him with his hand on his chair, cornering him against the wall while he appeared to resist stubbornly. The gossipy eyes of the whole class involuntarily turned to watch. Whoa, something's going on. The young Master Fu was still immersed in his belief that Little Mask didn't like him, being cold towards Ming Shi. Ming Shi forcefully tried to make him eat a candy. As he advanced and Fu retreated, the whole scene looked like Ming Shi was pressing forward, forcing him with his hand on his chair, cornering him against the wall, while he appeared to resist stubbornly. Ming Shi's cheeks flushed. He quickly withdrew his hand and straightened up. Ming Shi had to put the candy in his own mouth, mumbling, "If you're not better, maybe take another day off. Did you check your temperature before coming out today?" Ming Shi instinctively reached out to feel Fu Yongshi's forehead temperature. But Fu Yongshi dodged again. He even reacted strongly by standing up immediately, saying coldly, "I'm already better. No need for your concern." After speaking, he prepared to walk out. Ming Shi confusedly grabbed his clothes, asked puzzledly, "Then why are you unhappy?" Fu Yongshi turned his head away. "I'm not unhappy." How could he say embarrassing things like, "I misunderstood that you liked me"? Ming Shi didn't believe it. "Nonsense. I can tell when something's wrong with your mood." Fu Yongshi fell silent, then removed Zhao Mingshi's hand. "I told you, men and women should keep their distance." Ming Shi watched Fu Yongshi leave the classroom, completely puzzled. Kachungwen was about to sneak over, but Ming Shi spotted him and asked, "Brother, she has been acting strange these days. Did something happen?" His body immediately froze. He lied, "Just got scolded by grandfather, so I'm in a bad mood. I'll be fine in a few days." Although Kachungwen said this, Ming Shi still felt something was off. In the afternoon, he bought a small green succulent and placed it on Fu Yongshi's desk, hoping the green plant would improve his mood. Fu Yongshi didn't throw it away but barely glanced at it and didn't explode in anger like before. He didn't complain about his desk being messed up. The energetic, proud red bird in Fu Yongshi's heart seemed dead, lying limp on the ground, its tears no longer able to show any pride. Ming Shi felt at a loss. Why wasn't it working? What would make him happy? Because he was so concerned about what happened to Fu Yongshi, Ming Shi's gaze unconsciously fell on him throughout the day. During class, he couldn't help but turn to look at him from time to time. He felt a tingling sensation inside, not knowing why. Meanwhile, Fu Yongshi propped up his head, eyelids heavy, carelessly pretending not to notice Ming Shi's gaze on his face. He thought to himself, he wasn't bad-looking. Why hadn't Little Mask ever stared at him before? He changed his posture, left hand supporting his head, right hand frantically using his phone, searching which angle of a 188 centimeters tall high school boy's profile is most attractive to girls. Just as Zhao Ming Shi was staring at Fu Yongshi's Adam's apple and unconsciously swallowing, Teacher Liu at the podium couldn't take it anymore. He angrily said, "Ming Shi, what are you looking at? Is there a flower growing on your deskmate's face?" Ming Shi was startled and quickly sat up straight, placing both hands on the desk. Fu Yongshi's lips twitched, his heart barely alive. The lifeless little bird finally twitched its leg. Meanwhile, in the Chongqing class, Li Haiyong, clutching the ungiven gift in his desk, couldn't help but grumble. Why is Zhao Yuan the host for the school anniversary again? She's done it for the past 2 years too. Aren't the leaders tired of it? Lu Yi, who was passing by, immediately came back and grabbed his collar, nearly starting a fight. "What are you saying? Zhao Yuan is beautiful and excellent. Deal with it if you can't accept it." Li Haiyang looked at the wound on Lu Ye's face and thought he was being stupid. "You stole your father's bidding documents for Zhao Yuan. Does Zhao Yuan even know? Will she remember your kindness?" Lu Ye's face showed a happy smile. "You don't understand. Zhao Yuan agreed to watch a movie with me this weekend. At least I have a chance." Another person who wasn't feeling as cheerful was Lu Xiaoxia. Couldn't Lu Yi see that Zhao Yuan wasn't as good as she appeared? She opened her pencil case and looked at 2 palm-sized transparent seal bags containing Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yuning's hair. Once she verified the DNA matched her suspicions, she would expose Zhao Yuan's true identity. Pu Shuang carefully asked, Yuan, now that your brother's matter is resolved, are you really going to date Lu Yi?" Hearing this, she felt irritated. "It's just watching a movie. I haven't agreed to date anyone." They were in PE class, playing basketball. Soon this news reached Ku Changwen's ears. Holding a basketball, he went over and told Fu Yongxi and Jiang Qiuqiu about it. Jiang Qiuqiu, wearing a turtleneck with her neck tucked in, didn't understand the situation. So what does this have to do with us? Ku Changwen urgently explained, you don't understand. Zhao Yuan is seeking Lu Ye's help to gain favor and make the Zhao family turn to her side. Unable to communicate with Jiang Qiuqiu, he looked directly at Fu Yongxi. Right, brother Xi? Fu Yongxi picked up his phone and made a call. Jiang Qiuqiu, too cold to turn her neck, had to turn her whole body. She asked puzzledly, what are you doing? Ku Changwen explained knowingly, brother Xi is going to mess up Zhao Yuan's plans. Fu Yongxi's brows were furrowed, lost in thought. Xinli Yao from the basketball team finally understood his feelings and decided to win back Zhao Mingxi. When the rich young master Fu saw them talking together, his face turned green with jealousy instantly. Jiang Qiuqiu sighed, Zhao Mingxi doesn't like you at all. You're heartbroken. Why still care about his business? Fu Yongxi roared, I just can't stand it. I want the Zhao family to suffer, understand? Jiang Qiuqiu helplessly shrugged, I've always said, from childhood till now, I've never seen anyone pursue us for who we are. You didn't believe me. See? It's exactly like that. Fu Yongxi's composure instantly crumbled. He grabbed Jiang Qiuqiu's collar. You want to fight? Seeing them both depressed, Ku Changwen couldn't help but feel down too. He pondered worriedly, why don't we find a way to drive Xinli Yao away? Make him transfer schools. Maybe Mingxi will forget him if they don't see each other. Fu Yongxi finally released Jiang Qiuqiu's collar. Jiang Qiuqiu shook his head. That might not work. Haven't you heard long-distance relationships stimulate hormones? The three of them sat down dejectedly, unable to think of any good solutions. Fu Yongxi continued glaring fiercely at Xinli Yao in the distance. Meanwhile, Xinli Yao was equally troubled. Zhao Mingxi said he stopped liking him over a month ago. Why was he still feeling uncomfortable about it? Gradually realizing, could it be that he actually cared about Zhao Mingxi? Yibo looked at him. What are you spacing out about? Xinli Yao asked coldly, what do you think if I pursue Zhao Mingxi now? Yibo was almost scared stupid, his pupils shaking. Are you serious? But if it's you, he'll definitely come back. He liked you so much before. Getting this affirmative answer, Xinli Yao felt relieved, much more relaxed. During Friday's break time, Xinli Yao handed a form to Mingxi. Next Friday after school, we'll leave from school for training camp. The address is on here. Please read it carefully and sign. Also, it'll be cold next week. Bring some warm clothes. Mingxi quickly signed the form. He looked at him strangely. What? Are you in charge of this? Isn't it supposed to be you Teng from your team? Meanwhile, Fu Yongxi's group came up and saw Zhao Mingxi and Xinli Yao talking in the hallway. They were just discussing how to break them up, and the next second, they saw them together. Fu Yongxi's face turned green. This was unbearable. His temple throbbing, he was about to rush over, but was held back by Ku Changwen and Jiang Qiuqiu. Brother Xi, this childish behavior will only lose you points with Zhao Mingxi. Fu Yongxi was furious. Then what should I do? Just watch them get back together? Hey, they're just talking. Fu Yongxi angrily said, no, he's not allowed to talk to that skinny guy. A moment later, just as Xinli Yao was about to speak about the training camp, someone squeezed between them to get water. Excuse me. As Xinli Yao continued, there's a group of 20 people. Another person passed between them. Sorry, need to pee. Xinli Yao's expression grew increasingly dark. Add the group. All activities will be announced there. Remember to check the announcements. Yet another person passed between them. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. Is everyone in the international class holding their pee to use the bathroom now? The hallway is so wide. Why squeeze through the middle? Zhao Mingxi had no interest in talking more with Xinli Yao. He quickly scanned the QR code to join the group. Thanks, we'll talk later. Fu Yongxi was furious watching from the corner of his eye. They even exchanged contact information, as if he didn't exist. When Mingxi returned to his seat, he noticed Fu Yongxi's aura was even gloomier than in the morning, silently breaking a pencil. What's wrong with you now? He crossed his arms, pouting, and let out a proud snort. After school, Mingxi saw him getting ready to leave and asked, You're leaving already? Fu Yongxi lifted his eyelids. What else? Stay to see why someone is so skinny? Mingxi stopped him, racking his brain for compliments. Who said you're fat? You're 1.8 meters tall, look slim in clothes, and well-built without them. Not fat? Fu Yongxi removed his hand, said, oh, and continued walking. Mingxi blurted out, you can't leave. Maybe his tone was too urgent, as everyone in the classroom looked over. Fu Yongxi, secretly delighted, curved his lips and said, oh, Why? Do you have something else? Mingxi choked, hastily flipped through his competition workbook without thinking, and pointed at a problem. I can't solve this problem. Fu Yang, she was exasperated. The little mask asked him to stay just to help solve a problem? What was he? A tool to point at wherever help was needed. Fu Yang, she sat down angrily, took Mingxi's paper and pen, and started writing fluently. During his problem-solving, Mingxi was surprised to discover his thinking was very quick, incredibly quick, not at all like someone who usually sleeps all day. Mingxi couldn't help asking, with such ability, why don't you join the competition? Fu Yang, she didn't even look up. A 100 yuan gold medal? Worth even 1/1,000,000 of my wealth. Mingxi was speechless. Sorry for bothering. The little mask agreed to live with Fu Yang, she just to avoid separation from the young master Fu. He kept fantasizing. If he lived here, they would share a bathroom, meaning he could hear the water flowing over Fu Yangxi's body when he showered. And after his own shower, would he have to wear Fu Yangxi's clothes? Fu Yang, she handed the solved problem to Mingxi. With a "leave me alone, I'm dead" expression, he picked up his bag to leave. Mingxi didn't even look at the problem, quickly following up, "Aunt Li sent some local specialties for you. Come with me to get them." Fu Yang, she glanced at him, asking coolly, "None for others? Like your training friends?" Mingxi shook his head. "No, just for you and Jiang Qiu. Aunt Li said Kachang one looks too ugly anyway." Fu Yang, she reluctantly agreed, looking unwilling. "Fine then." After getting the specialties, he tentatively asked, "Can I leave now that I've got them?" Mingxi quickly said, "Don't go. My light's broken. Can you help me change it?" Fu Yang, she raised his head, frowning. He found that it wasn't just a broken bulb. The entire bulb was missing. He looked at Mingxi. "Need to buy a new bulb? Wait here. I'll go down." Before he finished speaking, he saw Mingxi drinking water, and the cup somehow spilled right onto the bed, completely soaking the bedding. Mingxi jumped up in panic. "Oh no, what should I do? The bedding's wet. I can't sleep." Fu Yang, she suddenly had a suspicion, but tried to appear indifferent. "What can we do? There are plenty of rooms anyway." The little mask hung his head, sighed deeply. "I guess that's the only way." What's going on? He wondered if it was his imagination, or his narcissism, making him think the little mask was trying every way to stick with him. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhanhui of the Zhao family was furious. "What's going on? Didn't Lu Corporation agree to sell that land to us?" The assistant replied. "Last night, President Lu seemed to receive a phone call and immediately changed his mind. He dialed directly, 'President Lu, I want to ask why you suddenly changed your mind.'" Lu Su was also angry, shouting, "Why don't you go ask your sister what spell she cast on my son, daring to steal my bidding documents? My son might be a spendthrift, but yours isn't any better." He hung up after speaking. How strange. Such a small matter as land trading. How could it make Fu Corporation withdraw investment from headquarters? Zhao Zhanhui's face turned ashen. "Call Zhao Yuan in." When Zhao Yuan pushed open the door, she was delighted, thinking her brother must have secured the project and wanted to thank her. Perhaps they could return to their previous relationship. As soon as she entered, she found Zhao Zhanhui furious. "Stop meddling in my affairs from now on. How dare you let Lu Yi steal bidding documents? This is absurd. Now Lu Corporation has terminated cooperation. You've ruined the entire project." Her face turned pale instantly. "I didn't expect things to turn out like this. He promised me it would be fine." Zhao Zhanhui looked at Zhao Yuan with indescribable disappointment. "I know your purpose, but Mingxi has already left home. There's no need to compete with him endlessly." He felt weary. "You may leave." Zhao Yuan tensed up, gritting her teeth. "Zhao Mingxi, this is all your fault." Meanwhile at Fu Apartments, he sat on the sofa, awkwardly facing Fu Yangxi with a red face. Never imagined the atmosphere would be so awkward at this moment. He just didn't want to part with Fu Yangxi right away. How did it come to this? Mingxi started imagining what it would be like living here. They would share a bathroom, meaning he could hear the water flowing over Fu Yangxi's body when he showered. And after his own shower, would he have to wear Fu Yangxi's clothes? He dared not imagine further. Very embarrassed. "Zhao Mingxi, what are you thinking?" Mingxi suddenly realized that even though this person was arrogant and spoke rudely, he was truly tall and handsome, a teenager full of hormones. Fu Yangxi tried to stay calm, but his mind was completely chaotic, face red, extremely nervous. He couldn't help pouting and stealing glances at Ming Shi. He felt a tingling sensation in his heart, rather than his usual habit of treating him like a Wi-Fi hotspot. Ah, the young Master Fu finally boldly confessed to the little mask. Lin Shi accepted without hesitation. Fu Yongxi's red hair fell across his forehead, his features beautiful, wrapped in a blanket. Seeing this, Lin Shi's heart pounded, though not the first time noticing his outstanding looks, but now with this sick beauty appearance. Especially when Ming Shi entered fantasy, Fu Yongxi pulled him into his arms, voiced like a spoiled child saying, "Can't you like me? Even just a little bit?" Ming Shi coughed embarrassedly. "Don't look at me like that, as if I'm bullying you." "Fine, I'll agree if that's what you want." Hearing this answer, he was stunned for several seconds. He reached out to touch his face, very excited. "You said it yourself, no taking it back. You're not allowed to look at other puppies anymore." Fu Yongxi said tragically, "From now on, just call me Young Master Fu." He finally came to his senses, casually agreeing, "All right, Young Master Fu, have you taken your medicine?" What was he thinking about? Young Master Fu was very jealous of Shenli Yao, who Little Mask once liked. And now because Ming Shi doesn't like him, he's suffering from insomnia again. Ming Shi recalled various past events. Actually, he still liked Fu Yongxi, just hadn't realized it. This suddenly made Ming Shi realize that the person before him, despite his arrogant temperament and pompous way of speaking, was truly tall, handsome, and a vibrant youth, full of youthful male hormones, rather than just being the Wi-Fi hotspot he had habitually considered him to be. Ming Shi stood up, saying embarrassedly, "Maybe I should go back to school." Before he could finish, Fu Yongxi quickly stood up too, trying his best to appear calm, glaring at Zhao Ming Shi. "Go back where?" His face showed a hint of shyness. "Just stay here. I'll go out for the night." Turning to leave, he explained, "Don't overthink it. I'm always generous. If Ku Chanwen had something like this happen, I'd let him stay for a couple nights too." Ming Shi couldn't possibly let the owner leave while he stayed, so he hesitated. "Let's both stay here then." Fu Yongxi swallowed, coldly grunted in agreement, very reluctantly. "Seems we have no choice." After saying this, silence fell again. To break the weird atmosphere, Ming Shi suggested, "How about watching a movie?" Fu Yongxi, expressionless, brushed past him. "There are movies. What do you want to watch? Pick whatever." He paused. Without turning his head, coldly added, "Looks like we'll have to eat together tomorrow." Ming Shi looked at him. "Can't do lunch. Dongshin asked me to go shopping with him. Let's have dinner together tomorrow." Whether it was Ming Shi's imagination or not, after he said this, the figure in front seemed much more cheerful. Ming Shi really couldn't figure out Fu Yongxi's thoughts. Suddenly taking 2 quick steps, he jumped in front of him to look at his expression. What he saw was Fu Yongxi's face saying, "Even though we can have a meal together, I'm still completely dead inside. Though tears won't flow, a man shouldn't cry easily. Don't mind my face." Fu Yongxi lifted his eyelids. "What are you doing?" He didn't seem to have become happier. Lin Shi thought boys' minds were really hard to read, and Fu Yongxi's mind was even harder. They entered the media room. Fu Yongxi walked over, his side profile distinct, his eyelashes lowered. Ming Shi watched him, then looked at the hand adjusting the controls. That hand was fair and slender, without any calluses due to his privileged life. In early winter, holding it would surely feel dry and warm. Ming Shi started to drift off, unconsciously recalling the feeling of holding Fu Yongxi's hand before the last monthly exam. But in fact, at that time, his attention was completely on his potted plant's new sprouts, and he couldn't remember what it felt like at all. Ming Shi also remembered the feeling of that hand messing up his hair. The force wasn't gentle at all. It was even somewhat rudely heavy, like rubbing a dishcloth. He hadn't paid much attention then, but now he inexplicably recalled it. Why? Ming Shi unconsciously licked his dry lips. When he came back to his senses, Ming Shi saw Fu Yongxi holding up a sci-fi movie. "Have you seen this?" "I have." Fu Yongxi heard this, raised his eyebrows, with a hint of jealousy. "With who?" Ming Shi, still looking at Fu Yongxi's distinct profile, unconsciously replied, "When I first came here, I watched it with Shenli Yao, Dongshan, and others. If you want to watch it, I don't mind seeing it again." Completely unexpected by this answer, Fu Yongxi's fingers gripping the disc tightened. He suddenly realized that Shenli Yao had known Zhao Mingxi earlier, and the people around him knew about Zhao Mingxi's family situation before he did. Oh, was it good? Mingxi recalled the plot. It's about an artificial intelligence boy who goes on adventures, trying to become a real child. It's quite touching. I remember there was an invitation. However, before he could finish, Fu Yongxi interrupted, suddenly feeling sleepy, and expressionlessly put the disc back. If he kept listening, Fu Yongxi wasn't sure he wouldn't go drag Shenli Yao out of bed at midnight and beat him up. He knew he shouldn't have negative emotions over such a thing, yet he couldn't help but feel jealous. He envied that Shenli Yao and Little Mask had been childhood sweethearts. He was part of Little Mask's past experiences, and even more jealous that Little Mask once liked Shenli Yao. Mingxi saw him turn to leave and quickly followed. "We're not watching?" He stopped. "Another day. The guest room is here. There's fresh paint smell inside. Get some rest early." Mingxi looked up. "Good night, young Master Fu." His brows furrowed as he said, "Good night." Actually, he wanted to ask Mingxi if he still liked Shenli Yao, but feared hearing an unwanted answer. After showering, Mingxi curled up in bed. After much thought, still confused and unable to focus on studying, he couldn't help messaging He Yang. "Do guys also have those few days each month when they're irritable?" He Yang replied, "Oh." Then Mingxi continued, "Fu Yongxi and I were going to watch a movie, but he suddenly said he was tired and wanted to watch another day. Does he hate me? Or when he heard me talk about Shenli Yao and Dong Shun, did he find it boring and didn't want to listen anymore? But I just wanted to share about my past friend circle. Could he be regretting taking me as his little brother? He's been emphasizing lately not to call him boss." Mingxi typed rapidly, wanting to tell He Yang everything that happened that afternoon. How can someone take back accepting a little brother? Isn't that untrustworthy and unmanly? He Yang delayed before sending several voice messages. "Have you noticed that lately all your conversations with me have been about Fu Yongxi? Logically, since transferring classes, you've had plenty of interaction with Ku Chengwan and Jiang Xiuqiu, but the person you mention most to me is Fu Yongxi. Check your chat history if you don't believe me." These words suddenly appeared in the chat box, startling Mingxi's heart into rapid beating. Blood rushed to his head like lightning. With He Yang's reminder, he realized that maybe his attention had been too focused on Fu Yongxi lately. Getting criticized by Teacher Liu for staring at him in class was one thing. Today, when he heard that even if Ku Chengwen's blanket was soaked, he would offer a place to stay, he actually felt a flash of disappointment. It's normal for people who've known each other for years, right? Also, that morning when he saw Fu Yongxi at the dormitory entrance, hearing he was just there to get his scarf, not to bring breakfast, felt like being doused with cold water. Why did he have such emotional reactions? What was happening to him? Meanwhile, Fu Yongxi lay listlessly on his bed, staring at the ceiling, suffering from insomnia again. He couldn't sleep and didn't dare to. Before, he would force himself to sleep thinking little Zhao liked him, enduring many nights of nightmares. Now that Zhao Mingxi didn't like him, the nightmares had returned. Shocking. The Fu family's young master actually dyed his hair black for little Zhao. Ku Chengwen created a group chat and added Jiang Qiuqiu. Both sent their concerns. Fu Yongxi picked up his phone. He saw group messages asking, "Brother Shi, what are you doing? Did you use the candlelight dinner advice we gave you?" Seeing this, he instantly bristled. What kind of group is this? The chat continued, "Shiji, just because Zhao Mingxi doesn't like you now doesn't mean he won't like you in the future. Right, Jiang Xiu? My opinion is that Shenli Yao and Fu Yongxi are different types. The chances of stealing someone's love interest are very low. Otherwise, Shiji, why don't you dye your hair black like Shenli Yao? Dyeing hair black won't help. The personality gap is too big." Fu Yongxi angrily replied to this message, "You pessimist Jiang, didn't Zhao Mingxi actively invite me to watch a movie today?" He responded truthfully, "He invited you to watch a movie just to ease the awkward atmosphere." Fu Yongxi's heart shattered. Little Mask indeed seemed to have invited him to watch the movie just to ease the awkwardness, and the movie he randomly picked was one he had watched with Shenli Yao. He fell back sadly. Jiang Qiuqiu was damn accurate. The next morning, when Mingxi woke up, he found several different breakfast items on the table. Fu Yongxi seemed to have gotten up and then returned to his room. So Mingxi quietly walked towards his room. Fu Yongxi inside noticed and quickly lay down pretending to sleep. He peeked his head in and saw Fu Yongxi sleeping soundly on the bed. He noticed his clothes weren't properly arranged, exposing part of his abs. Worried he might catch a cold, Mingxi went over to cover him with the blanket. Mingxi looked carefully at his face and had to admit the arrogant young master was quite handsome. He suddenly remembered He Yang's words, and his face inexplicably reddened. He Yang was right. Mingxi mentioned Fu Yongxi the most. The next second, he fled in panic. Fu Yongxi glanced at him, pouting, doesn't like him yet still covers him with a blanket. In the morning, Mingxi met Dongshan at the mall. "Mingxi, you've really changed a lot, though fundamentally you're the same. Has your face completely healed? Ming-Shi unconsciously touched his cheek. It's completely healed. Ming-Shi looked at his potted plants again. The small sprouts had grown into 4 small trees, about 200 seedlings. Thinking about Fu Yongxi's upcoming birthday, Ming-Shi decided to prepare a gift. While shopping with Dong Sheng at the mall, he bought everything he saw with a production date of November 5th. He was secretly collecting them. He hoped Fu Yongxi would find his gift unique. Ming-Shi suddenly took out his phone and showed Dongsheng Fu Yongxi's medicine. You just returned from France, right? You should be able to understand what this means. Dongsheng looked and could only make out a few words. Treatment method, chronic insomnia disorder. Ming-Shi was shocked. Not vitamins? Why would Fu Yongxi have insomnia? Ming-Shi suddenly remembered those times when Fu Yongxi had unexplained bruises and glass cuts. His eyelids started twitching. Dongshin asked what's wrong. Ming-Shi snapped back to reality. Nothing. Later, as they were holding various items, Dong Hui saw Ming-Shi and smiled. Auntie saw many pretty dresses and couldn't help but buy them for you. Ming-Shi was about to refuse, but she immediately said, "Don't refuse, Auntie," then threw the things to Dongshan behind her and took Ming-Shi's hand, ready to go home. As Zhao's mother was coming downstairs with a friend, she happened to see Ming-Shi with Dong Hui. Dongshan was also leaving. Her friend noticed her expression and followed her gaze to see Zhao Ming-Shi. The friend couldn't help saying to Zhao's mother, "Isn't that your child? Why is he shopping with another mother and son?" Zhao's mother felt both pained and anxious, not knowing what to say. She had to find a way to get Ming-Shi back. He was her daughter. Meanwhile, Fu Yongxi sat in the hair salon. The stylist asked, "Young Master Fu, shall we cut it short? It'll look more energetic." Fu Yongxi looked up and said, "Dye it black." The stylist was shocked. "You've never wanted to dye it black before. Dyeing it black will make you look like your older brother. Your mother and grandfather won't accept it." But this was clearly the type Zhao Mingxi liked. Fu Yongxi really wished he could go back to that self-deceptive dream. He impatiently said, "Stop talking nonsense. Just dye it black." The Fu family young master was truly heartbroken this time, seeing Little Mask dating that Shin guy. Apparently, to some extent, Little Mask and Shan Liao had met each other's parents. After sitting in the hair salon for 2 hours, the black dye was finally done. Hair color truly has a huge impact on one's aura. Now with his clean, short black hair, he looked tall and elegant. At first glance, he had lost some of his previous unruly temperament and gained more of a crisp, cold, and proud youthful air. Several salon employees couldn't help but stare at young Master Fu. Fu Yongxi heard their discussions and his face darkened. He turned back with an annoyed face. "What are you looking at? Keep staring and your eyeballs might fall out." The salon staff hurriedly looked away. Young Master Fu was still young Master Fu. A new hairstyle didn't mean a new temperament. Fu Yongxi uncomfortably touched his new hairstyle as he walked out of the salon. He took a grumpy selfie and sent it to the group chat of 3. As expected, Ku Chengwan and Jiang Qiuqiu started their duet. "I was just saying it casually. You really went and dyed it." Fu Yongxi exploded in anger. "Are you asking for death? Weren't you the one who said Zhao Mingxi likes this type?" Ku Chengwan quickly mediated. "All right, Shiji, hurry and go buy candles and steak." He checked the time. Little Mask should be having dinner with the Dong family. Fu Yongxi harbored a secret hope. Perhaps he was hoping that when Little Mask saw his black hair, there would be something like fondness in his eyes. Therefore, he couldn't wait to see him. Fu Yongxi was waiting for his car outside the mall. Suddenly, he looked up. Fu Yongxi quickly spotted Zhao Mingxi dining at the restaurant across the street, and the person sitting opposite him. Fu Yongxi stared at them for a full 5 minutes, unable to process it. He forgot what expression he should wear. His mind was like rusted machinery. Was this a date? Mingxi was feeling a bit unhappy. "Why didn't you refuse when Annie Dong asked you to come eat together?" Shin Liao replied coldly and deliberately. Of course, she wouldn't say that she had specifically called and asked Dong Hui to invite Zhao Mingxi out for dinner. She coldly said, "Auntie Dong is an elder. I couldn't refuse. We've known each other for 2 years. Zhao Mingxi, now you're not even willing to eat with me?" Mingxi felt very irritated and couldn't help saying, "You don't like me, and I don't like you now either. It's best if we pretend not to know each other." Besides, he wanted to return early to figure out exactly what medicine Fu Yongxi was taking. Just as he was about to say something, Dong Hui and Dong Shun returned from the restroom and sat down on either side of the table. Dong Hui also noticed the awkward atmosphere between the 2 young people. She quickly tried to break the tension. "Little Shun, you like our Mingxi, right? Don't be tsundere. You'll regret it when he's gone." Unexpectedly, Shunli Yao was silent for 2 seconds, then said, Mingxi suddenly looked up. What the hell? What was that for? Donghui held his hand, smiling. Shi, time is precious like gold. Don't waste time being upset. Mingxi had a headache. Annie Dong, it's not what you think. Shunli Yao interrupted Zhao Mingxi's words. I understand, Annie Dong. Donghui put their hands together. That's better. You two are so well matched. A tall figure in black stood at the restaurant entrance, clearly hearing Dong Hui's words. Mingxi often talked about you during our video calls. Now that you like him too, what else could stand in your way? His mind was buzzing. He felt utterly ridiculous. So to some extent, Little Mask and Shunli Yao had met each other's parents. Fu Yongxi's knuckles turned white as he gripped the heavy steak bags. Finally, he left the restaurant with a heavy heart. Suddenly his steps faltered. He looked back at Mingxi and sighed once more, feeling troubled and confused. His short black hair reflected in the window glass made him look like a cheap clown. Little Mask finally realized he had feelings for Fu Yongxi. He started searching on Baidu, how to tell if you like someone. The answers were, you unconsciously try to learn about their preferences, you can't help but stare at them, you find them attractive, you can't sleep because of them, and you worry about them. Mingxi finished dealing with Donghui and Shunli Yao. He quickly made an excuse about studying and left. On his way home, he sent Shunli Yao a WeChat message, telling her that later he would explain to Annie Dong that they had long since broken up. Whatever Shunli Yao replied, Mingxi didn't look at it and blocked her messages. He returned to Fu Yongxi's place with his backpack and rang the doorbell, but there was no response for 5 full minutes. Mingxi checked his phone and found a WeChat message from Fu Yongxi. The door code is 102488. Just go in and stay as long as you want. I have some business at the old house. Mingxi fell silent, remembering the bruises on Fu Yongxi's hand after his last visit to the old house. His eyelids started twitching anxiously, and he quickly asked what was wrong. Mingxi entered the passcode and went in. The apartment was large but felt empty. He had thought that someone with Fu Yongxi's flamboyant personality would live in a more lively place. But reality was different. Mingxi realized how little he knew about Fu Yongxi. Now he couldn't help wanting to know more about him, even just his preferences. He pushed open the door to the screening room. Turns out he wasn't a disorganized person. He browsed through the vinyl records and films. Mingxi took a photo of the movie catalog, planning to choose ones he hadn't seen when they watch movies together in the future. On the floor was a half-repaired robot vacuum, with gray-black parts casually scattered around, so he could fix robots too. Mingxi instinctively wanted to go over and look, so he had been living in such an empty room all this time. Late at night, Mingxi quickly took a shower and lay in bed checking his phone. Fu Yongxi still hadn't replied to his message. That unconscious itching feeling appeared in his heart again. As if possessed, when Mingxi came to his senses, he was already searching on Baidu, how to tell if you like someone. Mingxi was startled and instinctively wanted to exit, but he couldn't help browsing through it with his whole body tense. The first point was glaringly clear. You unconsciously try to learn about their preferences. Mingxi thought of the movie photo he had taken. His heart pounding, he covered his face and buried his head, taking several deep breaths. After a while, when he was mentally prepared, Mingxi continued reading. The second point was, you can't help but stare at them and find them attractive. Mingxi's blood rushed to his scalp. His face unconsciously began to heat up. The third point was you can't sleep because of them and you worry about them. Mingxi was going crazy, realizing he matched almost everything. It's over. He really had fallen for Fu Yongxi. During Monday's break, Mingxi couldn't help but glance occasionally at the empty desk beside him. Fu Yongxi still hadn't come to class. He turned to ask Jiang Qiuqiu, do you know what happened at Fu Yongxi's home? He rushed back there on Saturday. He played with a basketball. Looking at Mingxi, he said, don't worry, it's probably nothing serious. Maybe he was indeed overthinking. Mingxi felt somewhat relieved. Jiang Qiuqiu had known Fu Yongxi the longest. If he said it was nothing, it probably wasn't serious. Throughout Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, Fu Yongxi didn't come to class. Mingxi organized Fu Yongxi's homework, planning to tutor him separately when he returned. He was suddenly called to Teacher Lu's office. As Mingxi walked towards the office, he saw a tall, graceful figure at the end of the hallway, looking very much like Fu Yongxi. Mingxi instinctively called out, Fu Yongxi. He heard Mingxi's call and hesitated for a moment, but still hurriedly went downstairs. Mingxi rushed through the crowded hallway, hurrying to follow. But the other person had already quickly gone downstairs, not even a glimpse of their clothes visible. Was it him? The figure looked exactly like Fu Yongxi, but that person's hair was jet black. At this moment, he was really worried about Fu Yongxi. The rich young master had changed for Little Mask, deciding to become a proper person. Friday morning, training assembly. Ming Shi wore a thick coat, carrying the scarf Fu Yongxi gave him and his backpack, constantly looking around. Hadn't he come to school today either? Checking his phone, Fu Yongxi still hadn't sent any messages. Although he hadn't thought much about this birthday, he just missed Fu Yongxi. When Shen Liao saw him, he walked over proactively. Ming Shi's brows furrowed. He turned and got directly onto the bus. Shen Liao's expression changed in the cold wind. Pu Shuang was surprised to see this. First, that Yao God would actively stand next to Zhao Mingxi, and second, that Zhao Mingxi kept him at arm's length, as if not wanting to be near him. Zhao Yuan frowned, feeling very unhappy. At noon, they arrived at the training location, a hotel near the school. The pure learning atmosphere made Ming Shi immerse himself in it. If it weren't for finding his pencil case, test papers, and backpack all thrown into the garbage bin when he returned, Ming Shi's temples throbbed. He calmly walked over and picked up the backpack Fu Yongxi had given him. His mood exploded instantly. With 2 fingers holding the bag, he coldly scanned the training classroom. Zhao Yuan instinctively stood up and handed over a tissue, saying, Ming Shi, quickly wipe it. Maybe it can still be used. It wasn't Zhao Yuan. Ming Shi figured Zhao Yuan wouldn't resort to such low tactics, and besides, when he went out earlier, Zhao Yuan wasn't there. He held the dripping dirty backpack, striding to Pu Shuang's front, his voice ice cold. You did this. The dirty backpack almost touched his clothes. He immediately stood up and dodged, extremely angry. Zhao Mingxi, be careful. Do you know how much my clothes cost? Is it worth it just for a broken backpack? Mingxi shoved Pu Shuang aside and grabbed the backpack from his desk drawer. He threw it directly into the garbage bin. Pu Shuang stood there stunned. When he finally reacted, he screamed and lunged to grab it. Zhao Mingxi, are you crazy? Another girl shouted. Your backpack was on the ground. We thought it was trash. What's wrong with throwing it in the bin? Mingxi gave a cold laugh. So you were involved too? Well, you're standing on the ground, and I think you're trash. Should I stuff you in the garbage bin too? Mingxi grabbed the girl's wrist forcefully and dragged her to the garbage bin. The girl was completely terrified. Zhao Mingxi let go. I'm sorry. Mingxi coldly released her hand and warned, try these petty tricks behind my back again and expect 100-fold revenge. Pu Shuang stared at Zhao Mingxi in shock. He used to always endure silently. Why was he retaliating this time? Glaring at Mingxi fiercely, you just got lucky to get in here. You really think you can make it to the finals? He angrily burst out. Without me, you think you'd be here? How about this? Whoever gets the lowest score in this competition has to drop out. He took out a piece of paper. He wrote a pledge and signed it. You sign it too. Pu Shuang thought Zhao Mingxi was too arrogant and agreed through gritted teeth. Fine, I'll sign. Don't regret it. At this moment, Shen Liao returned. Seeing the scene in the classroom, his expression changed. What happened? A special student from the international class quickly called Fu Yongxi. Even such a small matter needed reporting. Meanwhile, at the Fu family mansion, the elder looked at his black short hair, finding it extremely offensive. He couldn't help but frown. You've been here for several days. When are you going to leave? Why did you suddenly decide to dye your hair? Instead of answering, Fu Yongxi asked, when will you restore my privileges? The elder's anger flared up. Restore privileges? You cause trouble all day, have the worst grades, and skip all the arranged classes. Fu Yongxi suddenly said, I'll attend them. I plan to become a proper person, so please restore my privileges. He looked at Fu Yongxi in disbelief and stammered, why? Fu Yongxi smiled carelessly. You're going to send Fu Ji to our school. If my privileges aren't restored, am I supposed to just watch him outshine me? The elder nearly had his blood pressure spike from these words. Is that all you care about? Just then, he received a phone call. After answering, his expression changed. He ran off immediately. The elder asked Lawyer Zhang where he went. Lawyer Zhang whispered, to the city, to find that girl again. The elder suddenly asked what the girl's name was. Lawyer Zhang quickly replied, Zhao Mingxi. You're not planning to give her money to leave young Master Fu, are you? The elder was furious. Have you been watching too many soap operas? When has he ever cared about Fuji? His changes can only be because of that girl. Her existence might actually be a good thing. 13 years ago, when Xiaoxi chose to stay, I decided then to let him inherit the Fu Corporation. But he fell into an abyss of guilt and pain because of it. Fu Yongxi got into the car. I'm desperate. Drive faster. Little Mask must not be in trouble. That girl by his side might be the one who can pull him out. Because she likes him and wants him to like her back, she wants to become better. Little Mask missed Fu Yongxi more and more, inexplicably wanting to be closer. Gradually realizing that she had fallen for Fu Yongxi, and the young Master Fu couldn't let go of Little Mask, willing to humble himself to the lowest point just to be with Ming Shi. He couldn't find a washing machine in the hotel room, having no choice but to turn on the faucet to wash clothes by hand. At that moment, a strong thought crossed Ming Shi's mind. If only Fu Yongxi were here. Tall Fu Yongxi with his red short hair, as lively as the morning sun. He suddenly missed Fu Yongxi very much. He wanted to text Fu Yongxi, ask where he was. He wanted to ask why he didn't show up on his birthday. At some point, his reason for getting close to him had changed from simply wanting to share his luck to seeking warmth. Or perhaps he had fallen for him. He opened their chat window, strongly wanting to send something. His current feelings were just like the first time he messaged Fu Yongxi. Lin Shi typed, "I miss you. How are you? Where are you now?" But before finishing, he deleted every word. He didn't know what to say anymore. While feeling troubled, he heard screams from the next room. It sounded like Pu Shuang. "Who threw away my luggage?" Another girl's angry voice followed. "My shoes are gone too." Was it Zhao Mingxi? But he came back later than us. Mingxi was stunned and stood up. He somehow suspected Fu Yongxi was behind this. Such a bold act of revenge. Who else could it be but Fu Yongxi? He stood there dazed, then suddenly heard movement outside the door. Mingxi immediately walked to the door. Could it be him? Mingxi rushed to open it excitedly, but found Shunli Yao standing there instead. Mingxi's expression froze, somewhat startled. Shunli Yao held a small cream cake. Seeing him, Mingxi's hidden hopes instantly dimmed. Shunli Yao noticed his expression change and slightly furrowed his brows. "Don't take today's incident to heart. Teacher Jiang has already scolded them. Next time something like this happens, tell me directly." He suddenly grabbed Mingxi's hand. "Come on, let's go out to celebrate your birthday." Mingxi pulled his hand away, his face expressionless as he opened his mouth to refuse. Suddenly, he glimpsed a familiar figure at the stairway corner. Though it was just a flash, Mingxi's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively chased after it. Outside the hotel was a wide, tree-lined avenue. Moonlight spilled onto the ground, cold and clear. Mingxi watched the familiar figure ahead, tall and slim in the moonlight. His steps were quick. Although Fu Yongxi had mentally prepared himself before coming, seeing him with Shunli Yao was still unbearable. Perhaps he shouldn't have come at all. Fu Yongxi wiped his teary eyes, suddenly hearing Little Mask call his name. Fu Yongxi turned around and immediately saw Mingxi. Mingxi's heart was racing, suddenly unsure what to say. He wanted to ask why he'd been avoiding him these past few days. He had so many questions he couldn't voice. Finally, what came out was, "Fu Yongxi, my shoelace is untied." The air seemed to freeze. The moonlight wavered, and tree shadows swayed in the wind. Fu Yongxi's tall figure shifted slightly, silent, then suddenly started walking back. His black hair hung down, carrying silence and the pain of abandonment. He didn't want him anymore. But with just one call, he still came back. He knelt down to tie Zhao Mingxi's shoelace. He did it very slowly. Mingxi lowered his eyes, breaking the silence. "Did you come to celebrate my birthday?" Fu Yongxi gave a muffled After tying Mingxi's shoelace, he stood up. Mingxi looked at him. Today's Fu Yongxi was different from usual. Perhaps it was because of his black hair. His eyes were heavy, the usual arrogance gone from his features, replaced only with resignation and the unwavering spirit of youth. He looked behind Mingxi. Mingxi instinctively turned his head following his gaze. Watching Mingxi turn around, his body stiffened. He said hoarsely, "After others finish celebrating your birthday, I'll celebrate with you for the remaining time. No matter how late. Will you call me later?" Fu Yongxi retreated to his most humble state. Shunli Yao came striding from the hotel behind Mingxi. "Zhao Mingxi, you can't leave. What I said to Annie Dong that day, I was serious." He couldn't continue watching, or he couldn't guarantee what he might do. Fu Yongxi struggled to suppress the surging violence and jealousy in his eyes, turning to leave. However, Mingxi grabbed his wrist, afraid he would run away. Fu Yongxi's body stiffened. He looked back at him several times. Lin Shi wasn't sure if Fu Yongxi liked him, or just saw him as a little brother. Little Mask and Fu Yongxi finally cleared up their misunderstanding and got back together. and the rich young master threw him a grand birthday party. Lin, she turned to Shinli Yao and said, "I'm sorry, I don't want to celebrate my birthday with you." Fu Yang, she was shocked to hear this, and turned back to look at Ming Shi. The next thing he heard was, "Shinli Yao, I'm sorry, but I've told you several times already. Even before changing classes, I didn't like you. A few days ago, I was just being considerate of the elders' feelings and didn't say it then. But I've already explained everything to Annie Dong. She won't force us together anymore." Fu Yang, she stood there stunned. Then blood gradually rushed back, restoring color to his pale face. His mind buzzed, his heart pounding. Little Mask was rejecting Shinli Yao. Lin Shi's attitude was firm, even cold. "So please take back your birthday gift and cake. I don't like you. If you continue like this in the future, we won't even be friends anymore." Shinli Yao's face turned extremely ugly. Although he knew the current Zhao Ming she was keeping his distance, he never expected that even celebrating a birthday as friends would be rejected. How did things turn out like this? He wanted to say more, but Zhao Ming she pulled Fu Yang Shi away. Ming Shi held his hand, eyes sparkling. "Shi Ji, let's go celebrate my birthday." Fu Yang she regained his smile. Did this mean Shinli Yao was now just a stranger to him? He suddenly said, "Okay." Lin Shi asked, "So where did you disappear to these past few days?" "My grandfather kept me." Fu Yang, she didn't have the heart to say he had seen him at the Western restaurant dining with Shinli Yao and the Dong family, and had hidden away in despair. Zhang Qiuqiu smiled ambiguously. The second bottle spun deftly in his hand and pointed at Zhao Mingshi again. The second question seemed to be for Zhao Mingshi again. He asked whether Fu Yang she looked better with red hair or black hair. Fu Yang she tensed up again. Little Mask would surely choose black, right? But then he heard Zhao Mingshi's answer, "Fu Yang she looks good no matter what." Fu Yangshi's heart was pounding, his face flushed red. What's happening? Did Little Mask suddenly have an awakening? Zhang Qiuqiu immediately asked the third question. "If Ku Chengwen and I fell into the water, who would you save?" Mingshi's mind was still on Fu Yangshi, so he unconsciously said, "I'd save Fu Yangshi." The entire private room suddenly fell silent, an awkward atmosphere spreading. Ku Chengwen couldn't help but shout, "Fu Yangshi isn't even in this question." Mingshi slowly realized and said, "Oh, then I'll save Ku Chengwen." Ku Chengwen was embarrassed and angry. What's with that reluctant expression? The cool and arrogant Fu Yangshi was back. His charisma was undeniable. He tried hard to suppress his wildly upturned lips, but the little bird in his heart had come back to life, frantically flapping its wings, wanting to do 300 one-wing push-ups. His overwhelming joy was already exposed. When Shinli Yao returned, his face looked unprecedentedly cold and silent. He quietly closed the door and changed his shoes, appearing completely lifeless. Yu Teng, who shared a room with him, noticed something was wrong and immediately realized. Was he rejected? That's impossible. He carefully stepped forward and asked, "Yaoshin, did something happen? Didn't you see Zhao Mingshi?" Chinarya saw him and suddenly heard a piercing sound. "Why are you like this? He rejected you? There must be a reason, right? Should I call my sister and ask?" Shinli Yao's mind was already buzzing. Now the noise made his blood rush even more. He could barely maintain his calm expression. He shouted, "Shut up," and walked to the sink to splash cold water on his face. When Zhao Mingshi rejected him, that Fu guy was there too. Rather than a rejection, it was more like repeating once again, deliberately emphasizing it for Fu Yangshi to hear. So, had he transferred his feelings and fallen for that Fu guy?